Good afternoon everybody, and a very warm welcome to the BARC Caterham Motorsport's weekend featuring Z-Cars and the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup here from a beautiful, a sunny and a very warm Croft circuit in North Yorkshire. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the broadcast today. My name is Paul Jeffrey. Alongside me in the commentary box for a good day of racing action is the one and only Chris Hutchinson. Chris, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon everybody, and welcome to Croft for day two. A great day of racing action yesterday, and we've got plenty more racing action as you can see on your screens. We've got 10 races today, 8 from the Caterhams, and we've got one from the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, and the Z-Cars Production GTI Championships are going to be out as well today.
Yep, so you can see on your screen this is our provisional timing schedule. We do occasionally run a little bit in advance, so don't go anywhere if you're looking forward to particular races, but the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship is the very first event of the day. We saw qualifying yesterday, Chris, was an absolute barnstormer. 1 second covering the top 14 drivers.
Yeah, what a exciting proposition. I know they're all getting ready to go out on track for their first action, so they weren't racing yesterday. It's unusual for them. Normally they have one race each day, but all of our top 4 flights of the Caterham Motorsport and other are going to have 2 races today, all 20 minutes. So, yep, starting with the Roadsports, and it's going to be good to show you some of their action. Like you say, we caught some of their qualifying, and Tom McEwen came out on top of that qualifying. Ben Timmins just a little marginally behind him. It was really close all the way through, but kind of all the kind of normal names up there, except for a couple of interesting ones. Lionel Tolmarsh, who we said got his first win at Alton Park, found himself with a lap disqualified, which moved him all the way down to 16th. So there's going to be some interesting stories further down the field to see whether the kind of people like Lionel can move back up. And Ed Cozy was the same as well. He sort of found himself further down the order than perhaps his speed should have put him higher up the order for sure.
And we know very well indeed in the world of Caterham racing, overtaking is incredibly possible, especially at a circuit like Croft. So as you say, those drivers further down the running order, we can very much expect to see them moving forward as the race progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that yesterday, didn't we? In especially the 310s and the 270s, they were able to move forward at least in a couple of really good overtaking opportunities. A little bit harder for a Caterham to overtake around this Croft circuit than maybe some others, but nevertheless, they, for the good drivers, they can make their way through, and we did see some fights from the back. So yeah, watch out for those. Is a good tip. But equally, Ben Timmins and Tom McEwen, they went head to head at Alton Park and were absolutely sort of nose to tail for the whole of that event. Ben Timmins comes in here as the championship leader, ahead of Lionel Tolmarsh and Tom McEwen in that 3rd place. Ryan Wilby is another person who finds himself down in 8th place, but he was absolutely fighting for the podium last time out, and I'd expect to see him back up there as well. Just waiting for the drivers to come into assembly area. But yeah, like I say, we've got this full calendar that we've got on screen now, and we've got 2 races from the 7 Championship UK, the top flight. We've also got the 310s back out there today, the 270s, and the Roadsport Championships as we're seeing now, and then I've got one later as well. We're going all the way through till about 5 o'clock this evening watching, so there's plenty of wall-to-wall racing as we go through today.
Yep, so if you're watching at home and you're watching on the BARC TV channel, or of course Caterham channel on Facebook and YouTube, then thank you for joining us today. Please do stick with us for a great day of racing, and I believe, actually, I'm just hearing in my ear that we're ready to go to a few interviews down on pit road. So let's have a quick word with Sam and some of our drivers.
Yes, I'm down in a very warm assembly at the moment, but yes, I'm standing next to Andrew Bailey at the moment, so he's going to have a little chat with us. Andrew, talk us through your weekend so far.
General improvement, actually, not least with the weather. Testing was very damp in the morning, it got drier, and showed quite a lot of improvement. Unfortunately, a couple of red flags during qualifying meant I don't think everybody was quite as pleased with where they came, but for me, from where I normally start, this is a rapid improvement, so hoping for a fun, safe race, actually. Yeah.
It'd be lovely and warm out there, and but I'm sure you won't think about that when you're driving around.
No, not probably until towards the end, as the certainly from halfway through, maybe as the tyres start to get quite warm, as the track temp will obviously be quite high. But I could just do one quick shout out, please. Can I just have a shout out to the commentators for keeping YouTube awesome, as we always watch everything when we get home, and so does the family. So thank you for their hard work.
Oh, thank you very much. They'll be happy to hear that. Thank you, Andrew. I wish you all the best for your race. I'm going to move now to Harvey Lawrence. So Harvey, ambulance. As you can see them all lining up here. I'm just going to come and have a word with Harvey. Harvey, so how's your weekend going so far?
Yeah, pretty good. Good qualifying session yesterday. 2 red flags, it put us back a bit, but see how it goes today. Hopefully make a few places up, get on the podium.
So your academy year last year was a successful one. You obviously enjoyed it thoroughly to continue into road sports. So where do you see yourself moving up through the Caterham ladder?
Yeah, I've got the 270 parts in order anyway, so ready for next year. But for now, concentrate on this year, see how it goes, and then hopefully next year's another fight to happen. Yeah. But yeah.
Good. Well, thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Cheers. Right, let's. They're all getting in their cars now. The drivers are leaving it to the last moment to get in their cars because it's super, super warm. So actually, we're going to have a chat with Oliver Kibble-White. Hello, Oliver. So how's your weekend going so far?
Pretty good. Didn't really qualify where I thought I should be. So there's a lot of places to make up during the race. It's going to be an interesting one. Slightly nerve-wracking, I think, today, because we did our qualifying yesterday. I think it's the first time we've ever done a race fresh on a day without qualifying beforehand. So a little bit of nerves.
So seeing what the track's like today, hopefully very similar weather, so it should be pretty similar to yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just not being in the mindset of having driven the car on the same day. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully come back in one piece.
Hopefully you'll turn those nerves into, enthusiasm and excitement.
That's what I'm hoping for, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, lovely. Well, wish you all the best. Thank you, Oliver. Right, I will throw it back to you guys in the commentary box just while the drivers get themselves ready for the race, and hopefully we'll come back for another interview before the race starts.
Superb stuff, thank you very much, Sam. Great work down there, as always, in pit lane. And a big thanks to Andrew Bailey for the shout out as well on the broadcast. Very much appreciated there, Andrew. Now, Chris, I want to talk to you a little bit because it's the first time this weekend we've seen these cars. The Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship. What's the difference between these and some of the machinery that we've seen this weekend up to now?
Yep, this is the second step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So this is actually last year's academy graduates, so they'd all been out in their brand new academy car. They come to the end of that year and they decide whether they want to continue or not, and what they do is they upgrade their academy car by adding new ZZS tyres from Avon. So they've moved away from the academy rubber, which is only used in the academy championship. They also add a rear anti-roll bar to the car, and that's about it. Bias adjust valve in the car as well. So really, really minor changes, but even those small minor changes turn this car from about 2 seconds a lap quicker, something like that, around this Croft circuit, and it really makes a difference to the stability of the car, and the tyres have a different character themselves. And each step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and there are 5 steps to that ladder, is designed to take you through sort of academy teaches you that car control, handling, and your basic racecraft, and then Roadsport adds to that. So they have 2 races per race weekend now instead of the single. We saw the academy yesterday, so they've done their single race this weekend, and the Roadsports today are going to have 2 races. So again, it builds up that kind of more time on track, more racing action, more of what you want. So everything as a racing driver wants, and so it's kind of that learning phase. And you're also brought together that we've got 2 academy groups where we have too many people to put them all on one grid. So the Roadsport combines them all together. It's the first time, therefore, in the Roadsport they'll be fighting some of their opposite teams.
And that all sounds like ingredients for some great racing. We're looking at Ben Timmins' car there as well. Timmins second on the grid in qualification yesterday, so somebody that's looking to move forward if possible. We saw, of course, Tom McEwen's machine, the green car, a little bit earlier in the shot. He's our pole sitter for this first race for this category this weekend. So, as you say, Chris, first time some of these drivers have raced against each other, so there's a little bit of a learning experience for them. Second year, realistically, in motorsport, so it's interesting, isn't it, to see how the progression of the drivers develop over the course of their career in the world of Caterham driving.
Some drivers are quick right out of the box, others take a little bit of time, and Roadsport's often the time where in the academy, you saw yesterday, they had some sort of wide, so I've got to just a little bit of learning to start with. Some people get it really quickly, other people are a little bit take a little bit longer, and Roadsport's where they start closing all those gaps that we potentially saw yesterday in the academy race and start sort of getting all on the ball. We've spoken about Lionel Tolmarsh already, and he's a good example whereby he sort of has moved all the way through the academy race, started sort of near the back of the field and has now moved all the way to winning a first race. So yeah, absolutely great to see that development out there as well.
Yeah, it really is, and it's great to see these drivers having an absolute blast in the world of Caterham racing. Of course, here at Croft, the circuit looks incredible, so great job by the organising body to get everything looking as resplendent as it really does in the North Yorkshire sunshine. And Yesterday produced some fantastic racing. Today, with a little
all
bit
the way
more
in
of a learning
France.
experience from our drivers, they kind of understand a little bit more about what's facing them. We're going to have, I am sure, some great racing again. So please do stay tuned all day long.
We've been chatting to some of our drivers, and we can bring you some of their action,
Hi,
their
grandkids,
ahead of this race
Caterham Motorsport,
today.
I'll be
We've been
watching. And my daughter in France, my son in London. So yeah, it's a bit of a family thing. Then we'll get together and watch the race. So hopefully it should be fine.
Well, thank goodness for this live stream, so they get to follow you, follow your journey.
Hello then. Bonjour. No, that'll be fine. So yeah, hopefully it's going to be a clean race. I've obviously got Eddie just in front of me, so I think if I can follow him all the way through, because I think he'll be on a bit of a mission today. So hopefully everything will be fine. We'll get a clean race, no incidents, and that's the best thing that can happen.
Yes, we did have a chat with Ed earlier actually, and he's on a mission. He's not happy with his qualifying.
No, he's not. So yeah, I'll follow him. I think it's the best tactic today.
Well, thank you, Darren. Wish you all the best. I think you'll be going out very shortly, so we'll leave you to it. Thank you. We'll head back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Sam. We're only a few minutes away from racing action beginning now, so everybody do stay tuned. A couple of cars are just circulating around the circuit as we're waiting for the green light at the end of pit lane, and cars to join the grid for their warm-up lap before the standing starts in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, Jake Swan just going around. He was not here for qualifying, so he now has to circulate for 3 laps at least to get his minimum qualification to actually be able to start the race today. So he's in the 7 Championship UK, and he's out a little bit later on. That's why he's heading around the track. So there's a little bit of hold while he gets that done. It won't take him too long. As you can see, there is Jake Swan out there, and it'd be great to see him in that 7 Championship UK. He's always fighting near the front, so he'll be no doubt figuring in the racing we're going to watch later on. But yeah, the Roadsport having to patiently wait while they do that. Here at the Croft circuit, we get action going at about midday, as there's curfews in the morning to keep the local environment nice and quiet, and now it's our turn to turn our engines on and get going.
Yeah, so this is the moment you've all been waiting for racing action to begin. Swan in pit lane now, so that is job done for Jake, and we'll be able to get started with a Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship. Again, if you're watching online, thank you for joining us. Please do give us a like and a follow on social media and on the YouTube channel, never to miss out. And as you can see, Chris, on your screen, the cars are being led by the safety car around to their grid boxes to start the formation lap and begin the forward racing that we're all looking forward to.
I'm looking forward to this Roadsport race. I think it's going to be excellent. We saw some really good racing from the 270s and 310s, and I think this Roadsport are going to be, they're going to find overtaking opportunities where we haven't seen them so far. So that's going to be an exciting one. But it's always nice to get racing action underway on day 2 of this action, and the first time we've seen the Roadsports, as we've been mentioning already. So they've been eagerly waiting all yesterday and all the way through to midday today before they even get their first action. That's brand new for them. They're not really used to doing two races in a day. So it's an interesting sort of dynamic to get built up for a race, get down and then think I haven't got a sort of nice sleep to sort of wonder what I'm going to do tomorrow. They've got to work it all out in between the couple of hours they're going to have off before they're out on track again later.
And that's another, like you say, an interesting dynamic, isn't it, for these drivers who are at the infancy, shall we say, of their motor racing journey. It's another skill set, another way to go about racing, another format to learn, process to understand, and then work out how best to deliver a performance when the green flag falls. And I think we'll find some interesting changes between race 1 and race 2 as drivers readapt to having a push on this beautiful North Yorkshire track.
Some of our more experienced drivers have been here to Croft as well, and the Roadsports definitely won't, because we didn't have it on the calendar last year. So when they're in their academy year, they didn't have a cross circuit, so it will be new to them, and they'll all figure that out as they go. So learning where do you overtake, where do you push, where do you hold back, and all those, where do you be patient. Again, we talked all about those lessons from the academy. Roadsport have got some of them down, but Clervo's notoriously tricky first corner to negotiate, and we'll see how well they deal with that today.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the grid before we get racing. Tom McEwen is the man on pole position, just ahead of Ben Timmons. Row 2, third position is Craig Boyle. Alongside him is Harvey Lawrence in car number 77. On row 3 we have Toby Ballard and Sol Rogers, number 72 and 65. Row number 4 is made up of Henry Littlejohn and Ryan Wilby, and row number 5, 9th and 10th on the grid, car number 99, Daniel Hope, and in car number 14, position 10, is Rob Kennelly in the 13 machine. Moving down now to row number 6, Nick Bryant and Robert Lowe make up that one, just ahead of James Empson and Richard Harris. Row number 8, Alistair Davidson and Lionel Tolmarsh in car number 22. Row 9 is Zach Lower alongside Edward Cosy, that we mentioned already had the time disallowed in qualifying, so he started lower than he would anticipate, and they're ahead of row number 10, Darren Butler, and Mark Sodden in car number 60 is 20th on the grid. Remember, 1 second covered, your top 14 drivers in this race. It's a very, very tightly packed field indeed. Row number 11, Andrew Bailey and Graham Finlinson, and row number 12, Oliver Kibblewhite and Gary Cross. Then row 13, James McCullen and Charlie Hazelwood, and row 14 on his own is Simon Sabin at the back of the grid in car number 70.
We saw Simon Sabin collecting a barrier, didn't we, in qualifying, so he was the one that was removed, so obviously he is starting at the rear of this field, but he will not be looking to stay there in his yellow machinery, so look forward to him fighting his way back through that field as well. And as we said, Tolmarsh and Cosy definitely out of line, and we're looking to move forward. Great result for Sol Rogers in qualifying, so he is probably higher up than maybe he expected. We saw him actually in the middle of that qualifying battle and gaggle of cars, so clearly at one time he managed all that tow very nicely and came out in that 6th place as they get waved away then for their green flag formation lap.
And we've seen this already, Chris, yesterday in many of the Caterham races. The slipstream is so important, the tow or the draft or however you want to call it is so very important in these cars. So maybe if you're the likes of Tim Timmins in second position or McEwen at the front of the field, that's not really where you want to be in the early stage of this race, is it? So we're going to see a little bit of a high-speed game of chess, I think, as the race unfolds.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to depend how they get around these first couple of corners and whether they're going to still be a big pack of cars or it's going to splinter itself. But nevertheless, yeah, Timmins and McEwen have sort of regularly been out front. They know how to manage that situation, and as we said yesterday, we've got 2 key overtaking opportunities that the other championships have managed, and that's down here into the tower bend that they're all heading towards now, which is a sort of a right-hand almost hairpin. It's still quite a quick corner, but you're coming in at maybe 110 miles an hour before you've got to hang on the anchors and put it down to about 50 miles an hour as you go through the apex here at Tower. So that's one of the overtaking opportunities, and the other one is sort of towards turn 1 of the track, so the opposite end. We have seen a couple of places changed in other places, and I'm interested to see whether this Roadsport, remember this is a fully road legal car with windscreen, so the windscreen's also pushing wind out the way, and it's therefore has a tow that's sort of bigger than some of the higher championships we see when they've lost that windscreen. So yeah, I'm interested to see what the Roadsport team can do.
And of course, as you say, these are drivers that are relatively inexperienced, although they've come through the academy programme and they've not done a race this weekend. And if there's one thing we know about Caterham racing is the form book and the expectation. You can rip up and throw away. You'll say there's two overtaking spots. I bet there's drivers on that grid that know that fine. We're going to see that in the next 20 minutes or so. Do or die.
Yeah, they'll definitely be giving it a go, won't they, as they head on through. And this is the sunny complex, a little bit bumpy on there. We saw a few cars getting unsettled as they fly here. Again, from top speed, they have to get that car down to about 60 miles an hour to get around that first sunny complex. And then we come into this character at the end of the Croft circuit, which is this sort of, they call it the complex, and it really is a bit complex. There's a tight bend left and right, and then you've got the tightest bend in British Motorsport to take you back onto the start finish. You see Tom McEwen going around it there. It's about 30 or just under 30 miles an hour for these Roadsport cars.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. So here we go now. The formation lap is completed. The drivers will form up on the grid. The drivers you need to look out for at the front of the field are, as you say, Tom McEwen in the green machine, and then Ben Timmins in the purple car alongside him at the front row of the grid. Two drivers that know each other very well indeed and will be keen to get the launch off the line and the advantage down into Clervaux, the first corner. Often a bit of a bottleneck here at the Croft circuit, so everybody hopefully can navigate their way through there cleanly. And I'm looking out my commentary box window, Chris, and this field's that big, still cars forming up.
Yeah, they're still coming around the final corner there, but you can see that we've got Simon Sabin there at the rear in his yellow car, coming towards his grid position now as they all find their location. But this is the first of two 20-minute races for the Caterham Roadsports today. They've got one more race later, but I can see that they're nearly forming up. We'll be looking for the green flag at the back of the field. They'll get given the 5 seconds board, and then we'll have the lights to set them off. Exciting times then. Let's see if Tom McEwen can get off the line well, or Ben Timmins. Maybe he's going to make the best start. Ben Timmins has been good at starts, and we're looking for the lights, and they're about to go out, and we're heading off into the first race to the second day here at Croft. and the Roadsports are underway. Timmins did make that best start from the right-hand side of our grid. He's going to be outside of that corner, so whether McEwen's got the momentum, looks like Ben Timmins has got that done round the outside with McEwen coming through, Ballard making good positions up there as well, and then Boyles lost out a little bit as he went through there. Sol Rogers still holding on through the middle, a little bit of a lock-up as they head round Hawthorns for the first time, but everyone is in the it seems to be threading the needle through this chicane quite well right now.
Yes, outstanding stuff at the front of the field. Everybody looks like they made it through the first few corners unmolested, which is great news. A full contingent of Caterham Roadsport cars heading now down into the second part of the lap, and there is a look for the race lead. Not quite enough doing at this occasion, so manages to stay to the inside. Can he get the run through the corner? No, he can't, and that is job done so far at the front of the field. And
so it's Timmins out front, McEwen in second, and then we've got, I think it's Ballard who's moved up into third place, so we'll keep an eye out for that as he goes through. Boyle's lost out a little bit. He's just got Harvey Lawrence on his tail, followed by Sol Rogers, who's kind of, I don't know if he lost one place maybe. We'll get the timing screens to give us our sectors soon, so we'll know exactly where they are, but it looks like it's McEwen, Timmins, Boyle at the moment at the front of the race.
And that's a good start for Boyle as well to hold on to that third position with a hungry pack of drivers behind. It's so difficult to navigate your way through the first few corners of this track. The tyres are cold, everybody's trying to make a bit of advantage. There's a little bit of squabble further down the running order that we saw there, but at the moment McEwen still in second position, so disappointed to have lost out on the start, but I'm sure he will have plenty of game plan in his back pocket as we head into the first lap completed and on to lap 2 with Timmins your race leader, McEwen second, Ballard third, will be fourth, and Boyle in fifth position.
Yep, 1-2 mile lap of this Croft circuit here complete. You can see the absolute field is head to nose to tail, and no one really wanted to pull out of the slipstream at the moment, but it is Timmins that holds on to, after being second on the grid, he's moved up that place, and it's McEwen following him on diligently behind it. It is Ballard that's made it up into third place, and will be, we said watch out for him moving slightly up through the field, and he's already made it up to fourth place. Boyle losing out that one place with Lawrence and Rogers also moving out, so Wilby looks like he might have been the biggest winner there, and 4 places up on that low lap. That was Richard Harris out there on the grass just as they exited the chicane. That's not a quick way to go onto this Tower Long Straight, but he looks like he's pulled back into line.
And talking to people that are the big winners on the opening lap, Saban has managed to move himself up 4 places into 23rd position, so after the unfortunate qualifying of yesterday contact with one of those tyre stacks, he's starting to slowly make his way up the running order. We'll keep our eye on that one as the race progresses. At the front of the field though, we said maybe you don't want to go into lap 1 as a race leader, and that's maybe exactly what McEwen's done. Drop the second, use the slipstream, and think the long game. It's only a 20-minute race, Chris, but actually sometimes it's better to hang fire at the other stages.
They'll be definitely looking to hold back at this point and just see what they can get away with, but they do look like they've sprung a little bit of a gap, so all 3 of them will be hoping, I say they're going to be working together, but actually it wasn't. It's McEwen alongside Timmins. Timmins is still up the inside and therefore holding on to McEwen. Thought they might work together to try and spring that gap, but they kind of denied that one at the moment, so McEwen's still in that second place, Timmins is out in front, and it is still Ballard in third place. We've got a tiny little gap that up to Wilby, who's holding off now Harvey Lawrence, who's moved up against Boyle on this lap through. So he's Lawrence now moving up into that 5th place, and he's shown some good speed in that qualifying, so look to him to see whether he can close that gap down.
Yeah, so the race at the front of the field is very much on at this moment in time, with Timmins as our race leader, McEwen in second place, Ballard in the 3rd position, and Ballard now starting to look a little bit more aggressive than we saw in the first couple of laps, lining up his opportunities, trying to have an assessment where he's stronger and weaker than those cars ahead, and Timmins will need this opportunity to try and gap the field behind, but Ballard very much keeping McEwen some company at the front of the field. Meanwhile, further down the running order, Sabin now into 21st position, so he's making another couple of places on the last lap as he's trying to navigate his way into the top 10 positions.
Yeah, Ballard coming in here 7th place in the championship, but that 3rd place is going to be good for points if he can maintain that to the end, but I'm sure we've got plenty of action with 15 minutes to go. You can fit awful lot of action in that time. They all flow around this mega fast back section of the track. Great to see it here in the sunshine, and McEwen's green machine and the purple machine of Timmins, they're really showing up well. And Sol Rogers a little bit loose and wide going into Sunny, and that's not the fastest way around that bend, but he managed to gather it all back together as we got to Robert Lowe going through Sunny out.
Yeah, nice car control there from Rogers, car number 65 in 7th position at this moment in time, but that will have lost him momentum, put him under pressure. Ron Kennelly behind, and Hope as well trying to get involved in that fight. We're looking at the front of the field once again now. It's starting to go 1x1 formation through the final corner. It's going to be who can get on the power the earliest, who can use the slipstream to the best effect for the run down into Clervaux and the first section of corners. At the moment it is Timmins, green flag still being waved in T1, so everybody's staying on the racetrack. Thankfully, as we see further down the running order, Rogers moves up in 6th position at the expense of Boyle.
tough, that first corner. You really got to hook that apex, but if you carry too much of the curb, it unsettles the car. So they're all doing a good job with that. Harvey Lawrence out wide there. I think he's hopefully going to get back on the track, but he was certainly in the dust. As soon as you go out wide round Hawthorne, there's a very little grip, but he's lost a lot of time out there. Sol Rogers is now going to be getting back on him. So where he was putting the pressure on Wilby in front of him, he's now dropped back a little bit. Everyone else coming out that chicane, you can see how on edge the cars are. They're just about keeping it with the confines of this track.
Yeah, great stuff that we're seeing from our Roadsport drivers today. Of course, first time they've raced this weekend, and they'll be racing again a little bit later on. So if you're enjoying this one, we're going to do it all again later on. But meanwhile, from the field, 3 laps complete, and Timmins is our race leader from McEwen. In Ballard in third position, will be in fourth. Lawrence fifth, and Rogers that we've seen a little bit better wild earlier on, but now getting back on the control on the charge in 6th position.
Watch that Wilby car, he's getting closer to that lead group of 3, and we're going to turn it into that group of 4, and then we'll see whether Lawrence and Rogers can close the gap by the end. But Timmins happy to hold fire in front at the moment, just keep his car and his nose in front, seeing that people can't overtake him easily, and he's obviously got enough speed down the straights that he's holding them off, and they're obviously working with him just a touch. We'll see whether that maintains as the whole field go through now into the starting one. They're going to be about starting their 4th lap.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that you make there, Chris, about working together. We saw that in some of the races yesterday, that it's worth not fighting too hard with your immediate competition in the opening stage of the race, and just try and build yourself a little bit of a comfort blanket to the cars behind you, and that's potentially what we're seeing at the front of this field at this moment in time. Not really too aggressive in the attempt to overtake, just to give themselves a little bit of a safety net, because with the field so tightly compacted, remember, 1 second to cover the top 14 qualifiers yesterday. You cannot afford to get wrapped up and embroiled in a battle, because quickly that'll push you into the middle of the pack.
Absolutely, as soon as you get shuffled out the train, that is a disaster. But Timmins and McEwen definitely working together at this point. McEwen's actually got the fastest lap of the race so far in this early stage with a 35.0, so just about where they were qualifying yesterday, so got some pace in that car, and it looks like Ballard is now struggling to keep on to those two, so he'll be making sure that he can do. Yeah, Little John coming down a couple of places on that last lap, losing out to Tolmarsh and Brian. Tolmarsh coming through the field like we said he would, up to 10th already.
Yeah, great stuff from Tolmarsh so far. Really good start, an encouraging start to the race. Saban as well, up into 20th position, so he's making moves further down the field. I will say, that driver's not moving forward as much as I would have anticipated. In fact, lost the spot last time out, didn't he? Down to 17.
Yes, we were expecting to see him in the number 3 car come up through the field, and we will keep an eye out to see whether he's just caught in a bit of a squabble at the moment. But yeah, Tolmarsh making the biggest moves, and that's 6 places from his grid spot, so good on him. As they come into this complex then, Tim in his purple machine leading McEwen in the green machine. Again, these two have been out front throughout the whole of the academy, and now leading into that Roadsport, but they've got Ballard for full company again now, haven't they, with Wilby not too far off.
Yeah, Ballard seems like he's decided this is now the time to start thinking about having a nibble at the rear of that number 89 machine. You see the lap time 0.2 of a second slower than the drivers in front of him last time around, but that's not really important at this juncture. It's all about track position, and Ballard can recognise the 1.1 second gap behind, so this is a great opportunity for Ballard to think about harassing the front 2 drivers and just getting himself in that conversation for the race victory.
Definitely phases in a Caterham race, and this is about the sort of middle. We come to the middle of the race where everything's settled in a little bit. You can see people have found their kind of speed and pace, and they'll be looking to the last 5 minutes is where they'll start really sort of pushing forward. But just as I say that, McEwen's going to try around the outside of Timmins' car, and is he going to make that stick? He's certainly going to have the inside now for the left-right of the chicane, and that does often lead to the change of place, but they're going to hold it side by side absolutely for the race, and at the moment they're just still going to go. They're going to do the whole lap.
Yeah, that is some very, very brave driving indeed from McEwen in the green car. Doesn't quite have enough to pull it off, and in fact I actually thought Ballard was going to find himself an opportunity as well, but he's wisely elected to back out of that one. Let these two continue swabbling, keep himself in clean air. Discretion is the better part of valour, I think, in this case, and Ballard recognises the fact. And having a look again actually now, so McEwen trying again around the outside. He'll try and cut back to the inside line, which he does nicely, good front end on that 89 machine, but that becomes the outside again for the final hairpin, and we've seen many a driver hung out to dry on the exit of this corner, so McEwen slots back in position and the train continues.
You can see a couple of attempts on the lead, and suddenly it bunches up those front 5, and there's a group behind, a fighting gap as well, but clearly McEwen is not happy that he's got enough pace, and he's seen Ballard catching up behind. So at this stage McEwen is thinking, I don't want to be in second place, I've got extra speed in my car, I've been patient at the first start of this race, now I'm going to get ahead and see whether I can push forward. You can see Ballard set the fastest lap now with 34.94, and McEwing is still hounding the back of Timmins' car. Good overtaking opportunity down here into Tower, and see whether he can make the most of that.
And look, while these three have been squabbling amongst themselves, that's allowed Wilby and Lawrence to get in on the fight as well. So what was a two-way fight then became a three-way, and is now a five-way fight for this race lead, as those five have detached themselves from the rest of the pack. So this is going to be one that boils on as we hit the second half of this race.
Perfect illustration of, you know, fighting for position does cost you time out there, and they had a little bit of a comfort gap between the two of them to say 1 and 2, but McEwing thought, right, it's time to move, and that did cost them that. So they've now got to deal with 5 cars in their group, and the calculations you've got to make during driving, you've got to look in the mirror and out the front window to work out where you need to position that car to make sure you're maximising your opportunities.
Yeah, exceptional racing from the entire field, and in particular this group of drivers at the front of the field, currently headed by Timmins in car number 8, 6 laps on the books. We're on lap number 7. McEwing now seeming a little bit more hungry than he was at the start of the race, although he's dropped back a little bit actually. Ballard now is trying to bang into this fight, so McEwing's going from attack mode into defence mode, seemingly pretty much the same corner.
He went a bit wide in the complex, and I think that cost him a little bit of time, but what that is going to do is it's going to put him in the perfect position to get a good exit and maybe get some tow down this straight. Doesn't look like it's going to be long enough as they bump over that exit curve, but Lawrence is firmly ensconced in this battle as well. Kennelly is just in that 6th place, but he's kind of leading the next battle pack, which has got Tolmarsh now up to 7th, then Hope, Boyle. In fact, Little John's moved up. Boyle's dropped down in that lap, so he's lost a couple of places. Bryant, Rogers, Lowe and Empson, which are in that second group, but it's Tolmarsh who's come up all the way from 16th to 7th place.
Yeah, great work actually in the early stages of this race. Tolmarsh largely unnoticed on the stream, but we can see the 7th position is a very strong result, and more importantly 7th on track, but actually still within striking distance of those ahead of him as well. Next man on the list of people to attack Tolmarsh, you see just going through your screen there, is Kennelly in 6th place, so that's one that we'll keep an eye on while looking at this very, very exciting battle at the front of the field for the podium position.
Yeah, it's been nose to tail since the start, hasn't it? They've probably never been further apart than they were when they were on the grid, as they head through the chicane once more out to the absolutely flat out back part of this circuit, in through Croft, and they've got to get it all back under control by the time we get them up on the cameras into Sunny in here. See the bump at the apex, just a little unsettling on the car, and if they get the rear end, as we saw earlier on from Sol, you can really lose the wreck of the car really quickly. But it's Timmins still holding this group. McEwing's attack didn't work out, and he's trying to spread the field again, I think, before he then gives it another good go.
Yeah, and that's working for the top 3 actually. Wilby and Lawrence are fighting a little amongst themselves as well, so they're starting to get slightly detached from this pipe, but we've seen it many times this weekend and many times in this race already. 1 or 2 little squabbles and they'll very quickly rejoin these front 3 drivers, and now this is a good opportunity for McEwing. It's a good launch through the final corner. We'll be using the slipstream to great effect for the run down into the first complex of turns, but not quite close enough, I don't think, on this occasion. But it's certainly a case of intention has now very much been laid on the table. McEwing wants this race lead.
When they're battling out front, we've seen that Wilby and Lawrence can keep up, but as soon as they sort of settle into an order again and let it stick, I don't think Wilby and Lawrence quite have the pace in this first race to make it further forward.
Yeah, absolutely will be. In fact, as you were saying, that one ran a little bit wide through the right hand. That's compromised his exit and put him under pressure from Lawrence behind. There they are, just going through your shot. Lawrence in the yellow number 14 car, and now again we've got a fight for the race lead. Just showing your nose up the inside is McEwing, just letting Timmins know the car is there and is willing to make a move should the opportunity present itself. But Chris, it's dangerous, that kind of behaviour, just showing your nose, just fainting to the inside, because that brings Ballard back into the fight once again, doesn't it?
It was a concerted effort though. That was actually a real attempt there to see whether he could outbrake Timmins. Timmins felt that he needed to defend that corner, and they went offline, and that's exactly why they start losing time and on pace and pace to the cars behind, because they are not using the full width of the track at the point they're trying to defend and attack into corners. But McEwing's still trying to work out, how do I get by? He's not waiting for that last 5 minutes, and I think he's seen how tricky it is to pass at Croft, and think that he now knows he's got any opportunity he's got to overtake, he's going to have to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the traditional racing. Track position is king for these drivers. As you say, we've seen a little bit in the other classes yesterday that you leave it for the last 3 or 4 minutes. You don't want to be leading on the final lap, which you become vulnerable. But now, as you rightly say, Timmins, great defensive job at the front of the field, and McEwing has just got to get this deal done and then hold on for the next 5 minutes and 30 seconds. But can he get past? That's the big question.
Got a bit of a breeze here today, and we didn't really have a breeze yesterday, and that breeze is slightly kind of across the track, therefore it's not really aiding the tow. So I think the tow down into Tower is probably not as powerful as they are. In fact, is that a change? Are we looking further down the field, or is that a change to second place? I think it is. So McEwen's down into the 3rd place. I missed the change happen over there, so Ballard now is into the 2nd place. So it happened to turn 1, and then this chase group of Wilby and Lawrence still hanging around there, but McEwen, so trying to go forward, he's ended up going backwards.
Strategic driving from Ballard in car number 72 there, just holding station behind the 2 squabbling drivers in front, waiting for the golden opportunity to strike, and then does so very effectively indeed. So Ballard now into 2nd position. Further down, Tolmarsh has moved himself up into 6th as well, so another place gain for Tolmarsh. Car number 22 ahead of Kennelly in 6th position. Good drive from all the way down, 16th on the grid. Lots of places gained, just showing that you can overtake on this track, but you have to be very sensible about what you do. It's very committed indeed.
Is that Lawrence and Lawrence and Tolmarsh, Wilby fight, and it's actually Lawrence ahead now of Wilby, so he's also made that place up whilst we've been entering that last 5 minutes. McEwen's got now the complicated, in fact his job is easier now because he doesn't have to look in his mirrors too much. The attack behind is there, so he can focus on in front. Now it's Ballard who's got that complicated job of being the meat and sandwich there, waiting to see whether he has to look in the mirrors and defend from McEwen, or whether Timmins can get there.
And Timmins made a mistake on exit, so that's giving Ballard the opportunity for the run down the start finish straight, and the opportunity he takes as well. McEwen decides to buy into this one as well, so McEwen to the inside, in Clervo, will he get the car on the brake, stops nice on time, yes it does, takes the apex, takes the racetrack away, and now Timmins has gone from race leader to 3rd position in the stroke of 1 corner. One little mistake, Chris, it's all over.
It's so easy to miss a change of gear from 2nd to 3rd out of that hairpin. It's such a crucial gear change, and it can be a bit problematic when you're under a stressful position. So it's now McEwen following Ballard for the lead, and there we go down the inside for Timmins, down into Towers. He's going to prove he's going to try and take 2 in 1 move. He's late as you like on the brakes, and Ballard was caught sleeping there. I think he thought he had the corner done, and actually he's still going to be side by side. He may well be able to recover that lead, but that was considering how much extra braking we can get into that turn 1.
That is fantastic stuff. Timmins has got a book on how to overtake in a Caterham, read every page and executed very nicely indeed. Almost got 2 cars for the price of 1, but in fact it's just McEwen that is ahead, so Timmins now back up into 2nd position. Almost took that lead, but it's 2 into 1. That is bravery, and that's a man that wants this race lead back very much indeed.
Yeah, he knows how important it is to bow in front of those. Immediately we've got the chase group of Lawrence and Wilby right back up with them as well, so it is a lead pack of 5 once more. Can Lawrence do anything in these late stages? Only 2.5 minutes to go. We're doing 1 minute 34 second lap, so Timmins now back into the lead over the top of Ballard as they headed into the complex this time. McEwen's still stuck in that 3rd place. Now it's side by side for 4th and 5th with Lawrence and Wilby still there. Who's going to make the best of that into turn 1?
That's sensational stuff. Wilby at the back of this trade, really desperately trying to get himself involved as well. He's just slipped back behind Lawrence once again at the front of the field. Timmins is our race leader just about from Ballard, and McEwen in 3rd position. I've been looking around thinking, what has just happened? How have I found myself in this position? But the race is very firmly on with just 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, this is going to be penultimate lap, isn't it, with this one, and then the next one will be our last lap. So Timmins dropping all the way to 3rd and then fighting back in that 1 lap shows he's got some pace in that car out front, but it is a lead group of 5 as we head into this penultimate lap.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from all of our Caterham drivers. Here's a fan out 3 wide for the run down into the right hander, but number 72, that is Ballard, has the inside line covered. McEwen can't find a way past it. McEwen's shown pace, he's just not been able to execute the overtake on either Ballard or earlier in the race Timmins as well, so McEwen's man under pressure now, holding on to the bottom step of the podium. Maybe he had designs on a race victory earlier in the race, but now he's very firmly in a scrap to stay on the podium spot.
Yeah, the psychology of that is important as well. With Lawrence, to have he timed this perfectly, can he get himself onto one of those podium paying positions? Wilby again trying to cling on in there. He was right in the battle at Alton Park, but this time he just looks like he's missing that sort of couple of tenths a lap, doesn't it? So when he loses out the toe, he just drops back a little bit. But it's Timmins who's consistently made his way back to the front and actually recovered from probably the biggest mistake we've seen from this lead group, to then make it back into the lead again.
Yeah, great piece of driving from Timmins to, as you say, recover from that mistake, as Lawrence goes a little bit defensive into the hairpin, not really defending fresh air a little bit there. That'll hopefully not compromise him on corner exit. No, I don't think it does. In fact, yes, it does, and this gives Wilby the opportunity now to get a run down start finish straight, and I think he's got that deal done before we run down into the first corner. So good driving there from Wilby to take a position away from Lawrence and move himself up in a 4th place in this race, but now a little bit tight to hit the final lap of this 3.5.
Yeah, it just shows how things can quickly change. The last we were looking at, it was going to be Lawrence seeing if he can take a podium, and now he's finding himself back in 5th place. Timmins has sprung a gap onto this final lap. That's a nice, comfortable place to be, with Ballard actually dropping away from his toe, and he's going to have to be concentrating on what McEwen's doing. So how are they going to sort those bottom two? But I would say that even though we saw some fight backs earlier, McEwen looking down the inside. Just is he going to make that move up there? Not quite going to make it happen, so Ballard's still second.
Yeah, good bit of bravery there from McEwen, but also very wise to know that that was not a done deal. It's better to slip back inside behind Ballard and see if there's another opportunity to come to the dying moments of this race. And McEwen now on his tippy toes, the car swallowing all of the exhaust fumes of Ballard ahead. Will he find a way past? While Timmins at the front of the field has an easy streak to the flag.
Without mistake, yes, he's got this absolutely done, but it's not done for second place. McEwen's going to be seeing how he can do it to the complex, one of the tighter parts of this race circuit, isn't it, as he flows on through and into the left-hander here. This will be the final really overtaking opportunity unless he tries a dive bomb. He did look up the inside, but he wasn't able to make it stick that time. He's alongside as they come into the complex. Does this mean that he's going to be able to get a dive bomb up the inside of the final corner?
Yes, a little bit of grass there, did well to hang on to the car, did McEwen. Unfortunately, that is pretty much the end of that charge. So Ballard holds on for second position. Timmins at the front of the field takes a victory that looked unlikely just a few laps ago. So a great result there for Timmins at the front of the field. Ballard, a very well earned second position. McEwen on the bottom step of the podium, and the Wilby Lawrence fight ends with advantage. Car number 88 will be in fourth.
Tollmarsh made his way all the way up there to 6th place from 16th on the grid, so 10 places made that. Well done to him. Hope, Bryant, Kennelly, Lowe and Littlejohn make up the top 10, and then we got Emson, Rogers and Cozzy sort of made up some places late on there up to 14th, but not maybe the progress he'd like.
Yeah, another big winner there is Sabre as well in 16th place at the checkered flag. Remember, he started all the way at the back of the field courtesy of some contact with the movable object, shall we say, in qualifications of the bright yellow car of Sabre. He did a good job to make his way up into 16th position. Still a few cars circulating, looking to finish the race, and the last of those will be crossing the line in a few moments' time. But a bit of a ding-dong battle that one, Chris. We kind of expected a good race, and it did deliver.
Yeah, it was not clear who was going to win that, and everyone tried the lead, didn't they? It was only McEwen, I think, from that pole position who only held it as the lights went out, because it was a great start for Timmins there, and he took that lead straight away. One mistake mid-corner on a gear change cost him down to 3rd place, but he proved late on the brakes into Tower was possible and got down the inside of both of them, and firmly ensconced back in that 1st place again.
Yeah, masterclass in overtaking, so just goes to show that it is possible in a Caterham to pull off the impossible sometimes. Great driving at the front of the field, and a much deserved race victory for Timmins as well. And shout out to Ballard, stayed out of trouble in the opening portion of the race, watched our two leaders battle away, and then when the opportunity presented itself, struck with precision accuracy to take that second position. So good drive for Ballard there. Yeah,
absolutely, and 7th place coming into the championship. He's delighted with how this weekend's going so far, and he's got it all to do again later. Clearly his car is set up nicely, ready for this lead battle, and he put himself up in that group, and he proved he needed to be there, and he overtook into that 2nd place.
I think it's very worth mentioning actually the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship. As you say, I think 2nd race later on this afternoon. The drivers have got a race worth of knowledge under their belt now, so we thought that was intense. I have a feeling that race number 2 is going to be very, very interesting indeed, so make sure you do stay tuned for that one a little bit later on in the programme. And in fact, I'll tell you exactly when that is, because I'm just having a quick look now. It will be at 25 past 3, give or take. And here are our race finishers. So Ben Timmins is the man that took the race victory from Toby Ballard, with Tom McEwen in 3rd place. Ryan Wilby is 4th position, just ahead of Harvey Lawrence at the end. Lionel Tollmarsh is the man that made the biggest moves, up in a 6th position, just ahead of Daniel Ho. And then Nick Bryant and Rob Kennelly are 8th and 9th, with Robert Lowe rounding out with 10 places at the front of the field. Henry Littlejohn crosses the line in 11th from James Emson, with Sol Rogers, we saw plenty of drama, up to 6th, nearly running, but dropped down to 13th at the checkered flag, just ahead of a recovery. Edward Cozzy, 14th across the line, 15.8 seconds in arrears of our overall race winner. Timmins, fastest lap with a 1 minute 34.69 for good measure as well, so a bit of a slam dunk there, a win and a fastest lap, Chris.
Yep, and it sounds like we're getting ready to try and have a word with our drivers down in Parc Fermé, so just waiting for the all clear that they're ready for it. So yeah, absolutely, Ed Cozzy will be looking to see what he can do. Sol Rogers dropped all the way down to 13th in that race, so he'll be looking in the 2nd event to see what he can do. But I think it does sound like we are ready to go to speak to our drivers down in the Parc Fermé, and let's hear how they got on with their races.
A lovely, great race that was, wasn't it? Let's go and have a word with Ben. Congratulations, Ben. Hello. What a great race. A man on a mission, I felt.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Although I was very annoyed at myself twice, I missed the gear coming out the final hairpin. I thought I kept just doing enough, but kept making it really hard for myself. But yeah, Tom and Toby were very, very fast, so I had to work really hard to try and keep them behind me for as much as I can. But congratulations to them both. Really, really good race.
Nice, clean, tidy race that was.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly. I think that's normally my level of success, is if the car is in one piece and I am, then anything after that is a bonus. So yeah, really good, clean race.
Excellent. Well, congratulations.
Very much, thank you.
And let's go have a word with Toby. Sorry, Ben. Well done, Toby. Congratulations. How was that race for you?
It was intense, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad. It was long, 20 minutes, but it's so hot out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was brilliant. Really enjoyed it.
And a lovely battle you had.
Yeah. I think Ben had a problem when he came out the hairpin, and he sort of slowed right down. I thought, oh,
He missed a gear.
something. Yeah. And I thought, fine. I just couldn't see a flag, so I just went. But yeah, no, it was brilliant.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's have a word with, here we go. Well done, congratulations. How did you find that race?
Oh, physical. Yeah, that was intense. Good race, and Ben, he was really strong into tower, which is one of the best places to overtake, so it was tricky to overtake him into there. And then he pulled an absolute blinder of a move. Towards the end, he missed the gear, came out the final corner. Me and Toby got by, but then he did us both going into tower. I was focusing too much on Toby ahead of me, not enough on this guy behind me who's annoyingly quick, and yeah, he is a blinder of a move, so hats off to him. He won it in that move alone. So good race, looking forward to this afternoon. It's going to be another intense battle, I bet, but yeah, fingers crossed I can do better this time round.
A lot of people are saying Croft's quite physical.
Yes, yeah, because a lot of the lap is you're full throttle, and even when you're not full throttle, a lot of the corners like T1, T2, they're quick, and your body's constantly tensed against the G's, so it takes it out of you, and mentally there's not a lot of downtime. It's not like a Silverstone or a Snetterton or something where there's a long straight and you can kind of gather yourself. It's bang, bam, 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 bam. So yeah, mentally and physically it's a tough one.
Well, hopefully we'll see you later on for another podium. Thanks, Tom. Right, we'll head back to you guys for the next race.
Thank you very much, Sam. And now it is time for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup that is taken to the cross circuit. Let's have a look at the entry list before we speak to some drivers. Jamie Burke from Craig Blake at the front of the field, with Rick Flatt in third position in the Cooper S's. Martin Wistonga in the pole position for the Cooper cars. Morgan Woot in second place. Michael Weddell and Jack Irvine make up row 5 as third and fourth position in class. We're moving down now to row 6 to see Ian Munro from Chad Little, row 7 Robbie Dalgleish from Ollie Mortimer, row 8 Ewan Robertson, Ross Foster, Jack Barnett, Finn Marsh, Jason Ballantyne, David Taylor are rows 8, 9 and 10. The Cooper class, of course, is a class up onto its own in this championship, and then we're running finally down into the end of the field, and I think we've got some interviews for our drivers just before we start this race. Let's head down back again to pit lane.
Minutes of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup coming up. Gentlemen in the commentary box, over to you. Enjoy. Right, everybody, welcome down to the assembly area. It's almost time for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup Race 2 here at Croft, and it is glorious once again. However, somebody didn't quite have the most glorious of days yesterday. Is this man, Mr. David Taylor. David, things didn't quite go to plan yesterday, did they?
No, they didn't. No, not even a lap in. Yeah. Obviously, the track's new to me, so we went out, done half a lap, and ended up hitting another competitor. All my own fault, put my hands up to it. Hopefully that won't happen this race.
No, and one thing actually, I saw you this morning, you said that we've got to have a chat. It's great to see you, by the way. The beauty of club racing is that we get another go, don't we?
Yeah,
so,
well, normally we get 3 rounds at Knockhill, but this is a longer weekend, so we'll get the 2. So, yeah, it's a learning curve, but I'm happy with it.
I'll tell you what, you'll take an awful lot, won't you, into this race too?
Oh yeah, I'm going to get a rocket start again.
Yes.
I made up 6 places yesterday, and then I hope I can keep it on the track this time. But
man, David, thanks. Best of luck.
I just say thanks to my sponsors and everybody that's on the car, my mechanic Gordon, his son Aidan, my friends Lauren Taylor and Chris Stark, and her friends that have came up to support me in Lee Fisher Motorsport.
Fantastic.
Brilliant.
David, well said, mate. Yeah, don't forget the mum. Don't forget the mum.
Thank you.
What's her name?
Margaret Piggott.
There you go, Margaret. Hope you're watching. David, absolute legend. Just remember this, number 28, David Taylor's going to get a rocket start, is he? Let's keep going along, shall we? Oh, by the way, remember yesterday, Jamie Blake, Craig Blake, we did actually speak to Mum as well. Lorna didn't quite make the cut, unfortunately, but let's just have a quick chat. It's good to see you. I understand that actually the piece we did to your Mum didn't quite make the video yesterday.
She was gutted. Gutted. I mean, she's over there, so I mean, if you want to go and give her 5 minutes of fame,
I might have to try. Give her a little message.
She'll like Beyonce or something like that, won't she?
Does she come to every meeting with you?
Every meeting, without fail. And she's the same. She's a wreck. But hey, that's her mother, isn't it? So
look, race 1 went quite well for you yesterday. More of the same this time. Only you're going to get him this time, right?
Gonna get him this time. I need to just get him off the start and then get the head down and go. I think through sunny in, sunny out in the back section, just so much more pace. I mean, I think Jamie's car was struggling a wee bit towards the end. My car was coming on towards the end, which is obviously a good thing. So, that's the plan. But plans never go as according, do they? So.
No, they don't. Have you made any changes in the car? Done anything with pressures or anything?
A couple of little changes, but we'll keep them a secret.
Yes, excellent. Craig, thanks so much. Best of luck, Craig Blake there. Second yesterday in the Cooper S-Class, of course. Let's just keep moving along. Rich Fleet as well, also in the Cooper S-Class. Don't forget, there's 2 as well. It was Mr. Mortimer who picked up the win yesterday in the Mini Cooper Cup. Let's just move down a little bit. I wonder if we could grab a quick chat with Chad Little, who was going very well yesterday. Went all right?
Yeah, good morning. Pole position.
Yep.
Just to let Ollie pass in the race. Didn't defend, and then he just defended all the way through. Let the third and fourth man catch up. I went wide to try and undercut with the hairpin, left the door open, and I was fourth. I managed to get back on the podium for the finish.
And race 2 then. So you obviously take what you learnt from race 1, put it into race 2. You won't be opening any doors at this time.
No, I've got to come forward as well because the top 8's been reversed, so starting 6th. So I need a good first 2 laps. Get things rearranged and then go from there.
It spices things up though, doesn't it? That's what we like.
Yeah,
Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Right, almost time to get going. 20 minutes of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup coming up. Gentlemen in the commentary box, over to you. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Ian. Perfect timing, because we're just about to go racing here in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. The lights are about to go green and we will be go for the second race of the weekend. The final time we're seeing the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. The Cooper S's at the front of the field get away like lightning off of the line. They're in a class of their own, and the Cooper cars a little bit further down the running order are squabbling through in a Clervo for the very first time. Will everybody make it through the opening complex of corners? We'll find out in a few moments' time. The first 3 breeze away at the front of the field, and there is contact further down the running order. A couple of cars off into the gravel. Let's check out who they are. But unfortunately, Chris, we've got through not quite clearly in the first couple of laps.
Yeah, let's see whether they're certainly sideways in that opening corner. But here is that pack of Mini Coopers. We'll see if we can find out who is missing from that field as the lead 3 head through. But there is the number 27 who's found himself facing that wrong way. That's Wutachunga. He was on the pole position for this Cooper class, so he's been held out to line, and he has not a great start to his race.
Yeah, real shame for Wutachunga there, as you say, on the provisional pole position. Reverse top 8 winners course for this second race of the weekend. That one has not worked out well at all for Martin as he ended his day early. We'll have a look further down the running order to see if we're missing any more drivers, and these are the Cooper S cars coming ahead of car number 95 from the field. That is Craig Blake ahead of Jamie Blake.
We've got a safety car deployment as there's another car off. I can see just in front of my commentary box. It looks like it might be the number 1 car. That was Weddell, who also started high up in 3rd place on the grid, so not a great start, but we're going to have a safety car early on to while they get these cars out of danger. See the marshals working that through as we see everyone else. Hopefully they've all seen the safety car boards. You can see all the yellow flags waving around, so they should pick that up. It's quite hard to see those flags when you're in a big pack of cars, but hopefully they've all clocked on now, and I can see the safety car ready to pick up the leaders as they head down the start-finish straight.
Funnily enough, we were praising these drivers in the last race yesterday for the level of cleanliness and close combat racing that we saw throughout the 20-minute event. And I kind of had a word with some of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup guys earlier on in the day, and they said, yep, race 2 probably going to be a little bit more exciting because it's the second and final day of the weekend. Elbows start to come out a little bit more from these drivers, and immediately we've seen that in the first few moments of the weekend.
Yeah, you've got to protect. There is that number 1 car of Weddell. He's just car stranded there. I saw the drivers out and behind the barriers. But yeah, it's about balancing off your race weekend, isn't it? You don't want to crash out in race 1 when you've got another race to go on the second day. And already we saw a little bit of contact that just moves with Shinga's car out of the line, and the cold rear tyres just sent him spinning.
So big movers and shakers on that opening lap of racing action. Little in 5th position, second in class for the Coopers. 4 places gained in the opening lap, so that's a good start for Little in the number 25 machine. Munro behind as well, made up 2 positions off of the grid in a 6th, and another winner is Dalgleish, 3 places gained up in a 7th, and Robertson 4 places gained up into 8th position. So the reverse grid, it's put the faster cars further back, but they're very quickly making their way through the running order, Chris.
Yeah, we saw Little and Munro having a great fight all the way through last time with in that Cooper class. Let's see whether they can make their way back up to the lead of this group. It certainly looks like they're headed the right direction.
Yeah, it really does. So remember last time out that Ollie Mortimer was the race winner from Robert Dalgleish. Now Dalgleish, where's he on the running order at this moment in time? 7th position, so 3 places gained at the start, but he's got a little bit of work to do to make his way back into looking for a double class victory. And of course last time out Jamie Blake took the victory in the Cooper S category at the front of the field. His teammate Craig Blake is currently the race leader. Flat had last time out, holds on to 3rd position in this race. The safety car lights, I'm not sure if they're out or not. I think they're still flashing. I can see the number 1 machine from our window currently looking forlorn at the side of the circuit, and there's not much action around that one, so we'll see if that one gets moved a little bit later on.
Yeah, they might decide it's in a safe enough position over there, but yeah, it's hard to tell, and certainly they, tracks and marshals, it's our first opportunity today to say thank you ever so much to all the marshals, and they generally have a plan of action for where cars are and where they need to tidy them away to. But yeah, it's all a bit of the calm before the storm again, so whilst the clock continues to tick down, so they do lose racing time, it gives us an exciting proposition of how they're going to end this race.
Yeah, absolutely does. As you say, the clock is ticking down there at the 27, being recovered by one of the snatch vehicles down in the depths of despair when you have to retire from a race, make the journey all the way here to Croft, of course, from Scotland, and it's a real shame to have to end your day early on day 2 for the second and final race of the weekend for this, the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup here at the Croft Circuit, as part of the Caterham Motorsports weekend featuring these cars, the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, and of course the Z Cars and Production GTI Championship that we'll see a little bit later on.
Especially after having got that reverse grid pole position, it would have been exciting coming to this. Root alongside him, but yeah, and Root, who was in fact Root, who was sort of taken that lead, he's now, the gap that he had because of all the kerfuffle behind means that he's going to have Little and Munro right on his tail, and they went nose to tail for the whole race, so they're used to spending 15 minutes absolutely firing shots across the bow all the time.
Well, it's interesting actually, because I was speaking to one of the organisers of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup a little bit earlier on this morning, and he said he's never seen a driver look more disappointed when he's been told that he's on pole position. The absolute fear that dropped through his eyes, like, no, I don't want these guys behind me. And unfortunately that is that worry/prediction has come true in the opening laps and nerfed into the gravel in T1, which is a sad end to a very short day of racing.
It's so easy to do as well, especially with cold rear tyres early in the race. It's once you get a little bit of a nudge there, and it was just on the exit of turn 1. We said how complicated Clervaux can be, and your car is really hanging on the left rear of that car, and it just as it got tapped, it just the tyre said enough, and around it went.
And it's so easy, as you say, when the cars are unloaded. They're the most vulnerable at the start of a race, of course, as well, and heading into that T1, the accordion effect. The driver at the front is slowing while everybody else is accelerating down into the braking zone. But let's worry about that one a little bit later on, because good news, Chris, the safety car lights have been extinguished, and that means only one thing: we're about to go racing again.
Yeah, so the number 1 car is obviously in a safe position on their track map, and looking forward to getting this underway. So they'll be looking to close all these gaps we can see and be absolutely nose to tail by the time they get to the second half of this lap. Again, it's a full skill to learn how to do safety recart at the starts, and especially the lead of this group, and seeing how they're going to lead them away. And when are they going to accelerate out of their corner once the safety car's pulled?
Yep, so in the Cooper category, it is of course Morgan Root, who is the man at the front of that particular category, with Little just behind, and Munro in third position. At the front of the field is the Cooper S category. It's going to is Blake 1, Blake 2, CJ, and then Flet in third position. So the Cooper S's are a different category to the Cooper cars, a little bit faster, a little bit more performance, so they will lead the way when we go green flag racing, and the real battle is down in these Cooper class cars.
Yeah, it was the Coopers that gave us the closest battle all the way through yesterday, wasn't it? And they had a fantastic fight for the whole race lead. And then you can see the safety car has pulled away from the lead of the field then. So it is our lead car who's going to take over that route. So Blake is taking over the role of safety car. A little bit of a gap also back to Root, who's realised he doesn't really need to go with those to lead two. So he's going to do his own safety car restart. And when is he going to fire off the front?
Yeah, so we can see through our commentary box windows they're coming down now into the hairpin, beginning the racing action. Once again, at the moment, Craig Blake at the front of the field leaps away from the hairpin into the race lead for the Cooper S category. Root wants a good restart as well in the Cooper category, but Little has got to run and head down now in a Clervo. And once again, as we're under green flag racing, can Little do enough to get alongside Root at the front of the field, or will he hold station and look for another opportunity? There is the white card. He's shown his nose to the inside lane. Top of racing gets the deal done, mounts the curve for good measure. A little bit of contact between himself and Root. Root touches the gravel on corner exit, but manages to keep his foot firmly planted to the floor. And Munro now trying to bang into this one in third place as well. Great racing in the front of the field.
Yeah, he felt like he really needed to do it then, didn't he, in turn one, right opportunity, and he did have it up that curve. We said it unsettles the car, and you can see how much he went up onto two wheels, and he was a little bit manhandled out there, wasn't he? So Root will feel a little bit aggrieved by that, and we're looking to see whether he can do anything. But it was protected down the middle there, so we're looking for the car behind as well. Munro in that yellow car also looking to see whether he can make hay whilst the fighting's going on front.
And look at that one, Root all elbows and arms in the braking zone, locking the rear axle up, but managing to get the car rotated, trying to find a way past the in front. He wants that race lead again. Munro keeping a watching brief, but Munro's got Dalglish for company as well behind. So now at this play, our drivers have started towards the rear of this field and making their way into the sharp places. At this moment in time, it is Root just about trying every which way to get way past. I think Munro then diving to the inside as well, so Munro's not giving up on this fight as well as Little leads the Cooper class.
A bit of sideways action there for that third position in class as they head into the complex this time, but it is Root out in front, so just taking the number 23 car. That's heading into that third place.
Yeah, this is great racing from the Cooper class of cars, currently headed in the Cooper category by Little in the white machine. Munro side by side with Root now through the hairpin. They managed to hold it alongside each other, but has he got the deal done for the run down as he has? So Munro takes over second position in category ahead of Root, and Dalglish trying to keep touching brief as well in the red car. Shows his nose to the inside. Will he have the position? No, he does not. So Root holds on, but he's now third position, and that little bit of a battle plan, Chris, has started to spread the field out the front of the category.
Yeah, Root obviously in that, he had that nice gap ahead of the safety car. He'd be gutted that it all closed up, and now I think he's just struggling for those couple of tenths that these other cars who were in that late race long battle yesterday had. And it is Little Munro that have pulled through, and it's going to be Dalglish looking to see whether he can also demote Root, and then Root will be looking to see whether he can stop the rock.
Yeah, Dalglish in the number 91 to the inside now. Will he get it done on the brakes? We'll find out in a few moments' time as they come through the corner. Dalglish to the inside line. Root gives him racing room as well, so very respectful driving from those two, and Dalglish is the man that's up into fourth position in class. So Root has gone from an early race leader all the way down into fourth position. Irvine will be interested in banging into this fight as well a little further back, with Roberts for company in fifth and sixth, and Valentine in seventh position as well. Not a million miles away from where the action's happening, but in front of the field, Little starting to get closed down by Munro. So Munro's found a little bit of go-go juice as well, and he's up into second place and closing.
Yeah, absolutely. Munro, I think he's kind of the man to watch at the moment, isn't there? And like I say, Irvin behind is getting closer to that battle, but Dalglish making that move ahead of Root. So Root has fallen back down, and see whether where's the level he's going to end up sitting at the end of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. This fight continues. So Little goes defensive into the hairpin. That's going to compromise him on corner exit. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, too wide. A bit further down the road. There we go. A little bit of grass tracking as well for good measures, so 2x2 they go, and sometimes 3x2 as well. Everybody trying to find a bit of real estate, trying to find a bit of opportunity to move their way forward. The Root still 4th position, and Irvine holding on to that 6th place.
Little is absolutely having to hang on now, so Munro right on his rear there, absolutely nose to tail as they went through the hairpin. He's lost a little bit of ground just as they head through Hawthorns here. They're using the full width of that track before they thread the needle back through the chicane, but it is Little that's just holding on there, and has he got enough juice down this straight? And Munro's certainly looking like the aggressor at the moment.
Yeah, the number 25 car is a little bit of damage at the front of the car. That won't particularly hold him up, I don't think, in this race. And Munro does not need any invitation to find a way past. He looks to the outside line. I don't think he's really going to have much joy there. Can he get the car rotated and back onto the inside? Not really. A little bit of understeer, I think, on the number 23 that's just prevented any kind of real progress. Craig Blake meanwhile in front of the field still holds on from James Blake, and we've got Rich Fleck in 3rd position, but this is where the action's happening, Chris. Down in the Cooper category, this has been a ding-dong race. I don't think Munro has given up opportunity just yet, showing his nose to the inside, not close enough, but can he forge your way past? And Dalgleish for good measure as well, as Root is under pressure a little further down, and the drop down the only continues.
Yeah, there's a bit of contact out there in the front at the moment. They are slightly side by side as they head up into the complex, so is that move going to make it? No, it's still Little in front, but Munro is alongside, and he looks he's going to have the inside for the right-hander they're about to approach. He is down the inside. There is a chain for the lead, therefore Munro is now in the lead of that battle, and it's looking like Dalgleish is also wanting to see whether he can make moves while the cars are all offline. He took a couple of corners to manoeuvre Little out of line, and then he made the move that he sort of at the complex.
Yeah, fantastic manoeuvre there, and as you say, Dalgleish very much trying to buy into this one as well. Looking out the window, there's 2 or 3 cars side by side for the run down the start-finish straights, and now it's starting to hot up. 6 minutes, 42 seconds left on the clock. Munro back in the race lead, but Dalgleish fancies his chances of disposing Little from 2nd position. Not quite enough of an overlap for the red car on that occasion, as Root 4th position just ahead of Irvine, and Ballantyne in 6th place, and pretty much everybody else all on top of each other behind.
Root doing well to hold on to that 4th place so far. Irvine just behind him, looking to see whether he can do anything, and Ballantyne behind them. So this lead back again, close, a little bit of contact again with the back end of Little car there. He's going to be a bit abused. In fact, his car's going slowly. Is that a broken rear drive shaft or rear axle? With looks like it might well have been, as they head now down into the tower. So a little bit of contact there. That's cost him dearly.
Yeah, Chad Little having to pull off the racetrack, so I think that is the end of his day in the white machine. Yellow flags are waving out on the racetrack. Real shame. I'm not sure if the contact was the cause or the result of that slowdown of retirement, but the end result, of course, is that Little is now out of the race. Put on a great performance. Unfortunately, it's all over and done with in 5 minutes 45 seconds left on the clock. But while that's happened, that's promoted Dalgleish into 2nd position. Root back up onto the podium, but Ballantyne's here now. He fancies the podium himself.
Wonder whether they're going to cover that car under yellows, or whether we do need another safety car. At the moment the track is still green. A little bit of a gap then. Munro's got over 2nd place. Dalgleish though is looking to see whether he can close that. And then a chase pack of 4 behind them with Root, Ballantyne, Irvine and Mortimer as well, as they head into the complex. That gap that looked like it was developing is going to shrink away pretty quickly there, and it looks like Munro's got it sorted. There is the number 25, so looking sort of on a
Yeah, looking a little bit worse for wear is the car of Little. I think it's fair to say, some smoke coming from the engine as well. So again, as I say, not sure if that retirement is the cause or effect of the contact that we saw earlier on. I do fear that this may be a mechanical intervention that has brought the end of the day to the car of Little, dropping down the running order, as you can see on the timing screens now. But it leaves still a very exciting 4 minutes and 45 seconds left. There's plenty of places still to be contested, and I think they're holding that one under yellow flags, so no sign of safety car just yet.
No, safety car doesn't look like it's out there at the moment, and just out front it is still Craig Blake ahead of Jamie Blake and Fleck in the 3rd place. But this is where the action's at, so we're going to keep here with Morgan Root, seeing whether he can sneak back into that 3rd place again. So he's lost out the podium, although as I say that, has he now lost a couple of places in the Tower complex?
Yeah, then that's Mortimer just sneaking his way through there, so you can see the 2 cars ahead of that 38. So number 38 is Root, has dropped a couple of positions. I do think that on 70 of Mortimer at the front of your screen there, just going through, has got past, and Ballantyne as well. So Root dropping further down the running order. We'll find out when they cross the line exactly who's who and where. It's difficult to see on the screen. There it is, car number 70 on the right. So Mortimer is up in the 3rd position. 1, 2, 2 is Ballantyne up in the 4th, and Root down into 5th. He's having a terrible time actually at the moment, really struggling for pace.
Apologies to the commentator's curse on that one, but out front it is now Dalgleish who is pushing hard onto the rear of Munro's car, and it's certainly looking like that red car is the number 91 is pressuring Munro, the number 23 yellow car, out front, and it looks like he's in the next couple of laps. We'll be looking to see whether he can demote him that position.
Yeah, Dalglish is really thinking now where to position the car, how to get the run out of the corners. Of course, when you do racing in close pack racing like this one, it's not important when you go into the corner, it's how you exit the corner. You want the run, you want to carry that advantage out of the corner down the following straight to set yourself up for a future overtake on the brakes. Dalglish doesn't quite have that overlap that he's looking for at this moment in time, but he does look willing to experiment in that Mini Cooper. He does look like he's willing to take the other line, see if he can try and get the run through the corner and try and unsettle the yellow car of Munro. And Mortimer, of course, now third position, is on the charge as well, bringing with him Ballantyne as Root is trying to hold off Irvine for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, going side by side, I think, between Root and Irvine. Yes, you can see them going down there, but it's this lead group now are turning into a lead group of 4, so Mortimer has got the speed to come across this gap, and that's why Dalglish is going to be really keen to get through before they catch up with him, but Dalglish carrying Mortimer ahead of them as well.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a mixed match, isn't it, of pace at the moment in time. It looks like Munro has the pace, and Dalglish closes back up. Basically, whoever gets in the front seems to start to hold the rest of the pack up, and I think was that a change of position a bit further down as well between Root and Irvine?
It looked close, as if they were sorting something out as they came out of that. So who is ahead there? A little bit of grass tracking again. So at the moment it is it hasn't swapped around there. So Root may be losing another place as they go off into the complex as well.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of minutes left on the clock, so there's still plenty of time to sort out these positions amongst the drivers. That little fight between the 38 and 65 has dropped them away from this little battle pipe. We're looking at now for the race lead. Munro in the yellow machine. Ballantyne, Dalglish in second place, now becomes third position because there we go. Mortimer decides the hairpin. Well, a piece of that one takes the position, and now more struggles further down.
Yeah, absolutely. He looked like he might lose 2 places by the time we get to turn 1 there. So it's Munro, Mortimer, Dalglish is the order as they go over. Can Dalglish hold off Ballantyne and Irvine as they head down into turn 1? At the moment, it's Munro's looking at for the first time a bit come towards a real loose of Mortimer there as he's really pushing. He's made that 1 place up. He's got 1 minute and 24 seconds. So this is going to be, I think, the last lap, if not close to the last lap. Has he got anything to move forward and get into that first place?
Yeah, so really good racing all the way to the checkered flag. I think Dalglish in the red car has just about held on to third position, but Ballantyne behind will be very interested indeed in getting involved in that fight. Munro at the front of the field, watching his mirrors, don't defend their share, just keep the car on the optimal racing line, try and carry the speed through the corners and try and maintain a gap to a hungry Mortimer behind. But Mortimer has the advantage of the slipstream, has the advantage of being able to watch the leader and copy and brake later, is the man on the charge in second.
So 50 seconds left. Are they going to get back to the line in time? I haven't seen the last lap board. That doesn't mean it hasn't been shown. And it's currently Munro still out in that front, but Mortimer and Dalglish looking impatient to try and get past him. Every time we've had someone in the lead, they've kind of looked the slower of the cars. So I'm sure there's a little bit of toe in these minis as they're heading down these long straights.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very much a case of these drivers are used to racing on a smaller track like the likes of Knockhill, where there's the natural home for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cups. This is a bigger track, the car can breathe a little bit more, the slipstream is a little bit more dramatic, shall we say, than we find up at Knockhill. And at the moment Munro heading into the complex is just about our race leader.
Yeah, I think because obviously the leaders, the lead group of Conor Blake has gone through on to their last lap, so they will all be starting their last lap now. And here are the 3 Mini Cooper S's in the front there, and it's still Colin ahead of the other Blake, and Flett is in third place still.
Yes, that's a nice close race in the front of the field as well. As you say, Colin is the race leader from Jamie just at this moment in time, but they're separated by absolutely nothing. Just like these 4 drivers are separated by nothing as well, currently held by Munro. Mortimer in second, Dalglish holding on to that third place, but Ballantyne fancies his chances as well. Not really been in the conversation up to this point with Ballantyne, but now when the action gets its hottest at the end of the race, he seems to be on his tippy toes to try and find a way past him.
Yeah, Irvine he's made it past Root, but that's where his charge has stalled, and they're in the latter part of this race now. So here is that chase group, and it's a Munro at the moment under threat then from Mortimer. Mortimer down the inside. What a great last minute late breaker into the tower. Can he make it hold on there at the exit? No, Munro gets it back at contact, and they're going to go in the barrier on the exit of tower.
Oh, that is messy indeed. Munro, our race leader, into retirement on the very final lap. Mortimer just turning the car around further down. Dalglish and Ballantyne swapping positions as well at the front of the field. Craig Blake crosses the line to take the race victory in the Cooper S class. Jamie Blake in second position, and Ian Flett Richard Flett, in third place. But let's have a look how they're going to wash out in the Cooper category, courtesy of that contact a few corners ago. Munro, I don't think, has got the car back running again. We'll find out in a few moments' time as they navigate their their way round the final sector of the lap, and in fact I actually think it could well be. It is car number 112 of Valentine is our leader in that one, Dalgleish in second position, and it is Mortimer down into third. So a podium, Chris, that you would not have called when the last lap flag came out a few minutes ago.
Still action, still side by side, but it does look like it is going to be Valentine that crosses that line just ahead. And yeah, I think he's going to be absolutely delighted with that. So it is the 1-2-2 of Valentine takes third, ahead of Dalgleish and Mortimer in that third place. And it's Irvin and Root who come through and finish in that fourth and fifth.
And I think Munro, has he crossed the line? He's about to cross the line in front of us now, yes. So Munro gets the car, a very battered looking number 23, back up and running and crosses the line. 7 at the checkered flag, just ahead of Foster, Barnett and Taylor. So it's good that at least he managed to finish the race and pick up a few handful of points for that one, as well as he paid points all the way down to the last position and an additional point for fastest lap for the Scottish Mini Cooper class. So drama all the way to the end, and it ended in sad bit of contact there, but that was a great race.
Yeah, Munro's going to be really disappointed with the result of that. He was cutting back under and there just wasn't quite a mini length clearance, and the car was still on his outside. It's hard to tell from our camera angle which way the cars were moving, but as soon as that contact made, it just speared him off and inside and into the barriers where we're looking at the track now. He was able to get up and running again, but yeah, he will be disappointed with the end of that race, and I'm sure they'll have a conversation about their each opinion of that one. But out front it was the two Blakes led that us home for Fletton in the Cooper S, but yeah, Valentine going to be absolutely delighted to take that win.
Yeah, and that just goes to show that patience, a little bit of racecraft, a little bit of caution can sometimes work to your advantage. Valentine never really one of the big movers and shakers in the race, but managed to stay out of trouble and took the advantage at the checkered flag for good measure. So a great end result for Valentine, and Dalgleish just about hanging on to second position at the checkered flag as well. So Dalgleish being up and down the running order during the course of that 20 minutes, but crosses the line on a point for second position for the measure.
It's going to be interesting to hear what these drivers have got to say in their post-race interviews. I'm sure we're lining them up as they head back through this complex area. And yeah, fantastic action from the Coopers the weekend, and we've enjoyed their races immensely.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is confirmation of your finishing order. So Craig Blake from Jamie Blake at the front of the field, with Rich Flett in third and final position for the Cooper S category. Then where the drama was had, further down the running order in the Mini Cooper class, Jason Valentine was the man that came through and took the checkered flag just ahead of Robbie Dalgleish. Ollie Mortimer rounds out the podium positions in third for car number 70. Jack Irvine in fourth place ahead of Morgan Root, who had I think he'll be disappointed with that one, having dropped down from an early class lead. Ewan Robertson is in sixth position. Ian Munro recovers the car eventually to get back on the racetrack, finish seventh, just 3.3 seconds ahead of Ross Foster in eighth. Jack Barnett was ninth at the checkered flag from David Taylor, and Chad Little would end the race in retirement, and our fastest lap of course is 1:37.69 from Flett in third in the Cooper S.
I think we've got some driver interviews down there in the pit lane, so let's hand over to Ian.
Right, I'm absolutely speechless. Absolutely speechless. What a race. Somebody's very happy. Probably not speechless, but Craig Blake. I love it. Now, you said yesterday you're a good starter, and that's what proved the difference, right?
Yeah, good start. Around the outside, like I said yesterday as well. Touring car style, so no, dead chuffed with that. I'm a sweaty mess. And
who cares
what more would you want to do on a Sunday, you know?
It's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, no, look at that. It says first place right there. Craig, how you feeling? Tell us the emotion.
Hard work, and Jamie and Rich were on it the whole race as well. Thank you very much. Nice gold trophy as well, and champagne.
Not quite champagne.
But anyway, it's probably from Tesco Value or something. No, thank you.
Supermarkets are available.
I just want to say thank you to the BARC for having us on this event. It's been mega, great track, and we'd love to come back and do more. So hopefully we'll see you again.
Great, pleasure. Thanks so much for looking after me as well, Jamie Blake. What a great Jamie. He just got you this time, did he? Yeah. But magnificent racing. You're not going to let him do you around the outside again, though, are you?
Hopefully not. But no, it was a really good race, really close between all three of us the whole race, and I was trying to get him a few points. It was quite close, but I had to be wary of Rich was right on me as well. So that was good fun.
Fantastic, congratulations. Now your mum Lorna can go relax now, can't she? Chill out as well. I wonder if we could find is Jason. I wonder if we can grab Jason. He's not in the car. Jason, let's grab him. Well, I'm surprised you could talk. That's actually speechless. Second last to first.
Yeah, good effort.
Was it just a case of just stay out of trouble?
Yeah, stay out of trouble, and I was just watching them lot for lap after lap, and then it just unfolded in front of me for the last half a lap. It was brilliant.
You just get your trophy, look.
Thank you very much. Cheers, thank you.
What does it mean to get the win?
Oh, absolutely brilliant after the weekend we've had. Great qualifying, and then obviously the incident in the first lap of the first race. Then spent hours setting the car up last night, and it's paid off.
It's a really good atmosphere between everybody.
Oh,
What's it been like this weekend?
Absolutely awesome. Like the lads are all great. The sun's out. It's brilliant. What could you want?
Well, you don't want to talk to me. You want to go celebrate. Go on, go have fun. Thank you. There we go. Great stuff. Time for the podium celebrations here. A very, very happy pit lane here at Croft. The Scottish Mini Cooper Cup draws to a close this weekend. A lot more action to bring you though. Who fancies a little bit more Caterham's coming up very soon? I'm going to hand back to the boys in the box. Take it away, chaps.
Thank you very much, Ian. That's great to hear from all our drivers. But here we've still got plenty of action. We're going to be coming back to the Caterhams now. As you can see, we're going to be starting with the 7 Championship UK. And then we've got another 310R race for you, 270R, before we get into the Z Cars Production GTI Championships. Back to the Roadsports, we've already had one exciting race for them, and then we'll have the concluding 3 Caterham events for 7 Championship UK, 310 and 270s. We spoke to some of our 7 Championship UK drivers a little bit back, and we'll hear what their thoughts are going into this, the second of their 3 races this weekend.
Down in the assembly area, just with the 420R drivers, they're about to go out for their race. But I'm here with Gordon Sawyer. Gordon, you were having a good race at Alton Park, weren't you? And you had a bit of a not such a great end to your racing day.
Yeah, I had a bit of an incident with my teammate, which wasn't a great start to the year, that's for sure. But hoping to make amends this weekend.
You've been showing good pace this weekend, though, here at Croft, haven't you?
Yeah, I enjoyed yesterday's race. I just didn't have the pace of the front guys. My rear end was slippy for all through testing and stuff. So we'll hopefully try and sort it out this time, and hopefully have a better race today.
Fingers crossed. And it's very warm out there already, isn't it? So hopefully you'll be able to just ignore that.
Yeah, so we're all standing here wondering why we're all wearing black. Not clever.
And the car's looking ace. Lovely livery on it this year. So what's the inspiration behind that?
I've always had liquid yellow. It's always been my colour, and my sponsors changed their logo to suit my car this year as well. So it's looking mega now.
Yeah, it stands out. It's great.
Thanks very much.
Well, wish you all the best for the race.
Cheers.
Thank you. So I've got Sean Byrne with me here. Sean, talk us through your weekend so far. How's it going?
Qualifying wasn't the best. I got P8, but it was all clear air laps. I didn't get in the tow, so I started 8th, managed to get 6th yesterday, but hoping for a bit better today. We'll see.
And were you out at Alton Park?
I was, yeah. But we had, I was out at Alton. I think we got a 4th and a 6th there, but I did get jump start, so I can't remember. Maybe it was an 8th by the time I finished. Can't remember now.
There was quite a few jump starts at Alton, wasn't there?
Mine definitely was. I definitely did do it. So.
Did you watch it back on the live stream? And
I knew it was the case. It was that bad. So yeah, I have to admit that one. So yeah, just hoping a bit more today. We'll see what happens. 2 races, so see what happens.
So how comes you've ended up in 420 racing? What's
I did it years ago. I've been in and out of Caterham's for probably 10, 12 years. So I haven't raced a season for something like 4 years. But I just decided to come back, give something to do really.
Why not? Blow off the cobwebs, the racing cobwebs.
Exactly that, yeah.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the best in today's race. Thank you.
Sam, as always, thank you very much for talking to our drivers just before we head into the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, and this is our starting grid. We have got Lewis Thompson on pole position ahead of Stephen Lyle, car number 43. Third on the grid will start Paul Donkin, and alongside him is James Murphy with Gordon Sawyer on row 3 with Sean Byrne in car number 18. Row 4, Mike Evans is just ahead of Angus McLean, and Carl Jones and Finlay Cooper round out the 5th row of the grid, cars number 11 and 5 respectively. We've got 16 cars on this grid today, and as we head down now, we can take a quick look at row number 6. Tom Eden, car number 99, is just ahead of Gary Lapidus, car number 16. Row 7, Andy Lees is ahead of Gary Curtis, cars 2 and 22. And then row 8, the final row of the grid, is headed by Oliver Smith, and alongside him is Jake Swan, cars number 4 and 66 respectively. And yesterday, Chris, we had a good race. Bit of a slow burner. There's a lot of strategic driving. Expecting more of the same today, or is this going to be elbows out time?
It was tough yesterday to overtake, and I think they all found that. Lewis Thompson have managed to get through. There's a little bit of tidy up you can see going on, but I am also seeing the cars pulling onto the grid, so they'll do sort of in parallel as they go, and they've still got their green flag to go. But yeah, it was a little bit more of a tactical race, and it was tough for them to overtake these slick tyres. This is the top flight of Caterham Motorsport. They've got 180 horsepower, slick tyres on this thing, and the track conditions being such that the braking zones are so small that overtaking is difficult. We did see it. Lewis Thompson managed to move up from third place on the grid to make it into that pole position, and also Donkin was showing well and sort of tying on to that Stephen Lyle and Lewis Thompson battle. They didn't split apart, but it was Thompson that was able to control the race coming home. Addition to this grid today, which is exciting, we've got Jake Swan back. He wasn't here with us yesterday, but he is back on the grid, so he's going to be starting from the rear of the field, but he always manages to make his way through a field, and I expect to see him near the front of this battle. Saw James Murphy having a little bit of a contact with Paul Donkin in the final corner as he tried to see whether he could make it down the inside. Didn't quite work it out, but this is, as we said, the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK Championship, the second of their 3 races. They have 3 20-minute races per weekend. They get a new Avon slick tyre at the beginning of the race weekend, and they've got to then use that same allocation throughout. So they'll be into the second race this slick has been done, plus they're qualifying, so it's going to start to getting a little bit tired. But it's absolutely very experienced drivers out there. You can see the number 4 car there, Oliver Smith. He didn't finish that last race yesterday. We lost him part way through, but he is back in the field and ready to go today. There is then some more tidy up. You can see there's a little bit of a delay before they get onto their green flag formation laps. The drivers will be sort of slowly warming up in their cars. But like we say, with fully race focused cars, it's a different. All the other steps of the ladder are upgraded Caterham Academy cars, but these are brand new chassis, and you'll see the difference in the roll cage. You can see Andy Lee's there, that gloriously liveried car, and they have slightly different roll cage from the outside. They've also got the tonneau cover, the kind of the side next to the driver is covered over, so there's sort of spotter's guide to how you might spot these cars. But as soon as they get going, they sound very, very different from all the other Caterhams that we've been running with as well. They are very much more aggressive in their sound. They work on a 6-speed sequential gearbox, and therefore you'll hear seamless shifts as they go up through, and they will have the attitude, and generally speaking you can tell how aggressive these cars are.
And of course, that side cover, I want to talk to you for a few moments while we're waiting for the track to be clear as we're going on to the green flag lap now. Those side covers, they're an aerodynamic thing, aren't they? They're to help car cut through the air. Is there any other benefit or advantage or reason we have those?
It is to take it to that next step. Anytime you've got a hole in your chassis, you're going to be generating drag, so we cover that over, and it just gives them that extra little bit of slickness through the air. The Caterhams are never particularly aerodynamic, which is why they're so we talk about the toe all the time. You can see the wind on the screen as well. That's really kind of picking up compared to yesterday. That does often offer more toe opportunities, but the direction that it's in is not necessarily assisting us down this straight. It's sort of a more of a crosswind than a headwind, which is where you'd really get the toe showing. So yeah, Caterhams are not renowned for being fully aerodynamic, but we do anything we can to make them so in this championship. But yeah, it's great to see them all lined up there. 16 cars today.
Yep, absolutely, and this is going to be another classic race, so please do make sure you stay tuned, get comfortable, because we're going to be going racing in a few moments time. I'm just looking through the window, see if I can see any more recovery vehicles on the track, and it looks like we are pretty much clear, so we'll be going on our green flag formation lap in just a few moments time, and then we'll be taking the green flag to go racing proper for this, the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, the second race of the weekend, the second of 3 races all weekend, and the first time we've seen these cars and drivers today on Sunday at Croft.
And we've got the added interest of a Pro and an AM categorisation in this one, so there are 2 classes. They are fighting for their own podiums, but they obviously get the overall podium as well. But Paul Donkin was the leading AM driver yesterday in that 3rd place in the race overall, ahead of Angus McLean, who faded a little bit, and he will be looking to see whether he can come back through the field. And Tom Eden was the 3rd place in that AM category, and that's all based on prior Caterham experience, prior Caterham results, and previous season's results as well, how you split that categorisation. And it is Lewis Thompson leading the way. He has made it 3 from 3 so far. Is anyone else here on the grid able to stop him today in the second of their races? And we've got another one to look forward to later on. Let's see how Lewis Thompson manages this one.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating as always to see these cars in action, these drivers, the most experienced of the Caterham group, essentially speaking, how they managed to progress their way through this 20-minute race. It wasn't an overtaking fest last time out, it has to be said. It was a very strategic race, but the drivers will have got a lot of knowledge and understanding under their belts now, and it's going to be fascinating, I think, Chris, to see if that transcribes itself into more dynamic race this time around.
Yeah, they've learnt a lot from yesterday. They know that it's not easy to overtake, and therefore they'll be looking to take those opportunities. We saw that in the minis, didn't we, where they struggled yesterday, and today they really started to push the issue, and we will see that from these drivers as well. But they've still got to be cautious that they've got another event to go, and the finishing order of this event will be the starting order of the next. They cannot afford to throw all caution to the wind. And we saw a couple of bit of contacts. Murphy did sort of climb over the back of Donkin on the last corner as he just tried to see whether he could throw it down the inside. Couldn't quite get it stopped up, but they finished the car, and no harm, no foul. Stephen Lyle I spoke to earlier on today, and they've made a couple of setup tweaks, and they're really excited about the proposition of this race, and we'll see how we go. But it's Lewis Thompson's consistency that's keeping him up there. He just does not make mistakes, and all the other drivers are trying to work out how do we disrupt his flow so that we can make him to force him to make mistakes again.
Yeah, and exactly, and that's the big thing, isn't it? It's all about consistency, especially when we've got grids that are decided based on finishing orders of previous races. And I think you've got to have half an eye on that one, otherwise you're going to find yourself with too much to do come race 3 a little bit later on today. Yeah, remember, you can win an event by scoring overall highest. You don't necessarily have to win them all, but Thompson's proving that he wants to in his green number 79 car, green with the bright yellow sponsorship decals all over it, with ahead of Stephen Lyle in the white, black and red machine. They're followed by James Murphy in the black and orange, and also Paul Donkin in his red and white machine. So keep an eye out for those four. They were the kind of consistent top four yesterday, but Gordon Sawyer and Sean Byrne will be looking to see what they can do a little bit behind. And Mike Evans faded a little bit later in that race, but he was always in that battle as well. So certainly we saw that kind of front four that then splintered a little bit as we came to later in that race, but the chase pack was also quite intense. Yeah, and these cars do look absolutely sensational. I'm sure you can see it on your TV pictures at home. But certainly looking at them trackside, they're really well put together cars, very professional looking teams, and every single one of these cars is ready. Every one of these drivers is ready to go racing. That is the green flag. That marks the fact that we are in a safe position to go racing. The timing, the lights on the right hand side of your screen, when they extinguish, we'll be going racing. The revs are rising. The rumble, the unmistakable rumble of Caterham cars is go, and we are away for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, second race of the weekend, as we steam down into the first corner. Thompson holding on. No, Thompson's losing position in second, I think.
No, Thompson is out in front. It's Stephen Lyles who's lost that position. James Murphy's come through from fourth on the grid into second position there. It has let Thompson get away a bit, but Lyle is in that third place. Then we've got Donkin behind him, and then it's going to be Sawyer in the yellow. In fact, Sean Byrne's got ahead of Sawyer. You can see them battling there, and Mike Evans in really close tension, but it is Thompson who's still out in lead. James Murphy having now to defend from Lyle, but yeah, there is Thompson going up. Murphy in that second place. Great start for him in that second.
Yeah, I made a mistake there and wrote red instead of green on my piece of paper, which is why I thought that was Thompson losing position. My apologies there, but absolutely right. Holds on to that race lead. We've got Lyle still just holding on as well in second place. A little bit of squabbling further down the running order, but everybody's through the first few corners cleanly, which is exactly what we want to see. And now it becomes the high-speed game of chess. Sawyer that we're looking at there in the yellow car as well, under a bit of pressure further down the running order, but he's holding off Byrne and the rest of the chasing pack. And much like we saw last time, that's an early advantage at the front of the field for our race leader.
We saw yesterday that the track position is key, and Thompson still has that track position, and everyone who made those early positions is now going to be looking to consolidate. Mike Evans having to defend there from Sean Byrne. James Murphy just seeing whether he can pull that gap back in again. I think we will see that as we go on through. A few little gaps further down the order as the marshal or the mechanics will encourage their own drivers on, but Murphy looking to see whether he can close that gap to the consistent Thompson out front. The cars will bounce through Clervaux for the second time, and Lyle will be disappointed he lost out that position, but James Murphy, what a great start for him.
Yeah, really nice start for Murphy, holding on to second place just ahead of Lyle, as you say. Car number 43, third position on the racetrack. There he is, just going through your shot in a few moments time. Sawyer behind, and Evans are making up into fifth position ahead of Byrne. Somebody grass tracking a little bit further down the running order as well. The managed to get car back onto the racetrack, thankfully, to continue his fight in the lower reaches of the top 10.
Yeah, that was Andy Lee's just a little bit wide there. He's in fourth place, or was in fourth place in that AM Championship. We'll see whether he had lost any places as they head further around this lap, as they're all a little bit line to turn again, like we said they were yesterday, but Murphy is still trying to close that gap. Lyle absolutely putting the pressure on him as they head into Sunny Inn. We saw a little bit of unsettled cars yesterday, and even now you can see that kind of bumping as their tyres get slightly tireder each time they go. They do last very well throughout the race weekend, but as they will have to manage that sort of changing grip and balance of the car. You can also see that Smith looks like he's made a little bit of forward progress, and let's see where Swan's got up to. He made 6 places on the opening lap. He's now 10th place.
And here's Lyle now looking to the outside of the head, and he's using more as a run rather than a genuine overtaking manoeuvre. He does well actually to get the car nice and cleanly off of the exit and onto the accelerator for a run down start finish straight. So will Lyle have an opportunity? They see Murphy going very, very defensive in a T1. Lyle has no choice but to go to the outside line, but he recognises that's a difficult pass, so tries to cut back to the inside again for the second part of the complex of corners. Not quite enough space there to get a Caterham alongside, and Lyle holds position in 3rd place. Good defending there from Murphy in 2nd.
On the lower formula of these cars, you know, the lower steps of the Caterham ladder, you can overtake around the outside there with a little bit of momentum and a toe, but in these faster cars it's actually easy on the brakes to defend that. But Lyle is going to be long side again to the outside, so Murphy always holding the inside line, that defensive line. Can he get an overlap on the way out? It is side by side as they head up into the Jim Clark S's, and it looks like Lyle has made that move stick. He had the momentum on the exit. James just got a little bubble as he clipped the curve. That was enough to let Lyle go to 2nd place.
Yeah, good bit of racecraft there from Lyle to take that position away from Murphy, nice and clean into 2nd place, and now the pursuit of Thompson at the front of the field can begin. Murphy dropped down to 3rd position, but starts to come under pressure from Duncan as the leader of our AM category. Duncan finished on the podium, of course, yesterday, keen to repeat that feat, but needs to have half an eye on the overall championship standings for himself in the AM category as well. Evans and Bird a little bit further apart as well, further down the running order, keeping a watching brief on the fight ahead.
Yeah, he's firmly ensconced in that pro battle, so everyone he's fighting is not in his category, but nevertheless he's still fighting for those overall podium positions. And Gordon Sawyer there, spoke to him before the race saying how hot it was out there on the track, and you can see from the conditions on the cameras just how sunny it is here. They will be hot and bothered in those cars, but at the moment Sawyer having to pull out of the slipstream of Donkin. I wonder whether he's got some heating issues, but it's worth keeping an eye on that. But Lyle in that 2nd place, he's going to carry Murphy. Does he have the pace to get the ever consistent Thompson, who is pulling a little gap on everyone again?
We say Thompson ever consistent, which is absolutely right, but the pace that he's got at this stage in the race, Chris, as well, is absolutely exceptional. So consistent and consistently fast. He's almost putting this one out of contention for the drivers behind if he carries on.
Yep, they are all consistently fast at this level, so to pull out gap is definitely impressive. And the squabbling that we saw last lap toe through is always going to help him, and if they fall out of his toe, which they're still going to be receiving a bit of a speed boost, but just not too much as they head through. Let's carry on. Jake Swan, another couple of places up that last lap. He's now finding himself in that 8th place, but he's got a gap in front of him which is going to be tough to get across, and with 14 minutes to go, I'm not going to put it out there yet. I think he still might get into this lead group.
Yep, Swan, of course, as you say, didn't take part in qualification of the race yesterday, so he's very much a step into the unknown for Jake Swan, but doing great work so far. 8th position, the last of the pro category drivers, but already having cleared the AM category into 8th place. Further up the running order, that is Caterham Murphy still in 3rd position, still harrying the back of Lyle, thinking about where the opportunity might present itself, but with a weathered eye on Duncan behind in the AM category leader, Caterham 24.
Yeah, Duncan hasn't put a move on yet, has he? So I think if I was driving, I'd take that on board, that, you know, Duncan looks like he is happy to be sat there for now. I'd be concentrating more ahead and behind, but that could be a feint, and maybe I regret that decision. But as a driver, you're always thinking about where is this race heading, as well as where has it come from. So you're just trying to see who the drivers have got momentum, who's got pace out there, and you'll know that from following, whether you're struggling to keep up or whether it feels quite comfortable. And in the car, so Murphy now looking like he's having to defend a little bit again from Donkin behind. So Murphy losing out to Lyle last time through, and also having now feeling like he's defending his teammate there, Donkin following on.
And we saw this a little bit yesterday, didn't we? Duncan, a very sensible driver. He didn't put the car in any dangerous positions. He had half an eye on the result and also the result in his category, and then struck when a good opportunity presented itself. So Duncan again repeating that kind of behaviour in this 2nd race, not stressing it out of the position too much, just looking, learning, observing, and making a decision of when he's going to pull that pin a little bit further down the running order. There's 13 minutes of course left in this race, and Lyle now with big pressure in 2nd position. Murphy seems to be on his tippy toes and looking for a way past.
And slowly that chase group, Sawyer, Evans, Byrne and Swan is on the tail of that. He's not too far behind as well, so this pack is getting bigger and bigger as Lewis Thompson disappears further off. But there is Swan in the 7th place now, another place made up then on the last time through. I can see him just going by the commentary box now. He is not too far behind that lead group, and he has clearly got a head of steam on, and he is heading towards that group.
And it's almost, Chris, in this case, it sounds bizarre to say, but having that bit of clean air for Swan, that's allowing him to get the natural pace of the car. So he'll close quite quickly to the back of this one. But the question is how fast he can clear those cars, isn't it?
We've seen how difficult it is to overtake. He's clearly got a taste of that overtaking as he's made it through so many cars so far. There he is in that white car just behind the green one at the rear end of your shot. But it's like play the Jaws music now and see how far up he can get. Lyle has stopped the rot as far as that gap to Thompson in front. In fact, I'd say that gap's coming down again. So are we going to see this whole lead pack compress into one big group?
Yeah, so Lyle closing the gap, but also keeping an eye on Murphy behind there, pushing each other further and further forward. Donkey keeping a watching brief as well. Sawyer in the 77, dropping a little further away from that one, just collecting some clean air, having a little think about what the future might bring in the next 11 minutes, 54 seconds of this race. There he is in the yellow car that you see on screen. Evans as well in car number 93, keeping close contact with Bird, and then Swan, ever the predator, the field slowly but surely, in fact not slowly, very quickly indeed, closing down this battle line.
Yeah, Evans was there or thereabouts all yesterday in that grey car, but this lead group has now come back together. So Lyle right on the back of Thompson once more. So that little toe that they get, the little boost down each straight, has helped them get back into line astern. Murphy still having to defend from Donkin, but Donkin's still looking like he's relatively happy just to follow on at this stage of the race. Sawyer's still there in that 4th place. Evans in that 5th place. Some good pace coming out of these cars now, all kind of running into that 24-second bracket, which is really high pace. I think we expecting to see sort of low 24s, but the heat is really slowing them down just a touch as we see them going around this long, tortuous right-hand of Hawthorne into the chicane and back down the Tower Straight once more.
Yeah, great masterclass of driving from these Caterham drivers in the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK to stay at the top of the tree, so to speak, and these drivers are really showing that skill, that experience and that raw pace. As we see Murphy just dip his nose out from the inside of Lyle, just showing his nose a little bit, filling those mirrors, letting his rival know that he's there and ready to pounce should an opportunity present itself. Donkey in the 24 again. Shadows the wheel tracks of Murphy ahead, just see what comes in there is Swan, back of the shot, closing. Last time around, Swan did a 1:25, coming 3:1 seconds, and not like as fast as we would expect it. A mistake there.
He actually lost out a very minor amount in that last one, so maybe that he's starting to now struggle with that the pace of this lead group. Like I said, they all suddenly put in 24-second laps that time through, whereas previously they'd been tripping up each other. It was sort of more like the 25s. So keep an eye out for that, but Thompson has lost his comfort blanket and Lyle is now in close attendance, and we'll be seeing what he can do. Remember, he's tried a few setup changes and he's happy with how that car is feeling today. Ready for their 3rd race as well a bit later on, so remember they've got to maintain their positions for the starting order. James Murphy having a quick look down Lyle, but it's more of a kind of just to sort of weave around a little bit in his mirrors to make sure that he's paying attention to him in his rear view mirror. That's how the drivers obviously put off the driver in front by sort of jinking around a little bit and making you feel like they're going to have a move. This level is hard to do that tricking manoeuvre, but they still give it a go anyway.
Yeah, exactly, because as the attacker, what you want is the car ahead of you to defend fresh air, don't you? You want them to compromise themselves into the entry of the corner, which will give them a slow exit, and that is an easier opportunity for you as the attacker to get yourself alongside. But as you say, at this level, not many of these drivers will fall for those mistakes, but we've got to do it anyway because it's just part of the armoury of tools to overtake.
If you're close enough and you manoeuvre that driver offline, then oftentimes you'll see overtakes that are actually constructed over 3 or 4 different race corners, and you'll see the battle continue as you try and manoeuvre them one way, you compromise their exit on one corner, and then you can be more hounding them into the 3rd. And in Caterham's, oftentimes you'll see them run side by side, but in this Croft circuit, the tight twist, you see Jake Swan hanging the rear of the white car out there, and the lead group now absolutely line astern as they head through the complex.
I do think it's becoming more and more difficult now for Swan to move further up the running order. He's not got the benefit of the group slipstream that everybody that you have in your shot seems to have, and the pace not quite there at this stage in the race to close as quickly as he needs to close as everybody crosses the line once again to complete the lap. And look at those times on the left hand side of the screen: 25.5, 25.6, 25.3, 25.3, 25.3. 3 drivers, exactly the same lap time.
Yeah, absolutely identical lap times, and you can see they've got nowhere else to go other than follow the car in front, and Thompson is dragging them all to these great times. And Thompson was the slowest out of those times. It just shows how they're being in that pack and getting dragged along by the cars. The hole they're making in the air in front of you is so important, especially in this Caterham action. Duncan pulling to the side. Mike Evans also pulling around to Sawyer to see whether he can go down the outside. He's got a little bit further back. There's side by side James Murphy trying to go around the outside of Lyle. We saw this fail a little bit over the minis. There was a bit of contact. James Murphy is on the grass, but actually Lyle had to capitulate. Murphy overtook on the grass, but he was rather put there by Lyle.
Yeah, I think James Murphy had a little bit of the brave pills this morning for his breakfast, because that was a very, very ambitious overtaking manoeuvre, very successful as well. But look, a little bit of smoke now. The fairing, the arch of the wheel is making contact with his rival. A bit of damage there. Will that be enough to slow Murphy down? Will that be enough to put Murphy into retirement? Let's keep our eye on that one. But that's the problem, isn't it? You go to the outside line, Chris, you put yourself in the pressure and the risk zone, and unfortunately I think that's going to cost Murphy.
The tiniest bit of contact, it can clear itself as it part of the wing sort of dislodges again, and you can see it's less smoking. Sometimes you get more smoke in a particular direction, but it can also cut the wheel, which is obviously a puncture risk. At the moment it looks like that smoke has abated, so maybe that bit of bodywork has flung out. But Lyle, the minorest bit of contact was looking dodgy there for Murphy, but it seems like he might have got away with that. But what a great move around the outside of Tower to get that done, and great to see that it is possible down that end of the track. And we saw 3 or 4 drivers trying their luck there, and I didn't really capture that Evans did indeed get ahead of Sawyer that last time through in that same manoeuvring pack as well.
Yeah, so some great racing at the front of the field. That little squabble though has allowed Thompson now to break free to the tune of 1.4 seconds from the chasing Murphy and Lyle. That gap will close, I believe, before we get too far down the road, as we've seen so many times before. But Murphy now free of smoke, now free potentially of the damage that we saw a little earlier on, is serenely on his way in second position, and Lyle and Duncan, that fight continues third and fourth position with Evans and Sawyer. Good measure involved.
That patience that Duncan showed yesterday is still there today, but actually he's shuffled down into 4th place already, and there's people behind looking also thirsty. So maybe that James Murphy out wide again onto the gravel and dust on the exit of Sunny Inn gets it all together again. They are really sort of pushing the car, the envelope of what's possible here, and he's just about finding the limit of grip, and we did well to actually hold it all back in again and bring itself back to the track.
Yeah, it really did. As a driver now, it's so difficult, isn't it, to regather your composure after a little bit of drama, a little bit of fracas, and tete-a-tete between the drivers, shall we say. As we've seen here, a little fight as well. That is Duncan now, side by side with Evans. Evans gets a good run off the corner. Duncan kisses the grass for good measure. That's going to limit his propulsion down the straight, and there is Sawyer as well, trying to buy in the yellow machine. So Sawyer will make it a 3-way fight. Does he get the deal done before the corner? Yes, we can see Sawyer still on the racetrack, but one small mistake, one small impediment to your forward progression, before you know it, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars trying to find a way past.
He's still well in the lead of Am, but he lost a good number of positions. Duncan's gone to the right at the tail end of this, just from that touch the grass just as they were heading down there. Sean Byrne also got ahead of him, and Jake Swan is looking side by side though for second place. Murphy is holding on to that inside. Lyle seeing whether he can go around the outside and repay the favour. Not going to work, but Mike Evans now up into that 4th place. So in that manoeuvring, Mike Evans is the one that came up and ahead of Duncan and Sawyer and Byrne. So what a great result for Mike Evans at the moment. If the race finishes like this, it doesn't look like it's going to. Sawyer holding on for dear life against Byrne, who was right up in his rear view mirror, ready to look like he's going to make a move.
Yeah, Murphy looks like he's under pressure as well in second position. He the cork in the bottle at this moment in time. Lyle, car number 43, the red and black machine that you can see right going into the distance now of the shot, has a little bit more pace at this moment in time. So Murphy has work to do over the next 4 minutes and change to keep hold of that second position. And Evans needs to try and get a skates on as well to get involved in this fight and to look for the prospects. We see Sawyer going very defensive into the hairpin. Will that compromise in the corner exit?
He actually just gained that position over Sean Byrne. He pulled back around him around the complex. Sean Byrne had got in front, and Sawyer returned the favour as they were just going around that left hand, but it put him right out of wide, looking like he was defensive, but actually that was the line that it took him on. So he's back into 5th place, Byrne back to 6th, and Duncan is still behind them. Swan right now on the tail of Duncan is to the tune of 8/10.
Yeah, so that little squabble that we've seen over the last couple of laps has really brought Swan into the picture in the white car. You see him there with the blue trim at the top of the roll cage. So Swan now very firmly in contention to make his way up. Still a little bit further away than he would like from the cars ahead, but we've seen it so many times, Chris. Squabbling will slow you down significantly, and at this level that's going to put you in danger very quickly indeed.
They've caught up Thompson again though, haven't they? Just by settling in a little bit after that Tower issue, they've all caught up again for the 3rd time I think in this race. Only 3.5 minutes to go, so really are down to the last several overtaking opportunities. We've seen it's difficult round here. Are they going to have any other opportunities? But there is that tail pack of Byrne, Donkin and Swan all running nose to tail now. Sawyer's sort of pinged off the front of it, but there is that white car of Swan. What a great job he's done to come across those seconds gap that he had to do to get to this lead group.
Going to take a quick look at the AM category. Of course, it is still Donkey that is the leader of that AM class from McLean, Lapidus, Lees, Smith, Curtis and Eden. So that fight continues in the AM category, but our focus is very firmly on who is going to finish in the podium places in the overall main race. Donkin now has moved down to 7th overall, unfortunately, courtesy of the bits of drama. Still lead the class, but can he do anything about making his way up in the final few moments of this race?
Murphy right on the tail of the leader again now with the black and orange DPR machine right behind the green DW Motorsport, and then we've got Lyle from Matt Blythe in 3rd place. The teams all having their own internal competition as well, and then it's Mike Evans, RS Motorsport, and Gordon Sawyer with another DPR machine. So all the teams there, we've got a bit of a move there. Donkin looking like he's going to go trying the outside manoeuvre, while Swan's looking to see whether he can go down the inside. Does look like the outside's going to work again. We've seen that twice today now. The outside line can work for you around Tower, as long as the driver you're alongside helps you along.
Yeah, great move there from Donkin. And while that was happening as well, we saw Thompson just drop a wheel onto the grass at the front of the field, so now he's under pressure from Murphy at the front. We thought it was a done deal for Thompson just a few laps to go, but he's very much under pressure for the outright race. Victor Donkin makes one place back up again, so good manoeuvre there, and that is the green machine as well, trying to find a way up the order. Swan a little bit further detached now, he was involved but now he's no longer. There we go, change the race lead.
Wow, well that James Murphy made that happen going into the complex, and I don't think Thompson had an answer for it. I didn't see whether he put another wheel onto the grass. Maybe he's starting to struggle a little bit with tyre grip, but nevertheless James Murphy takes the lead of this race with likely 1 lap to go. It's going to be ever so tight as they went across the line. Whether this is the last lap, I couldn't see whether the last lap board is out, but Murphy heads into this potentially last lap in the lead ahead of Thompson, who's looked comfortable for that whole race, but the gap got brought back. We saw he touched the grass once, and that was enough to let Murphy have a go.
So now we're going to see if Thompson has got game coming into this final lap of the race. He's led all the way from the green flag, he's overtaken into the complex. This is the time for Thompson to dig deep and see what he's got against Murphy. They go side by side coming down, and Thompson on the outside line gets the deal done. Murphy allows him past pretty much, and that's a great overtaking manoeuvre by Thompson to retake the race lead.
I think I can see the last lap board out, so I think this is the last lap, and we saw how late on the brakes Thompson was into that tower bend, and he just went round the outside of Murphy. Murphy's going to get kicking himself for letting that happen, but nevertheless they are absolutely nose to tail, as are Sawyer and Donkin a little bit further back. We're still going side by side as we come down into the sunny complex. Murphy is made to push Thompson to the inside. Is that going to give him enough room on the exit? He managed to gather it all together. Last opportunity then potentially for these drivers as they head up into the complex.
Yeah, Thompson flirting with disaster there, right to the very edge of track limits, but manages to keep the car on the tarmac. Murphy in 2nd position is hungry to try and make that race lead pass again, but we're coming down into the hairpin for the final time. Defensive from Thompson to the inside line. Murphy will look to get a run out of the corner. Can he get the launch off of the line for the run up to the checkered flag? Not quite enough momentum, and it is Thompson that will cross the line to take the checkered flag and the race victory from Murphy. Evans at the death holds on to 3rd position, and what's happened to Lyle on the final lap?
I think we're going to see a track limits penalty there maybe for Lyle, because he slipped. He was definitely in that 3rd place, and Evans is going to inherit that, so definitely seeing a 5-second time penalty exceeding track limits for car 43, and that is Lyle. What an unfortunate way he's had that 3rd place taken away from him on the last lap track limits penalty. We'll cover that off later, but the order as they went over the line then: Thompson, Murphy, Evans given that 3rd place, 4th place for Sawyer, Donkin at first of our AM drivers back in that 5th place. We've got Sean Byrne in 5th place in the Pro Championship, and then it's Lyle is where he ended up with that 5-second penalty, just ahead of Swan in the result.
Good final lap for Donkin there as well. He came into the final lap 7th overall, if my memory serves me correctly, so moves up to 5th overall and retains the 1st place, of course, in the category. So good final lap from Donkin there, using a bit more aggression than we've seen in the earlier stages of the race. We wondered if this was going to be a bit more dramatic, and I think that last lap was an absolute ding-dong in front of the field.
Yeah, they've learnt some lessons, haven't they? They've kind of figured out where they can push and where they can pull their drivers around, and we saw that manoeuvring. James Murphy looked like he'd got it all done, but he just couldn't. We cannot stop Thompson. That is 4 from 4 now in the opening rounds of this event. What a run of results for him, but everyone's showing there they had learned lessons from yesterday. Jake Swan's going to be an interesting person for the 3rd race, isn't he? He had clearly had pace in that car, and enough to get up, and maybe in the next event he will be able to push further forward.
And I will say, I want to give a shout out and some credit there to James Murphy as well with the overtaking manoeuvre for the race lead from Lewis Thompson. He gave his rival space, he gave him, when he looked like the corner was lost, he conceded in a very gentlemanly and sensible fashion. So these are our Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK finishing positions. Lewis Thompson is the man after 14 laps that takes the checkered flag in first place from James Murphy and Mike Evans rounding out the podium places. Gordon Sawyer finishes in 4th position just ahead of Paul Donkin, who takes the victory in the ARM category. Sean Byrne is 5th in the Pro class ahead of Stephen Lyle, who has that 5-second track limits time penalty. Jake Swan crosses the line in position 7. Carl Jones in 8th place. Angus McLean rounds out the 2nd position in ARM just ahead of Andy Lees on the bottom step of the ARM podium. Oliver Smith in 5th in class, and Gary Lapidus is in 6th position in the ARM, 5th position, sorry, in the ARM classification. And that was a very entertaining race. And I just want to go back to the Murphy thing again, Chris. Very intelligent race in there. Sometimes you have to just accept when the pass has been made and consolidate what you have.
Yeah, there are times where it will definitely cost you a lot more to actually persist with it, persist with the move rather than capitulate. And you can see there that he clearly knew that it was a done deal. I can see the drivers all heading into assembly, so let's head down to Sam in assembly and let's hear how our drivers felt those races went.
Well, that was quite an exciting 420 race, wasn't it? Let's go through and oh, sorry, John. Go through and have a word with Lewis. Lewis, gosh, that wasn't made easy for you today, was it?
No, it was very similar to yesterday. We just managed to break away at the beginning and almost maintain a gap. In the last sort of 4 minutes, James just came out of nowhere, and my tyres are fading really quick. It was really noticeable, and I was really fighting the car, and James just seemed absolutely planted, and he got past me on the second to last lap, and I was just able to keep close enough to him on coming out the turn 3 the chicane to get a run to Tower, and yeah, I had to be later on the brakes and made it stick, and yeah, just buzzing. Yeah,
you were determined, weren't you, to get the lead again?
Yeah, wasn't going to let that one loose. No. So.
Well, I'll let you grab some water because it's very hot out there, but well done. And right, let's have a word. James, congratulations.
Well done, that's good fun.
Congratulations, you nearly had that win, didn't you? You got in front of him.
Yeah, there's kind of half the paddock cheering for Lewis because he's done an amazing job this year, and half of them I felt the collective sighs when he went back through because one of us has got to get him, right? Yeah, he's that good now that at the end of the straight, and I'm waiting to bleed out the brakes, I'm waiting to send him, and he just got his nose in front and pulled it in front completely fair and legit, and there's nothing you can do. But he's that good, he can control it, and yeah, hats off to him. But it was nice to remind him there's a couple of other people out there, you know.
Were you concerned about your front wing going to cause a puncture, possibly? You know, it must have been a bit of a concern for you.
Yeah, it's not the least scary place here out back, and when you see the smoke, and it was handling strangely until something, we'll check, went off, and then I kind of got it back together again. Whole race was quite a lot of me using a lot of experience, actually, not using the tyres too early. Steve was harrying me, and we were letting Lewis go, and so I just let him go. And then followed him round and then found a way to pick him off later in, but obviously we just touched, and yeah, and then it's just really finding out how the car's handling towards the end and trying to then close the gap to Lewis to cause him some damage at the end, but probably did it a lap too early.
Well, there's one more race to go today.
Indeed.
Congratulations, James. Let's have a quick word with Mike Evans. Mike, well done. Congratulations on the podium. How was the race for you?
Hard, really hard. I just want to do it all over again. I'm knackered, but these boys at the front there made a different stuff. It's going to take a bit of getting used to, I think, but loved every second of it. Loved it.
Well, you've got one more race to go, so at least you've got that later.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Congratulations. Right, let's have a quick word with the AM drivers now, which they've all disappeared. But we have got another race coming up, so I don't know if we're going to have much time. Hello, Jake. Let's have a quick word with Finley. He's here. Oh, there's Angus. Hello, Angus. Congratulations on another podium for you. How was the race?
Hard fought. I seem to make a knack of putting myself almost last on the start. I think it's been an entire 20 minutes trying to fight back. I got back up to second, so I'm happy with the result, but very hard work. I don't know if my tyres will make race 3. We'll see.
Fingers crossed. Thank you. Right, let's have a word with Finn in third place. Congratulations, Finn, another podium for you. How was today's race?
It's a bit hotter today, so it's a lot more physical. And obviously the tyres going off a bit towards the end. I kept on losing the rear through the slow bit. But it was a lot of fun fighting with Angus. He's a good driver, very fair, so it's good fun.
Excellent. Good. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you later on for race 3. And Where is our first place AM driver, Paul? Where's he disappeared to? I think we'll have to I think we'll pass on that one because I don't know where he's gone. So we'll head back to you guys in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Sam. And now it is time for the Motul Caterham 7310R Championship, and this is our starting grid. On pole position, Jack Sales ahead of Lars Alexander Hoffman, with Taylor O'Flanagan in third place from David Yates. Fifth position goes to Hugo Bush from Harry Cook. Graham McDonald on row 4 ahead of Harry Landay. Car number 5 is Ben Lopez Appleton in 9th position ahead of Alan Cooper. Car number 71 lines up 10th on the grid. In 11th position, starting this race, is Chris Fraser from Philip Bianchi in 12th place. 13th, Wesley Payne from Darrell Cresswell. Ryan Lovett on row 8 ahead of Alan Curtis. Row 9 is Jeff Price from Tim Steele, car number 53. Row 10, Steve Metcalf from Michael Curley in the car number 99. On the 11th row of the grid, we welcome the drivers, and Harry Eyre is the number 55, just ahead of Pete Wales in number 52. Row 12, James Hall from Paul Heendon, and row 13, Robert Buller from John Cox. Row 14 is Ron Mounsey, and Kevin Cooper is car number 77 in the final position on the starting grid for this Motul Caterham 7310R Championship. And I believe we have got some interviews as well from these drivers.
Are we going to...
So I've managed to find Anne and James Hall, mother and son, both taking part in Caterham Championships this year. Anne, you're in the academy. You had your first race yesterday. How did that go?
It was a good experience, definitely. Unfortunately, mostly behind the safety car, but I enjoyed it. It was great. I've had a couple of good days testing here as well. So as it was my very first race, I wasn't able to do Cadwell. It was great just to get out there, and look forward to next time.
And James, you're in the 310R Championship, so you've had your mum's support all of this time.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the tables have turned slightly. I'm there in the holding area beforehand, prepping her, and holding the umbrella this time around. So no, it's great to see her go out, and she did a really good drive yesterday. So very proud, and I think more things to come from her. Definitely.
Have you been giving her lots of tips and pointers?
I've been trying my best. I think she's taken on board some of them, but others she's probably ignored rightly to do so as well. But I think she's improving every time we go out, and I'm trying my best just to calm the nerves like any first-time racing driver would have.
Yeah. So, Anne, what made you decide? Were you just watching James's journey and thinking, I want to be involved in that?
I guess so. It's something I've always liked cars. I've always thought it would be great fun to have a go, but never done it. I was happy to let James do that, but then there are some persuasive Caterham salesmen, don't we, at Motors in particular, who talked me into it, and so I thought, why not? You only live once, as it were. That's a cliche, but I'm not getting any younger, so why not give it a go? And I'm very pleased I have so far.
Well, I think it's very good, and you've got a fantastic livery on your car. Very, he stands out, so we can make sure.
Nowhere to hide with that. But I sort of picked up a bit of the design from James's, which is the black and white, but I thought we needed some colour injected here as well. So I think they had fun at the wrapping company doing that. But it's not unnoticeable, that's for sure. I guess.
No, that's right. Well, we can see James's race later on today, the 310R Championship. So, and Anne, we'll see you next time out at the next round. But wish you both, we'll wish you the best for later on. And thank you for talking to us. Thank you.
Superb stuff. Thank you very much. And the cars are just lining up on the grid now, and we are getting ready to go racing for the Motul Caterham 7310R Championship, with Sales on pole position from Hoffman, O'Flanagan, Yates and Bush rounding out our top 5. As always, the eyes are on the prize. We're looking at the timing tower, we're looking at the lights at the top corner of our screen, and the final car, Chris, is coming into position, so take it away for the start of this one.
Yeah, the second of their 3 20-minute races for the Motul Caterham 7310R Championship. Jack Sales on pole in the white and green Tian accountancy car on the left. Lars Hoffman in the Motul sponsored cars. Who's going to get the best line away from the lights this time, as the lights go out and away we blast then. Jack Sales looks like he's got a little bit of a slow start there with the third place at Antonio Flanagan, looking like he's going to overtake him going into turn 1, and it is Hoffman ahead of then Jack Sales, who's just got to overlap over Taylor O'Flanagan in that third place. It's David Yates who's going to make the most of that round the outside then in the blue machine. He was in second place until near the end of the race yesterday, so he'll be looking to see whether he can take a trophy. So Taylor Flanagan, after putting a little bit of pressure on Jack Sales after a bit of a weak start, and now looks like he's dropped into that fourth place, and he's going to have Bush right on his tail. Bush as well was involved right from the pole position, dropped away, didn't he, with a bit of a mistake out of the chicane early on, but as this field flow down into Tower for the first time, we got side by side for the Jack Sales looking like he's going to go round the outside of Tower, makes it stick just like we saw in the 310R in the 420 cars just the previous race. David Yates although looking like he's going to try and make that move around the outside. Lots of moves early on in this race.
Yeah, Jack Sales around the outside of Hoffman for the race lead, so a great overtaking manoeuvre indeed, and pretty much everybody's through. There's a little bit of contact we saw earlier in the lap further down the field, not quite sure exactly who that was, but everybody seems still to be on the straight and narrow, as O'Flanagan now in the yellow machine under a little bit of a attacking stance, it seems to be. There we go, that is the damage that's been recovered by the marshal. Thank you very much indeed for getting that off the racing track so we can stay under green flag conditions.
A little bit of a lock up there for Taylor O'Flanagan. He's lost another place there, hasn't he, to Cook as they go into there. Hoffman and Hugo Bush looking like he's going to dive up the inside just a little bit there side by side. Is he going to be able to carry the momentum? It looks like Taylor O'Flanagan is going to have to work really hard to stay in this train of cars. As soon as he got manoeuvred out, that was it. He's been dropping back down the order and he's still under pressure from Hugo Bush. But Jack Sales is, as you say, sailing off into the distance. David Yates seeing what he can do about that, but Hoffman from that pole position has dropped back again, from second position has dropped back now into third, and he's going to be trying to defend himself from Cook, who again, there were 3 or 4 drivers yesterday who were right in the battle until quite late on, but Jack Sales has got a fast car.
Yeah, big drama all the way through the field, but here is the big fight at this moment in time for third position. Hoffman in the 70, defending from Cook in the 9. Cook looks to the inside, will he get the deal done on the brace? Yes he does, thank you very much. Great overtaking manoeuvre there from Cook, but Hoffman fancies his chances again on the switchback, doesn't quite have enough of a run, but firmly glued to the rear of that number 9 machine is Hoffman, looking for an opportunity as we go through the S's now. There's O'Flanagan out wide as well. O'Flanagan too wide through the chicane, manages to keep the position, manages to keep the car on the straight and narrow, plenty of drama up and down the field.
Bush had got temporarily ahead of O'Flanagan, but like you say, I think O'Flanagan has got back in front. No, is that Bush ahead? So anyway, so it's Flanagan and Bush having a nose to tail. It is the Bush car in front as Jack Sales disappears off, but David Yates now having to deal with Cook and Hoffman, so they have had a swap as well. So Yates, Cook and then Hoffman, followed by Hugo Bush, Taylor O'Flanagan, and then it's Alan Cooper, who started from the rear of the field in race 1. He is now, in fact, he wasn't running in his usual car, he had to take a spare, so Alan Cooper now up into that 6th place, I think.
Yep, blinking you miss it. There's overtaking all around the track. That is Hoffman now in third position, just side by side on the exit of the chicane, but Hoffman drops back down behind Yates, Cook, ahead. So everywhere you look, there's drivers jockeying for position. This is not a strategic race this time, Chris. This is a case of attack from the very off and see where you are 10 minutes down the road.
They've learned how difficult it is to overtake. They know they've got to take the opportunities, and I think the wind that we've got here today is helping the 310Rs a little bit with extra toe, so they've got a bit more speed down the end of this straight than the person going in front. But it's David Yates having to heavily defend at the moment. He's going to tuck to the right side of the screen, which will be the inside, so he forces Cook to go to the outside of the next turn for a Tower bend and see whether he's going to make that. He has got the momentum all the way around. Like I say, the toe is more powerful today. It's allowing them to grab that momentum, and around the outside goes Cook into second place.
And now Hoffman is the next man on the list to try and find a way past Yates. Yates in the white and blue machine at the head of this little train with Hoffman behind. Cook, as you say, made his way through nicely before he even got to the braking zone, so Cook takes second position away from Yates. Hoffman fancies taking away third position, given an opportunity but not quite enough chance just at this moment in time for the motor liveried car. O'Flanagan there in the yellow machine, number 11, becoming frustrated, I would imagine, in the early stage of this race, because he's been up and down and overtaken by many drivers, so time to reset, recalibrate and go again.
He made really good progress in yesterday's race, so yes, it's a bit disappointing, I'm sure, for him to find himself dropping back down there, but it's Alan Cooper behind him. He's also the one with the missing wheel arch, so that's the blue wheel arch that was recovered with Alan Cooper's rear left there. His dad is Kevin Cooper, and he's in this race as well. He's starting in a spare car towards the rear, but Jack Sales at the moment disappearing off into the distance as Cook seeing whether he can do anything about that. 31.16, 31.63, so all the drivers racing quick here today, and let's see whether we're getting anywhere near to the lap record.
And it seems like Sales has sailed off into the distance at this moment in time. 2.6 seconds at the front of the field is the advantage, which in Caterham 310R racing is night and day. compared to the rest of the field, so that's an outstanding start for Sales in the 35. He's going to want to try and consolidate that as much as possible, while his little battle pack consisted of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars squabbles their way through the order. There's Hoffman again, closes the door very aggressively on Bush, but luckily they avoid making contact. Flanagan now behind in the yellow car, fancies his chances as he looks for an opportunity. Is there a Caterham size hole coming to the chicane? No, there is not, so they remain nose to tail, but this one's got all the hallmarks of becoming quite a passing, overtaking fest over the next few laps.
This back section of the track is also where the toe is incredibly strong. There's just no way you can use it. You have to maintain nose to tail, and you'd be surprised how some of these drivers will be on quarter throttle just sitting in that queue waiting for their next opportunity. There's no speed, and that was looks like Landy just overtaking a little bit further back there. But great to see all the deep into the field. There's still battles happening all here, but Cook's broken away a little bit from Yates, who's a bit of the cork in the bottle at the moment from Hoffman there, and Bush behind, who's ahead of that O'Flanagan battle, so he is making good forward progress, but he's a bit stalled behind Hoffman. He tried to go for that attack, and immediately that put him on the defensive with Taylor O'Flanagan.
Yeah, it seems like Yates is very firmly in a defensive stance at this moment in time, more concerned about what's happening behind and closing the gap down to Cook ahead, so that's going to compromise Yates' outright pace. That's going to give an opportunity for Hoffman, for Bush, for O'Flanagan, for Cooper, for McDonald, for Landis, for everybody else behind to try and get involved in this little battle. Yates in fact taking a very different line to some of the other cars around him to see if he can try and find some lap time, find some grip, find some pace. Will not find any on the grass though, Chris.
Yeah, that line didn't work, did it? So he was on a slightly different part of the line again. It gets a bit dusty out there, and therefore you know, sometimes when you've made a slight mistake and missed the apex, it only gets worse from there. He managed to hold it all together though, and a little bit bumpy on the exit would have been uncomfortable, but he maintains that position. Hoffman though is on the defensive, and Hugo Bush looking like he's also having to look deep into his mirrors, into the eyes of Taylor O'Flanagan when he's trying to stare him out there. Alan Cooper's not making that progress through that group yet, but he's still got plenty of time, and just behind him we've also got McDonald and Landy and Bianchi that aren't too far behind, and behind them Lopez, Appleton, Fraser, Payne and Curtis.
And it does seem like O'Flanagan now has managed to put a lid on the excitement from the early few stages of the laps. Things have settled down a little bit in the brighter canary yellow car, so O'Flanagan now can concentrate on reassessing exactly what he needs to do to start moving forward in this race, which is good to see because it's a little bit concerning, the dropping through the running order in the early stage of the race. But O'Flanagan now very much back in the hunt again, a hunt that is currently headed by Cook in second position, as Sales now 3.2 seconds to the good at the front of the field.
Yeah, what a nice gap and a comfort zone there for Sales, and whilst they're all still squabbling, that could get worse. Jack Sales just put in a 30.5, so he is going about half a second faster than this chase group out in clean air.
Yeah, really good performance from Jack Sales, but you know yourself, Chris, in your experience driving, it's almost more difficult when you're on your own, isn't it? Because it's only your race to lose then, not to win.
It's all the pressure's on you in a weird way, yes, because as soon as everything's easy, all you've got to do is drive. You have to look in your mirrors, and it can be tricky to maintain that concentration, but 20-minute race, and Jack Sales been around this business for a long time, so he will have plenty of concentration left in the bank, no doubt. But Cook has managed to keep that gap back to Yates at this stage, and Hoffman, it's kind of been hold stations for a little bit of this period as we approach the middle phase of this 20-minute race. So yeah, they're kind of all settling in to see what's going to happen in this race, but we saw some early action that's sort of settled in a little bit now.
Yeah, O'Flanagan seems to be the one that's the most flighty of this little lead group of drivers at the moment. O'Flanagan moving around in the rear of the number 22 of Bush ahead, so O'Flanagan can't quite find a gap that's big enough to fit a Caterham in at this moment in time. But we know Caterham, you don't necessarily need to find a gap that's big enough for your car, you just need to get a wheel there, and then you can make the issue become your own. It's last of the late breakers, or who's the bravest into the corner. But look here now, I see Hoffman under pressure as well. Our screen just gone blank momentarily, there we go, it's back again, but Hoffman was under pressure from Bush behind. Has he made it clearly through? There we go, Hoffman covering the racing line, and Yates is still the cork in the bottle, so to speak, but Hoffman there was under some significant pressure.
He was from Bush, but then unfortunately that means that Bush is now being moved back behind Taylor O'Flanagan, so there is a reversal of position there. O'Flanagan back up to 5th, and it looks like Cooper's going to try and go down the inside of O'Flanagan in that rear pack to see whether he's going to be able to make a move up. At the moment, I think O'Flanagan had the momentum around the outside there, for he was able to make to defend, but Cooper looking, as soon as we said he was going calmly, just not making forward progress, as soon as he had the first opportunity, he nearly made 2 places.
And that's exactly what it's like in these kind of races. You've got to bide your time, you've got to make the move stick, and you've got to make the move when it's sensible to do so, and very quickly you can move up and move down. Somebody was running slow at the side of the circuit, I saw in the back of the picture there, I'm not quite sure who that was, but let's concentrate on this fight right now with Hoffman in 4th position. O'Flanagan, as we say, very much the man on the move, looks like he's the driver that's keenest to make inroads to the cars ahead of him, looks to the outside, tries to get a bit of clean air through the chicane. Half of that is to make sure that the car remains unmolested, half of that is to cover the wing mirrors of the driver ahead, but O'Flanagan can't find a way past Yates, can't find a way past Hoffman can't find a way past Yates, and Yates cannot keep to the pace of Cook ahead.
Absolutely, and McDonald's in the 8th position, just to the rear. You can see him coming through in the first of the green cars there, seeing whether he can catch up with that group and inject himself. I'm sure Hugo Bush won't want him there, but Yates is now under the defensive from Hoffman, who's got down the inside. As he know, we've got sideways car for Cooper, locked the rear of his car, and that just spun him round. It didn't look like he'd made any contact with other drivers, but I think he delayed Hugo Bush. But there is Alan Cooper locking the rear of his car. He will recover back into the straight, but he just couldn't hold that car around the left-handed part of the complex.
Very, very fortunate for Cooper there that he wasn't collected by anybody else or collected anybody himself during that pirouette, but thankfully, as you say, I think he's back on the racetrack again now, so lives to fight another day, and that could have been absolute disaster, Chris, but we got away with that one, and the fight continues still amongst this little group headed by Cook in 2nd position, now 4.3 seconds away from Sales at the front.
That's dropped Bush into McDonald's clutches as well, so he's going to have to do some more work to get forward. He's seen both races, he's had to work back up to the front of this field and not quite succeeded, not having the luck today. Cook has made his own luck though and broken away from Yates, who's still got the attentions of Hoffman but hasn't managed to shake them, and Taylor O'Flanagan, after that Cooper scare into the chicane, does just about manage to hold on to those positions and is ready to start moving forward again.
Yeah, very, very fortunate that we've still got this little group of cars, and I'm glad we have as well, because the next 8 minutes and 26 seconds should be edge of your seat stuff. Currently Sales leads 7 laps in, 4.2 seconds to the good from Cook, with Yates in 3rd, Hoffman, O'Flanagan, Bush, McDonald, Cooper, Bianchi and Landy are our top 10 runners. Fraser and Lopez are 11th and 12th position, but this is where the action is. This is the fight for the podium positions, Chris, and these drivers are all giving absolutely everything they've got, but you can't discount. Oh, hang on a minute, I'm going to interrupt myself, because there is Hoffman once again on the inside line. Hoffman, does he get the deal done? Just about, but will he lose it again running down to the hairpin? Yates to the inside lane. This will be the last of the late breakers. Does Yates, has he got the deal done? They continue side by side now. It's a drag race down the back straight. O'Flanagan behind, trying to get a double slipstream from the 2 cars ahead. O'Flanagan, this is an opportunity for him to position his car sensibly as we drag down into the first corner. Hoffman to the inside, Yates to the outside. Yates has the overlap, Yates has the position, and O'Flanagan decides, I think I'll have a piece of this one as well. Round the outside he goes, but will he run a little bit too deep? Yes, I think he will. Hoffman should get that back, and this is 3 corners in, Chris, and we're still going.
We're still, exactly, this, when we say manoeuvres happen more than 1 corner at a time. There you go, O'Flanagan's off onto the grass, a little bit of contact there I think between Hoffman and himself. He's going to lose a bit of momentum. Hugo Bush is going to be the recipient of that, and McDonald is going to see whether he can make any hay while they all go slowing each other down. But absolutely, David Yates looked like he was going to lose 2 places there, and somehow the wise head of David Yates has kept himself out and actually made his life a lot more comfortable. There is McDonald in the green car, firmly in this lead battle now.
Yeah, so Hugo Bush popped his head above the parapet just briefly to sneak through that little battle pack, and that is a great opportunistic even overtaking manoeuvre, and that allows a little bit of a gap further in front as everybody sorts themselves back out again and the cars really refine their momentum and position. But O'Flanagan looked like he was the man on a march forward, but that's not quite worked out as well as he would have hoped, and now he's a little bit further down, a little bit further away from that fight for second than he would have hoped.
But Hugo Bush, we said he needed a bit of luck to get back up through the field, and I think that was it. He benefited from the squabbling going on there. As you see McDonald right on the tail of Taylor O'Flanagan. It's not too far back until Alan Cooper, so he had that sideways moment, but he quickly managed to get his car back in alignment, and he is just behind McDonald trying to chase back on. Hugo Bush now therefore leading this little pack that we've got here. We're in 4th place with Hoffman behind him, O'Flanagan in that 6th place, and McDonald 7th, and Cooper just a little bit back now, so several seconds back into that battle, but it's still Jack Sales out in front. Don't forget he's still there.
Yeah, Sales having an absolutely dominant performance, I think it's fair to say. 4.6 seconds to the good from Cook now. Cook needs to turn it up a couple of gas marks if he wants to close that gap down, but 4.6 seconds is a monumental advantage to have with only 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go, but 2.3 seconds is the advantage over Yates, so that's nice and comfortable for Cook at this juncture of the race.
Yeah, it's still not comfortable as far as we've still got 5 minutes left and anything can happen, but each time this pack battles. It sort of pings another driver off the front of it. So each time they battle, someone makes that hay and goes forward. I can see a DW Motorsport driver just pulling into the pit, so someone not having a great day finishing in the pit lane today. But Alan Cooper also looking to see whether he can fight back through. But yeah, Hugo Bush leading this pack for 4th place. David Yates and Cook sort of safe in the podium. Well, I say safe, it's not safe, is it? David Yates certainly won't be feeling like that safe yet, and Cook just disappearing off up the front though.
Yeah, great racing continues here at the Croft circuit for the Caterham Motor Caterham 7310R Championship, currently headed by Sales at the front of the field. 9 laps completed, 5 seconds is near enough the advantage from Cook, Yates, Bush, Hoffman, O'Flanagan and McDonald. The fight that we are looking at this moment in time, and there we go. This is an opportunity now. Car number 70, that is Hoffman, goes to the inside, gets the run through the corner. We've been here before, Chris. This is not the first time that this little tango has been played out on the screen. Hoffman to the outside on this occasion. Has he got the overlap? Does he have enough run? Can he get the deal done before we get to the braking zone? Yes, he can, but he leaves the door open, not quite inviting enough, and Hoffman makes the move, gets the position completed. Yates is still in 3rd position. Bush down now. Bush mistake actually. Still down now in 5th place. Good move by Hoffman.
Yep, just getting past a back marker as well there, so good of that driver to keep well out of the way. It looked like they might become involved. O'Flanagan though, after that little squabble up front, looking like he might be able to do something. He's going down the inside of Tower, 3 wide, just about. Hoffman though puts it back inside of Hugo Bush, makes the position up as they go through. Hugo Bush in fact having to sort of sit in there after he lost that position. O'Flanagan, McDonald still doing the watching brief, but remember they've squabbled means that David Yates has pinged off. He's the 3rd person in that podium. He's now had that squabble enable him to push forward.
Yeah, so this is where the real drama is now. Hoffman's been in the middle of pretty much everything that's exciting so far over the course of this race, and now he leads this little battle pack. It's his turn to be the defender. It's his turn to see if he's got what it takes to keep Hugo Bush behind. And O'Flanagan in the yellow car also very, very interested in the rear of the 22. McDonald as well in the green machine, keeping a watching brief, see what's happening in front, as O'Flanagan now tries to find a little bit of space, tries to find a little bit of breathing space behind the back of Bush, just to give him the run, give him the momentum. He looks to the inside of the hairpin. Bush has it covered. This is going to compromise Bush, but he's not too defensive, so that's good driving from Hugo Bush to cover, yet still concentrate on the corner exit. And now O'Flanagan has an opportunity to run down the start-finish straight to get the draft and try and line himself up for a move into T1.
He couldn't have been closer as they came down the start-finish straight, so let's see how that develops as they go into turn 1. He is going down the inside, but Bush has the momentum around the outside, carries it really well, and you can see the car was absolutely on the edge of the adhesion, just clipped the curb a little bit, but he was still managed to hold on. But Hoffman, that does enable him to pull away a little bit. Hoffman took 3 wins at Alton Park last time out. He was 2nd place in our race yesterday, so he hasn't been off the podium yet, and he's in 4th place. So this would be an unusual feeling for him in this season so far.
Yep, absolutely. Although he's driving very, very hard indeed. It's not for the want of trying to get himself into that position for Hoffman, but at the moment in time, there's still work to do. The little fight is allowing Yates just to clear off the road a little bit. As we see now, O'Flanagan looking again to the rear of Bush behind. McDonald now seems to be close as well, so McDonald trying to bang into this one. And just behind McDonald we've got Cooper showing his nose as well, so you don't really know whether you're looking forwards or backwards or sideways. There's cars everywhere.
Cooper has just set a new lap record as well with a 1:30.37, beating Jack Sales' mark from yesterday. Jack Sales was getting close to putting it back further, but in his fight back, Cooper, to get to this group, which he's managed to do with 2 minutes left of this race, he has managed to set the lap record as well. Also, fastest lap of the race means you get an extra point, which is always handy in your championship charge. When everything else is so close, those fastest lap points can be absolutely vital. But Jack Sales continues on his majestic way with 1 minute 40 seconds. We should see, we're coming on to the penultimate lap. That should be the how this plays out. I can't see the last lap board, so that's what I'm expecting. Terry O'Flanagan now right on the tail again of Hugo Bush, but David Yates is being reeled back in slowly, and he'll be cautiously looking at his mirror and hoping that this race ends soon.
Yeah, this is a chance for O'Flanagan now. If he's sensible, he'll stay behind the back of Bush, just get a good run through this next section of corners, hopefully get through the chicane in a moment nice and cleanly, and that'll give him the back straight of sorts to get a bit of a slipstream and see if that can migrate that into some kind of overtaking manoeuvre. But O'Flanagan not quite close enough. Bush wise to that one, covers the inside line, doesn't go too defensive, just make sure that everything is nice safe. In fact, Bush almost went for the attack himself. O'Flanagan now side by side has to drop back behind once again. Hoffman the man under pressure, so an attack has suddenly turned into an attack for 2 places further up the road, as Hoffman is the man that's causing a bit of a cork in the bottle for the cars behind.
Yeah, I think we're still going to have another lap to go, but Cooper's managed to dispatch with McDonald fairly quickly, so the speedy Cooper, just setting his lap record, also dispatches with a position from McDonald. But Yates is now, all that comfort zone has gone. Hoffman has reeled him back in. He's managed to drag the other two with him, and that's going to be the battle coming into the final stage of this race. But there is Jack Sales. We'll keep an eye out just in case they do put the flag out early, but Jack Sales in the TN Accountancy race car, and he showed an absolute clinical race yesterday, and continuing on today with a 5-second odd gap, so there's no checkered flag. Yeah, they're getting shown the last lap board, so this is definitely them coming now onto the last lap. Sales 4.5 seconds to the good. Yates having to defend though from Hoffman. There's Cook in between this, so he's safe in that second place just for now. And here is our leader as he majestically makes his progress onwards.
And thank you very much, Jack Sales, for being so fast. That gives us one more racing lap of this intense drama for the fight a little bit further down the running order. Cook in second position from Yates and Hoffman, all separated. Look at the timing tower, separated by mere tenths of a second. This could go any which way on this final lap of the race.
Remember the two main overtaking opportunities are turn 1 and this one that they're coming down to now, a tower bend. And they're all kind of jinking and jiving, trying to throw away the toe. Hugo Bush is looking down the inside of Hoffman, and Taylor O'Flanagan's getting tasty around the outside of Hugo, but at the moment, that in one of their best overtaking opportunities in this final lap, it is still remaining the status quo. Hugo Bush still side by side with O'Flanagan, but he's got the momentum as they head into the Jim Clark S's.
Yeah, O'Flanagan really trying hard now to work a number over on Hugo Bush in front of him. Hoffman gets a little bit of a breathing space to have one final attack at Yates. Here is Hoffman now. There is Yates at the front of the field, car number 15. Hoffman not quite close enough to do anything about it. At this stage, he's now got Bush for company behind, and O'Flanagan just a few millimetres further adrift in the yellow car. This could go any which way on this final lap.
And Alan Cooper approaching as well, but here is Jack Sales taking that final corner, the tightest corner in motorsport, under 30 miles an hour as he goes on to the lead group. But where is that group as well? So as we see Jack Sales coming down to take that position, great result for him, a majestic thing. And it is David Yates who's going to hold on over Hoffman, Hugo Bush, Taylor O'Flanagan, and Alan Cooper did make it all the way back up to this group. What a speedy recovery, but unfortunately he's not going to make any more positions.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from all the drivers. Sales at the front of the field, absolutely dominant. 4.6 seconds was the advantage from Cook at the checkered flag, but that was a real fight for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh, headed by Cook, who crosses the line in second place. Hoffman tried everything he had to maintain that podium finishing streak, but wasn't quite enough to dispose of Yates for the final step of the podium. But nevertheless, a driver that he can be very proud of, and a drive that I'm sure has given a great deal of pleasure to these drivers, just as it has for us in the commentary box, and I'm sure yourselves at home as well.
Yeah, great race from the 310R today. Good sign that we've got the rest of the Caterham action later on. 270s also put a good race on yesterday, so I'm expecting more of the same. But big field of cars still kind of just getting over themselves over the finish line. But the absolute win to Sales, and kind of didn't really feature on our stream, and that's often the sign when you're pulled away so far. And Cook himself as well just pulled into that nice gap, comfort zone. Really pleased for David Yates that after yesterday losing out on the very last minute, that he managed to take that podium today.
Yep, absolutely great driving throughout the field, and credit where credit's due to all the drivers in the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship for putting on a smashing event for us all to watch, and a thoroughly enjoyable race, headed of course by Sales, dominant at the front of the field. So fantastic performance for him, something he'll take great pride from, and it's not very often you watch a Caterham race and see a car win by 4+ seconds, so that one's a little note for the diary, I think, for Sales. Great result.
Yeah, after Alton Park he was down in a third place in the championship, but he's going to be doing himself a whole lot of good.
Yep, so here is our provisional finishing order. Jack Sales is your man after 14 laps. It takes race victory, 2.47 seconds to the good from Harry Cook. David Yates sits on the bottom step of the podium with a fantastic fight amongst Lars Alexander Hoffman, who finishes 4th, Hugo Bush in 5th, and Taylor O'Flanagan in 6th position. Alan Cooper, Graham McDowell couldn't quite get involved thoroughly in that fight at the end. Wesley Payne in 9th place, from Ben Lopez Appleton rounding out the top 10. Alan Curtis, Darrell Cresswell, Jeff Price and Steve Metcalf are in 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th respectively, 30 seconds, covering our top 14 finishers, and the fastest lap for Cooper, and a new lap record at that with a 1:30.37 lap time as he looked to move his way up for his eventual 7th place finishing order. So an absolutely incredible ding-dong, very entertaining battle indeed, and they are our top 14 finishes in this Motorsport Caterham 7 310R Championship race.
Yeah, I think we're going to have some happy drivers when they get down into assembly, because they've had an absolute blast today. They've actually had some overtaking in the deep in the field, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what David Yates says. But what a fantastic 310R race. Don't forget there's plenty more Caterham action. We're going to have the 270s next, so we're looking forward to more of the same as they go out there. Then we've got Z Cars Production GTI. But we have got the drivers just about to get out of the car in Parc Fermé, so let's go and hear from them. And down to you, Sam.
And another great race for these guys, some very happy faces. Jack Sales, another win for him. What a fantastic race he had. A little bit on your own, actually, weren't you, Jack? Lovely lead. 4.5 seconds it was at the end.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, no, really good. Saved my new tyres for today, and I set the car up to be quick in the first half of the race, trying to break the toe. Thankfully achieved it.
I was going to say, it worked.
Yeah, it worked, yeah, absolutely. It was a bit risky. I got a pretty rubbish start, actually. I thought, ha, messed it up already. But yeah, no, got the lead down at Tower on that one, and yeah, and then I saw Lars and David were side by side. I think Lars was second, David was third, and I thought, right, I'm going to go across and give David a tow to get him alongside Lars, so they were side by side through the Jim Clark S's, and then just start, building the lead from there. And then, yeah, the second half, saw my lap times were sort of going off as expected, and then just sort of managing it really, trying not to go off.
Well, your plan worked.
It did. Happy days.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Another win for you, which is fabulous. So I'm going to move round to Harry now. Hello, guys. Harry, congratulations. Another podium. Second place is great. How was the race for you?
Yeah, it was good. Starting sixth. We changed a few setup things, which obviously have worked because I came sixth yesterday. Yeah, and it was getting through the pack, and then Jack was just a bit too far ahead with his new tyres. So hopefully next race I can stay with him. Yeah, good race.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Right, we'll move over to David. David, congratulations. How was the race for you?
Hectic, very hectic. I mean, more the two guys in the front, they just disappeared. They just had the speed today. But yeah, it left it for myself, Lars, and Hugo to just argue at every turn. And it was, I was glad the race was over when the fella came out.
20 minutes was long enough, wasn't it?
Definitely, yes. Yeah, more than happy with 20 minutes rather than the old 30. So yes, all good.
Well, I'll let you grab a drink, and you got the podium in a minute. So
thank you.
That's it. Right, we'll head back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Sam. And next up, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championships. In a few moments' time, those cars will be going out onto the track, and I believe we've got a couple more interviews and drivers to talk to, so let's head back down and have a word with some of the stars of this next race.
So I'm down in assembly area with Gareth Lucas, just about to head out for his race shortly. Gareth, how's your weekend been so far?
Brilliant so far, actually. Yeah, can't fault it. Good qualifying for me, so very happy with that yesterday. Great race as well, so really competitive, very quick as always, and the other guys on track are just super quick. So yeah, managed to pick up a place and start sixth today. So yeah, very good.
Excellent. And how's the heat out there with the tyres? How are you finding it?
Okay for the first 10 minutes or so, I'd say, and then yeah, if they start to kind of fall away towards the end, I think it's hotter again today, so definitely need to manage them a little bit. So it's kind of a strategic game, really. So push early or do you push late? So that's the key. So we'll see.
And do you like 20-minute races as opposed to 30? Do you find it more, you can manage it a bit better, or?
Definitely so. Yeah, I think it's because it's so fast and so you're so close to other drivers. It's mentally challenging. So I think splitting it down into 20-minute sessions is good, and it gives more opportunity as well for more overtaking without having to manage the race so much. So definitely a good move.
Well, wish you all the best for the race, and maybe I'll find you a brolly dolly to hold your umbrella for you. Thank you. See you in a bit. So I'm with James Cook, just getting ready for your race shortly. But you had a great race yesterday, didn't you? The weekend's going well so far.
Yeah, we had a very long battle yesterday, but nice to get my first podium of the year. It's a track that I really enjoy. It's a very technical track, so I seem to go well at those sorts of circuits. So yeah, really good so far.
Have you tested much at Croft up until this weekend?
Surprisingly, no. I only did the Friday test session here, and I haven't been here since my academy year, so I feel quite lucky to be where I am, but I've picked the circuit up quite quickly so far.
Excellent. Well, and hopefully a good battle for you today, and keep in front, and that would be be good to watch for us.
Yeah, hopefully if I can stay on the podium, even get another 1 or 2 positions, that's the aim of the game.
Well, wish you all the best. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Down on pit road once again. So this is the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, and Charlie Lower is our man on pole position from Freddie Chiddick's car number 66. Third on the grid will be James Cook, and in fourth position David Ruck. Row 3, car number 49, Stephen Lancaster, is ahead of Gareth Lucas, car number 10. Row 4, Mark Jones in the number 2 machine is just ahead of Alex Vincent in car number 17. Ninth position is Matt Larby, car 73, ahead of Alan Venters in car number 74 on the 5th row of the grid in 9th and 10th positions. Lining up 11th on the grid will be Peter Mott, number 96, ahead of Mark Kendall, car number 35. Row 7, Theo Theato in number 72 is alongside Joe Prede in car number 84. Row 8, Giles Perry and Chris Erifamidis in number 27. Row 9 is Ruta Patke in number 29, ahead of Luis Deason in number 22. Alan Bateman is car 23 and Andy Palmer is car 63. They're row 10 in 19th and 20th position. Of course, all cars are the Caterham 270R. And then we go racing in a few moments' time, because Chris, I do believe the cars are lining up on the grid to start their formation lap.
Yeah, they're just getting towards the grid for their sort of before their green flag lap. So they kind of do an abbreviated lap out of assembly, and they get all lined up. The marshals show them exactly where they're supposed to line their cars up when they come around again after their green flag lap. We saw a bit of confusion in the academy races yesterday, them trying to refine it. So definitely a skill that drivers pick up. How do you work out where you are? But it was Charlie Lower who came home first yesterday, ahead of Freddie Chiddick's. Absolutely consistent up the front two there. James Cook looking like he was having a race-long battle with Rook as to which order they were going to come home in, but it was James Cook that took that third place, and we heard from him just before the race and how pleased he was to take that. And Rook right back up there after a slightly disappointing Alton Park for him, so good to see him up there. And Stephen Lancaster again pushing his car nice and forward and into the 5th place. Gareth Lucas in his white and turquoise machinery, a very striking car up there into that 6th place as well, who briefly spoke to him. Mark Jones, Alex Vincent, Matt Larby. Matt Larby would be disappointed after being fully ensconced in the lead battle at Alton Park for the majority of the 3 races. He would be disappointed to find himself midfield. I know he wasn't where he wanted to end this weekend, but they are onwards and looking like they're kind of getting ready for this green flag. But this is the 3rd step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So from their academy, which would have been a couple of years back, they've gone through the Roadsport and now they're into the 270R Championship. Some of the drivers, Rutush Patke, which you can see in the pink car just on your screen briefly there, and also Matt Larby, they've come from the academy last year, so they skipped out road sports entirely. They wanted to have a bit of team support, and they've come into this paddock to do so. Both of them had a brilliant run at Alton Park, but there's a bit more of a culture shock here at Croft, as I can see they're just about to get waved off on their formation lap. A chance for them to check what the track conditions are like out there, what's the tarmac like, what's the temperatures like, make sure their car's all good, make sure all the condition of the tarmac is as you left it when you last raced. We haven't had any oil spills just yet, so it looks like they'll be finding all nice conditions out there.
Sounds like famous last words to that, me, Chris. Let's hope that's not the case. But as you say, great championship this one. It's very easy as a commentator to do this, because you don't really need to remember what happened last time. You can just say it was a great race, and it always is, because these have been incredible. My first time here in the world of Caterhams, of course, and every single one of these races has been sensational.
Yeah, they've all got storylines, and they've got story arcs that we carry through the seasons, as well as they all progress from the academy up through the championship battles. And Chiddick's and Lower have been sort of battling nose to tail forever. They've lost Jeff Newman, who used to race with them as well, but they're along the way, we drivers come and go out of the series, and it's great to have those stories to sort of bring you as we head on through these seasons. But to a T, that Caterham racing is never dull. If you ever get a chance to come and watch us live on the banks, we very much recommend that you do. Obviously, we cover everything here on BARC TV as well, and across the Caterham channels, to make sure we bring you all the action. But really good motorsport, and it's great that we can bring that to you.
Yep, absolutely agree. It's been the sensational grids, full of cars, great drivers, great family atmosphere, and these cars and teams are so well represented, from drivers that have team support in the higher championships to even drivers that bring their own car. everything is so well prepared, the cars are so clean, they're so lovely liveried, and the drivers really know how to go out there and get their elbows out and have some really good but fair racing.
In the Academy and the Roadsport, it is all up to you to support yourself alongside Caterham, who are there to give you the trackside support you need if anything breaks or needs to be replaced. So the drivers in our Academy Championships and our Roadsports very much used to looking after their own cars, and many choose to continue to do so all the way into the 270s and 310R Championships, and even have self-runners in the top flight Caterham 7 Championship UK. It's not very many race series that can boast that, and we're very proud of that as well. And here come the great sight of this 270R grid. 20 cars here with us today for the 270Rs, headed by Charlie Lower in the quad lock, the black car, followed by the boss sponsored Freddie Chiddicks. And we've got the Welsh flag festooned James Cook, David Rook in his red machine just behind him. So they were the consistent top 4 last race out, so are they going to continue that on through? We've got some stories behind as well with Matt Larby and also Theo Theato not having a great result, falling all the way down to 13th, so he's going to be looking to see whether he can come back, as well as Giles Perry further back there. Anyway, they can see the last few rows are just about coming to a stationary halt. As soon as they do so, they will get the green flag, they will get the 5-second board, and then we'll be up and running with the second of the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. I can see the green flag is being waved at the back. You can see the breeze coming across the track. Who's going to get the best start here? Is Freddie Chiddicks going to be able to overtake Charlie Lower early on? We're about to find out as the race gets underway now, and it's a good start from both our front row at the moment. It looks like David Rook, also in that red machine, gets a good start. Maybe Cook had a worst start of everyone. He's falling back through the field, but it looks like the outside of the road might be the Chiddicks overtaking Lower. Let's watch out for who that is as the sun glints off all these. Definitely Rook in third, and it might be even Gareth Lucas up into fourth. So there's a car in the gravel. There's one of the darker cars. That is the number 96, and there's that Mott.
Yeah, that's Peter Mott that goes for a little bit of a day at the beach, but manages to get the car back on the racetrack again, which is good news. So he's still very much in this race, although we're all the way down to the back of the field. At the front of the field, though, we have got the 66 machine at the front, so just about as you were from the grid. And again, elbows are coming out, but not quite straight away. Let's get through the first couple of laps. Let's make sure that we secure our position and then think about what we're going to do to move forward from there.
Yep, Charlie Lower did originally take that lead, but on the straight it was Chiddicks who came out towards the end of Tower. So it's Chiddicks in front currently in the black machine with the little red lipstick on his nose cone. And they got Charlie Lower in that second place, and behind him that is Rook in the red car, followed by Gareth Lucas. So Gareth Lucas making a good position up over Lancaster, who continues on, and that's where we find Rook. So he's lost 4th place down to about 6th place in the order.
Yeah, that was, funnily enough, I saw a little bit of drama there. There's some bodywork flying off stage left on our screen. I'm not quite sure who it was that came together, but we'll come back to that one in a little moment, as we've seen Chiddicks still our race leader. They say from second on the grid into first at the start. Lower, who I thought had a terrible start off the line, but has done well to hold on to second position, is now looking to try and find a way past for the run down into the first corner. He's got the outside line. That's not really where you need to be at this side. Chiddicks has it covered, but Lower uses the overspeed to good advantage and gets the deal done. Even slows the car down on time. Great pass.
Yeah, you can see the wind and the breeze that we've got today is definitely affecting these cars down the straights, giving them more of a tow, giving them more of that opportunity to overtake and make moves happen, whereas yesterday they're all a little bit stationary. And even now in these early races, again, we've spoken about how you learn race to race, and they've learnt where they need to do it. We've got the nose cone of David Rook, so that's where the bodywork that you saw, so maybe he just clipped the person behind. As long as he stays in the tow, it doesn't cause too much problem. As long as that bonnet's, the catches are firmly done up, it doesn't necessarily cause them any problems. It just looks a bit funny as the radiator is fully exposed as the nose cone's disappeared.
Yeah, a little bit of drama there, and again back at the race lead. Lower still on the defensive. Chiddicks trying to find a way around the outside. We'll have a look in a moment when we switch camera positions to see if that has been successful. No, it hasn't. Chiddicks in the red nose car remains in second position. Lower still as our race leader, and there is the red car with the missing front end, as you say, still very much in contention. Car number 45 holding on to third position for now.
But Lucas is the early winner there, 2 places up on the last lap through, ahead of Lancaster like we said. Cook was the biggest loser there, got a bad start off the line and lost 3 places, manages to hold on. Kendall's another driver that we saw drifting backwards late on, as you saw, he had that spin, didn't he? But now he is 4 places up into 8th place from where he is. You can see him in the green machine behind the light yellow, as we saw Lancaster going side by side. We'll see whether they come out. But yes, just to watch behind, Kendall is definitely a driver to watch coming forward, and he's got a green machine.
Yeah, great racing all the way through the pack as a squabble of cars comes down into the first corner. Now it's breaking on to the third lap of this race, and there you can see Rook just looking to the inside despite missing bits of bodywork. He's doing okay so far in third position on the racetrack, and Lucas and Cook in fourth and fifth position just behind. So a few of the cars further back, Chris, now starting to spread out a little bit from this lead battle pack.
Yeah, they're trying to sort themselves back into an order after a bit of sort of shenanigans to start with. So Cook did make it back past Lancaster, but you can see there in that green machine, Lancaster's now under attack from Kendall behind, but it is Chiddix who leads into Tower Bend this time through, with Charlie Lower and then Rook with the no nose cone red car going through. Lucas behind him, but you can see whether Kendall has now moved ahead of Lancaster the next time they go over a timing beam, but you can see Cook in his Welsh car leading them through the Jim Clark S's.
So very, very difficult at this stage of the race at the front of the field to make any kind of breakaway from the chasing pack. Lower and Chiddick, as they were in the first race, very much as one at the front of the field. Currently it is Chiddick who has the advantage over Lower, but how long that will last for, and if you even want to be at the front of the field at this stage, as Rook goes a little bit grass tracking in the background, drops a wheel onto the dirt to the outside of the racetrack, but manages to keep the car pretty much pointed in the straight direction and still doesn't lose too much time. But do you want to be leading at this stage, Chris, or are you interested in maybe dropping down a couple just to see what happens?
I was just thinking to myself, actually, no, I'd very much want to be, ahead of the car in front. As we've seen all weekend, as Lowe pulls alongside just as I say that, but all race weekend long, we've seen how difficult it is to overtake. So you absolutely want to maintain those positions here, because it's always going to be tricky for the person to get past you. And Chiddick does look like he's even going to be able to defend down the inside there. Lowe's not going to be able to make that stick. So, yep, I would absolutely be in lead at all times, and especially as we've seen a couple of safety cars yesterday, and that can easily happen again. And you want to be in the maximum position. There are tracks certainly where you do want to be able to be a bit more flexible and certainly be a bit more easygoing, but here is not one of those places.
Yep, absolutely. And we saw them coming through Clervaux, then a very hard hit at the curb by Chiddick, but he's not really caused any kind of major drama. I think Lower, just off our shot, there we go, has retaken that race lead. So this is going to be one that goes backwards and forth for quite a little while yet, as Rook holds on with that damaged car, that damaged 45 in third position. Doesn't seem to be holding him up any at this stage.
But Cook is coming back into the action there as well, so he's recovered from that poor start, and he's pulling places back at each lap, and the next on his list is Rook, but it is still Lower in front of Chiddix at this point, and the noseless Rook coming through as well. So yeah, Cook is definitely fully back in that battle. You can see him there with the Welsh flag, and Gareth Lucas holding on. Kendall's made his way all the way back up to the back of Gareth Lucas, so he's made his way through Lancaster and also Vincent as well. So Vincent coming through and putting his car in the right place. But yeah, keep an eye out for that Kendall guy. He's going to be, we saw him spinning with Theo Theato, didn't we, in race 1, so he's made his long distance back from near the back of the field all the way now up into 7th.
A little bit further down the running order, some drama has befallen car 29 for Pat Kay, down 3 positions into 18th place. So not quite sure what happened there, as we're seeing now. There's another charge at the front of the field, so Rook really does fancy his chances despite carrying that damage. Has he got away past not quite enough legs down the back straight, but at the moment at the front of the field is Lower, still our race leader from Chiddix.
Definitely easier today to overtake into Tower. We've seen that across all the championships, they've been able to make that move stick, so another stronger overtaking opportunity this weekend, and that's what we see. As soon as Caterham drivers get a sniff, they will shove that car down. Kendall definitely looks like his car's got attitude there behind Lucas, you can see there going through our screen now, and a little bit further back that's Vincent and Lancaster as well. But yeah, Chiddix into the lead again ahead of Lower, so each time through at the moment they are swapping, and if they are working together and trying to break Rook behind, then you will see that they will sort of gently overtake each other, but at the moment it doesn't look like they're happy to maintain those orders, so I think it's not necessarily working together, it's just how it's working out today.
Yeah, great stuff though, thoroughly entertaining for everybody at home to be watching this one, and us up in the commentary box as Lower now tries to find another way past Chiddix again. These two cars very much the class of the field so far in this race, and as Chris rightly says, if these two can work together a little bit, give themselves a little bit of an advantage over the chasing pack, that's going to make life all the easier as we wind the clock down to 0 and the end of this race. But I don't think that's happening. The top saying this, and Chris is shaking his head rightly. They go side by side again.
Yeah, Chiddix back in front again. Again, that's not a place you'll ever work together to go around. You're deliberately trying to disrupt, and they are working to the principle of I just want to be ahead at any possible opportunity. And as these two are behind now get the Cook and Rook show up and running, in fact it's the Rook and Cook show, isn't it, right now? A little bit of bodywork there in the middle of the track, which they all kind of go right. Normally the wind will blow that to one side or the other, but it is a bit of a hassle, because if it gets stuck under your tyre, then that's as good as having ice under one of your tyres, so it is a bit of an issue, but hopefully that will get pinged to the side. It normally does as the course of the race goes on. But it is now Chiddix in front of Lower, so as they cross the line, is not as they go through Hawthorns here, this long right-hander as they then thread back through the chicane. Really important to make sure you thread it properly, because there's a big tyre stack to take away one of your wheels if you get that wrong, but they've all threaded it so far. Chiddix is in the lead, but that's meant to a couple of times that it doesn't mean you're going to lead into Tower, but he does manage to hold on this time as Rook and Cook continue their battle.
Fantastic stuff, and Chiddix there goes very hard onto the grass on the outside of the circuit. He's not lost too much time, but that kind of momentum loss is not going to be doing any good to the health of tyres, nor the momentum, the forward progression of Chiddix car number 66, and that gives Lower an opportunity now. Shows his nose to the inside. Is there enough space? Not quite enough space on this occasion. Lower slips back in behind, and you see Rook in the background and Cook as well, both keeping a watching brief on the drama in front as these two continue at it, hammer and tongs at the front of the field. The two, the 45 and the 15, Rook and Cook behind, are happy to keep a brief, are happy to watch what's happening. Kendall desperately trying to buy himself into this fight as well, with the green car just a bit further detached from these 2-4 leaders. But for the first time, Chris, in probably 7 corners, there's not been an overtaking manoeuvre, which is remarkable.
We can start playing that Jaws music though, because Kendall is on his way and he's got a head of steam in that car as well. Fastest car out on track with a 33.425, so again in that nice clean air with a bit of a toe, he's dragging himself back to this front 4, and he's going to be looking to see how many steps forward he can make. They're only halfway through this race, so he's still got plenty of opportunities to make that up.
Yeah, we really have at the moment in time. Lower runs very deep, very wide into the corner. That's going to make him struggle through the chicane. It's going to be hard to get the car back on the optimal line. He does get that done, but that gives Chiddix an opportunity now, firmly in the slipstream. As you can see, looks to the outside line. This is going to be a prime overtaking manoeuvre for the red car. I think he'll get it done before we get into Tower Bending. Yes, there it does. Thank you very much. Chiddix now is our new race leader, and Lower pays the price for a mistake 4 corners prior.
Yep, so back to the overtaking down there. It does seem like the extra sort of 4 or 5 miles an hour they're picking up in that toe, they're able this today to slingshot past either on the outside or the inside, and that makes it really difficult for a driver to know where you should defend, because if a driver can go around you either side, it doesn't really make any difference where you defend. They're still going to do it. Another nose cone loose there from someone around about the Larby Theatre kind of area of the track, so let's keep an eye out for that. It was annoyingly, it was clinging on there, which can actually obstruct your view then, but it's not an uncommon sight to see a nose cone doing that.
No, not at all, as Cook and Rook now start to turn up the heat in 3rd and 4th position. There is Larby. Is that Lower around the outside once again? Yes, it is. Chiddix down in 2nd position. Rook holding on with that damaged Caterham car number 45 in 3rd place. Cook starting to get a bit interested in the rear as well, but not quite enough room coming out of the hairpin. And now Chiddix, for a new experience, is under pressure on the cars behind, and there goes Rook very early out of the slipstream. Very early secures the inside line. We go past that bit of debris on the start-finish straight, and I think there should be a deal done for Rook as we go down the braking zone into Clervaux. Yes, it is. Chiddix down to 3rd place.
Another case of missing 2nd to 3rd gear. It's a really tricky gear change, especially out of that chicane out the hairpin where you're going so slow. But 2nd to 3rd is tricky in a Caterham, and Chiddix missed it that time, which is why then Rook was able to absolutely make a benefit of that, and he is now in that 2nd place. But it doesn't look like Chiddix is going to be happy to stay in 3rd place for very long, as he's diving out down the inside of Tower, and I imagine he's going to get that done. He's certainly fully alongside, and yeah, nowhere for him to go. And in fact, Rook had to defend then from Cook to make sure he didn't lose any more places.
Yeah, Chiddix has been enjoying himself far too much with this fight with Lower at the front of the field. He doesn't want to get detached from that one, because this is exactly why we go motor racing, ladies and gents. The fights like this, fair, clean and excited at the front of the field, and Chiddix wants to buy into that one again as he now starts to look immediately to the inside of Lower. Lower has that one covered though, so at the moment it's as you were, 21-45, 21-66-45 is 1, 2 and 3.
Yep, serenely powering on, but Kendall, we said we'll play that Jaws music. Well, he has attached himself to the rear of this group. He has got 7 3/4 minutes. If we see Rook, and looks like Kendall has sort of injected himself immediately alongside Cook there as he approaches it. There you go, he's going to try and dive down the inside. It's 3 wide into the hairpin. That's not going to work, and it was Kendall down the inside. He could make up a couple of places. He does. He overtakes a bit of contact there with Cook getting it up and airborne over the outside. Run out of room, and it looks like we've also had a radiator damage there for Cook. So unfortunate end to that sort of battle there as Kendall came through. It disrupted, but it also looks like it might have been the end of Cook's race.
Yeah, really disappointing there. Cook immediately down pit lane as well, so bails out of that one instantaneously, knowing his day is done. Quite a hard contact on the exit of the hairpin it was there, but Kendall thread the needle and somehow has managed to come out of that one still very much in the pound seats in third position.
Yeah, I think Rook, because his radiator was fully exposed, and a little tap then can mean it just bursts that radiator. As soon as that happens, that's the end of race. You need to immediately pull in. But Cook was airborne. He's still showing in 6th place. I wonder whether he might well have some damage, but I would suspect he's going to be okay to continue. But he's in 6th place now rather than 2nd. And Kendall just injected his car down the inside. He didn't seem to do anything too rash. It was just that 3 cars into one didn't work on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, nothing too dramatic there. It's just a case of in the right place, so to speak, in the wrong time, and everybody sort of fell over each other as they were progressing. Let's have a look, see if the 15, when the timing screens update of Cook, is still in this race. I've not spotted him at this moment. I'm not particularly looking for him at the moment either, because we're concentrating on the fight for race victory, currently led by Lower from Chiddick in 2nd position at the front of the field.
Yep, Cook is in that battle still, so Lancaster, then it's Larby, then Cook. You can see in the Welsh flags, Theo Theato now diving up the inside, trying to using that lack of progress that Cook's made, so diving down the inside. He's got the outside line as they head now down into turn 1, and that might be another position loss for Cook, but it is still Lower Chiddick out front. Now it's Kendall in that 3rd place, coming through the field all the way up to 3rd place. What a result for him right now, with Lucas in 4th place, and Vincent, then Lancaster, Larby, Cook. Theo Theato didn't quite get by him as they headed over the line.
Yeah, that one had tears written all over it, so it's good that both drivers managed to get through the hairpin undamaged, as we saw Theato locked up there on the inside, but great stuff, and they all managed to survive and make their way through. So as you say, a little bit of drama that's allowed Lower and Chiddick now to have a couple of seconds advantage at the front of the field, so their little battle can now focus on each other. The big question is, 5 minutes to go, is that pull the pin time? To be fair, I don't think they've ever not pulled the pin. I think it's been going from green flag.
Absolutely, they have been rotating places all the way through. 5 minutes, we would normally say that's the time at which you want to start thinking about how do you progress forward, or have your plan in action and start executing. But I think around here at Croft, that's you've just got to do it from the start and work your way all the way through. This chase pack though, headed by Lucas, then you've got Vincent in the middle of there, then it's that Lancaster guy who's consistently been there. Larby making his way up through the field this time into 7th place, so good result for him so far, with Theo Theato just following on.
Yeah, good result actually for Larby. He's been a little bit absent from the cameras, but he started all the way down in 9th, so up in a 7th position is a good result so far, as Lower still is the race leader, but Chiddick's now very much on the attack. This is the usual tactic, go wide into the hairpins, come tied out to get on the gas a little bit earlier, but Chiddick's not quite as good a run as he would have liked, I think, on acceleration there. There is the slipstream of fate, but I don't think it's quite close enough on this occasion to really hassle Lower on the run down into the first corner, and there we go, not really any overlap, but Lower's hard on the curve there, Chris, as well on the inside, really aggressive.
Yeah, and if you clip that, it does unsettle the car. We've seen Chiddick's consistently slower out of the hairpin, and we've seen a couple of missed gear changes. I wonder whether his 2nd to 3rd is even more awkward today than it normally is, and that's what's costing him that time. He's really having to be positive about putting that gear in rather than trying to go for the quickest gear change he can. By the time he gets around this side of the track, that's fine, but it does mean that if he's ever in a position where he could try and draft him past onto the start-finish straight, if that 2nd, 3rd gear change is not there, then you just can't do it.
Yeah, it makes life that little bit more difficult, but it does seem to be very quick in sectors 2 and 3. So Chiddick has certainly not made it difficult to find way past Lower, and vice versa. So there's still more overtaking to be done, I think, with 3 minutes 22 seconds left on the clock. In fact, I think Chiddick was lining up a move as we came away from that shot, so we'll come back to that one in a minute to see if there's been a change for race lead at the front of the field, as this is a nice little fight going on, currently headed by Vincent in 5th position.
Yeah, he's overtaken Lucas in this lap, and it's still Lancaster there in the lime coloured car, ready to see whether he can make any more moves forward. Looks like Kendall's a bit stuck in between the battle behind and in front, and with only 3 minutes he'll be lucky to catch up with this group unless they have an issue. But yeah, the battle really is in that sort of chase pack, but this, other than this lead group, and again we see Lower just pulls away as they head out that chicane, with Chiddick having to make sure of that gear change, does lose out, and so Lower's going to know now, if he's ahead going into that final complex, he's got that sewn up, so he'll log that one away in the data banks and work out what he's got to do from now on.
Yeah, and Lower, you saw as well, weaving down the straight, trying to break the toe of Chiddick's behind, so he recognises this is the opportunity now. He doesn't want to be losing this position, having to take it back. This is a defensive drive to the checkered flag. Lower knows he's got 2 minutes 16 seconds left to survive. A little bit of weaving there as well, but he needs to be careful because Chiddick is very close in pursuit now, so you really need to keep a positive line and not change position mid manoeuvre. But Chiddix is so quick in that second part of the racetrack, and there we go again, nips the car to the inside, carries it all the way down the back straight, but not quite enough for a run. As they power through the chicane, Chiddix will mirror exactly what Lower does and hope an opportunity as he goes very early to the inside will present itself into the complex. And this has got last lap all over it, hasn't it? Either tears or cheers.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're probably right there. We are down to 1 minute 40, so this will be their penultimate lap they're on now, coming onto their last lap. And Chiddix, yeah, trying a few unusual places, trying to overtake. He's got the speed in all the wrong places. So around Jim Clark and around Croft, you can't really do anything with it. He did try and have a look to whether he could do anything, but actually it just cost him a little bit more. But at the moment, Lower is in control of this, just like we saw yesterday. He was able to control it and then sort of just break Chiddix's spirit almost as we came to the end. But Chiddix, this is his weakest part of the track with that second to third gear change, but he's up and running. Has he got the legs to do this? 1 minute to go. This will be their last lap that they're coming onto now.
And I just say, I think you're absolutely right that there's some kind of potential gearbox drama befalling Chiddix, so he's got to look at an unusual place to make the manoeuvre, which is always a little bit of a risk. Lancaster, by the way, up to 5th, down one position is Lucas, so there's a change place heading into the final lap there. And Chris, where are you going to go for it? How are you going to do it? What are you going to do if you're in that red car to get past Lower ahead?
I'm just hoping that the tow is enough this time. If I'm Lower, I'm happy to be there and see that. You can see Chiddix is closing in, but again, he's going to have the speed in all the wrong places. He could try a last-minute dive. We've not seen any sort of overtakes into the hairpin previously, but at the moment, we've seen it more today than anything. There's a lot of action there. So Gareth Lucas has lost his wing along the way, and he's now defending from Matt Larby, who's making places up in this late minute where with Lancaster and Thea Theato are also side by side. There is there's Kendall in that sort of middle ground as this chase pack then come through. But it is still this lead and second place, so Lower is still in the lead. We've got one more opportunity, I think, up into the complex, but if that doesn't happen then I think it's done.
Yep, if you're Chiddix, now is the time to lick the stamp and send it for this race victory. He's showing his nose to the inside as we're heading into the complex. Will that become the outside? No, he's still behind Lower. I'm looking at my rear window. I can see Chiddix now mirroring Lower. It's got to be done in the hairpin. This is the only opportunity, but it's very, very do or die in that final corner, and not quite close enough, I don't think. No, there we go. So powering out through the hairpin, it is Lower, the race leader, and will now be the race victor as he takes the checkered flag from Chiddix in what was a sensational race.
Yeah, what a fantastic thing. Kendall coming across the line in that third place. He did so well to come through the field. Vincent takes that fourth place in that mid-pack battle. For Lucas Larby in sixth place, so making up another couple of places. Thea Theato, Lancaster was the loser out at the end there. Cook holding on to ninth place there, so he will try to correct his car and get back in. Ventus Papke making quite a good result back into 11th place there. Pride, Perry and Ephraimidis in that 14th.
So I think as a man that's not really been involved much in the world of Caterham racing, I'm a big fan of the 270Rs. That was another absolute stormer. It's been great all race long, right the way through the field, and a very deserving winner in Lower as well.
Yeah, I think today's conditions are helping the racing going on here, and 270, we call it the coming of age championship. Remember, they've been through the academy and Roadsport at this stage, so they are starting to become highly attuned racing drivers. They've got cars that are upgraded, 135 horsepower, they've got more power, a little bit more revs, they've no windscreen, they're not road legal anymore, they've got stiffer and wider suspension all round, so their cars are really race focused, and like I say, it can develop some brilliant racing, which they're amply demonstrated today.
Absolutely, so congratulations to all the drivers. Fantastic stuff from everybody up and down the field for some really good, but also, Chris, this is one thing that's not surprised me, it's completely the wrong way of putting it, but it's a noteworthy thing I've taken away from my first weekend here, is the respect that these drivers show for each other in their racecraft as well. There's no desperation, you see, and even all the way down the field, it's very respectful, fair but hard and competitive racing.
Yeah, they're small pocket rocket machines. We're used to having a big toe, so we're used to knowing how to overtake and race wheel to wheel with drivers. We race nose to tail constantly throughout the weekend and throughout all their racing career. You get to know the drivers, you get to trust them, and you understand over the course of time, that give and take makes the racing excellent, and actually is what people want to see and we want to be part of.
Yep, absolutely. So great stuff, and that has been the Mission Motorsports Caterham 7 270R Championship race, headed up, of course, in quite dramatic style by the fight between Lower and Chiddix. In a few moments' time, we'll take a look at the final finishing positions. In fact, right on cue, here we go. Charlie Lower is our race winner. 13 laps in the books, 0.6 of a second to the good from Freddie Chiddix. Mark Kendall is the man that rounds out the podium positions, a further 0.3 of a second adrift. And Alex Vinson takes a very impressive 4th position. At the checker, just ahead of Gareth Lucas. Matt Larby is in 6th position from Theathiato, 7th place from 9th on the grid. Good result for him, just ahead of Stephen Lancaster. James Cook finishes in 9th place, 5.4 seconds away from Alan Venters in 10th place. Raji Pakte in 11th place, good result for him as well, 10 seconds away from the overall. Joe Priddy in 12th position, 13th Charles Perry, and in 14th place Chris Efremidis.
Yeah, I think we've got our drivers arriving now down in Parc Fermé, so we can go and see how they thought about that race and if they're as enthusiastic as we are about it. Let's go over to Sam to hear what they've got to say.
Another great battle for these guys, and let's move over to Charlie. Charlie, what a race. Congratulations on another win.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was a great race, great battle with Freddie. Yet again, stuck it to me the whole time. There was not a lot I could do, but it was a fantastic clean race.
And you had David Rook up there as well, didn't you, for a moment?
Yeah, to have my teammate David up there was amazing. You know, it just made me smile when I got in the mirrors, and yeah, it was a shame. I think he had some problem with his radiator or had some collision or something, but he should be up here as well because he drove amazingly.
Brilliant. All right, well, lovely. Thank you. Congratulations. Let's move round to Freddie. Freddie, fantastic racing again. It's great for us to watch.
Yeah, I mean, another full battle race. Tried to get Charlie a couple of times, but he made no mistakes again. And yeah, another brilliant race. Flat out. Tired now, but looking forward to going again this afternoon.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Thank you. Right, and let's move over to Mark Kendall. Let him have a very much needed drink of water first. Mark Kendall, congratulations on the podium.
Thank you.
How was the race for you?
Pretty intense. From a circuit I didn't think we could overtake much. To come from 12th to 3rd, I'm pretty impressed with that and happy with that. But it was hard work.
That's quite an achievement.
Yeah, and made some moves that were quite intense. A couple of people let me through, so that was kind of them. Yeah, so yeah, happy to be up here. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Thank you. There you go. We've heard from our top 3, so I'll hand back to Chris and Paul in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Sam. And next up on a packed schedule of racing here at the Cross Circuit is the Z Cars and Production TK Couplings GTI Championship. And here you go, we can have a look at this starting grid. Simon Verco, after a dominant performance yesterday, is our man on pole position from Simon Hill in car number 51. 3rd place starting this race will be James Colburn. Alongside him, Ryan Sayer. All of these drivers, of course, in the Volkswagen Golf GTI. Adam Hans is on row 3 just ahead of John Beale. Row 4 is Spencer Beale ahead of James Harlinson, and then row 5, 9th position, car number 88 is Darren Abbott, and in 10th place Christopher Jackson in the Audi TT, who is a guest driver this weekend, the only driver competing in the Audi TT. Richard Marsh finishes off the grid alongside Daniel Jones in the VWs, and then we go into the BMW Z4 category. Double champion Ed Giddins is the man that starts at the front of the field ahead of Matthew Dance. Steve Wood will be 3rd on the grid, and Paul Mercer rounds out the contingent of BMW Z4s. They are a race within a race, so they will start at the back of the grid. They will have a 10-second delay, and then they will go in their pursuit of the production GTI cars. And we saw yesterday how dramatic that could be. But before we do look at that one, we've got a few interviews and a few drivers to talk to, so let's head back down onto pit lane.
Right, everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. Now we've got the Z Cars and the Production GTI Championship coming up. We had absolutely thrilling yesterday, didn't we? Ed Giddins taking the Z Cars, and of course Simon Verco running away with it in the Production GTI. We've just come down here. Let's grab a quick word with James Howlison, shall we, James?
Hello, yes.
How are you? And how was yesterday? Did you have a good time out there?
Yeah, I did. It was good fun. I qualified 6th, which I was pleasantly surprised with, and had some good battles in the race. I finished 8th, but I had good battles, which is what I'm here for. So thoroughly enjoyed it.
The racing's always close, isn't it? Certainly around here at Croft. Where's the big challenges around the circuit?
Yeah, well, the exciting bit are the Jim Clark S's, which are flat in 5th, and the car feels really nervous through there. So that's really nice. The challenges for me are the slower stuff, the hairpin and the second right-hander, because it's just they're slower than they look, and it's just a struggle to slow these fairly heavy cars down for them. But yeah, but it's a great track. I love it here. So
it's a lot of fun, and of course the sun out as well. Have you made any changes to the car from yesterday? Done any work on pressures or anything?
No. Luke over here from Jabba Sport looks after my car, and he knows how to set it up, and so I'll leave that up to him.
Fantastic. Luke is the man.
Luke is the man, definitely.
James, best of luck. Thank you so much. There he is. Come on, Luke, you're the man, apparently. You are the man. Have you done any changes? Any work on pressures? Or
not a huge amount, just a bit to cope with the temperatures, but most of it was done before the meeting from data we got from other races. So.
Right. Fantastic. Don't give any secrets away. He's probably been tinkering with it all night. Let's keep on going down a little bit further, shall we? Got the Z cars over here. It would be great if we could just grab a quick word down here whilst we are making our way through as well. Let's jump in with the boys, shall we, and have a quick chat. Gentlemen, how are we doing? Are we nice and hot again for this one, isn't it? What did you learn from yesterday that you're going to bring into today?
More confidence.
Yes.
And a little bit more finesse.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Right, best of luck. Enjoy it, won't you? Thanks for talking to us, Guy. Right, it's almost time to get underway for this one, the Z Cars and the Production GTI Championship. It is going to be an absolute corker. The sun is coming down. Is there anywhere else you'd rather be? Absolutely not. Gentlemen, in the comms box, take it away. Enjoy.
Ian, thank you very much indeed. The sun is shining, but you've still got a body warmer on, which must be incredibly warm indeed. As the grid is starting to come around the racetrack now, there are the BMW Z4s that you can see on your screen. A very impressive little car actually, Chris, and one that can go rather quickly indeed.
Yeah, they put on a good show yesterday, didn't they? And as did the GTIs, as they were all approaching as well. Great to see them going out. But there are the BMWs there. Like I say, I think we've got 4 of them in the field, and they were a little bit separated towards the end. It was definitely a 2x2 for those guys. But it was Verco and Hill in the GTIs that had absolutely Colbon and Sayer getting involved. Had a real ding dong yesterday.
Just quickly though, this is something I never ever thought I'd hear myself say. But is one of those BMWs a soft top?
I didn't even notice if that was the case. I wonder whether that's allowed in the championship regulations, but yeah, let's keep an eye out for that. You can see that we've got a split grid.
It is indeed. It's car number 7 that's just wandering past our country box now is a soft top, which is most unusual.
There you go. But we've got say the split grid again, so the BMWs at the rear of the field and the lead GTIs there at the front.
Yeah, great stuff. So we had a good race earlier on in the weekend for these cars. As you say, the Volkswagen Golf will set off first, and there'll be a 10-second delay. Then the BMWs will hare after them in their own race as well. And traffic is something that can very much influence the outcome of this race. As we saw last time around, very difficult for these BMWs. They are faster. There is a big speed differential, but it's not quite big enough to make it a fait accompli to find your way past in the traffic.
No, it was tricky for them yesterday, wasn't it, to get through, and it was sort of enhanced the battle a little bit to see if who was going to make the most of it. But yeah, they managed to do it. So it was Giddings, wasn't it? He made his way all the way up to 7th place from the rear of the field.
Yep, absolutely. Verco last time around in the VW class as well, in the GTI production class, was incredibly competitive in the blue machine at the front of the field. So let us see if that is a repeat performance this time around, or if the drivers behind have managed to find a way to find a little bit more pace, and if the likes of Simon Hill can get on top of the dominant performance of Verco last time.
Yeah, and so it's Verco in that blue machine, and then we've got Hill in the sort of bright red, then we've got Colbon in the red and black. So there's the 3 sort of lead cars from the last time out, but it was Sayer who was absolutely coming at them towards the end of the race, and he's got that kind of slightly, I think it's a black machinery there, so it's actually pink and black, that machine in 3rd place for Colbon.
Yeah, some beautiful looking cars, and once again, just like everything that we've seen so far this weekend, this field is really well put together, very professional looking cars and drivers and teams and outfits, and they produced a good race last time, so I'm looking forward to this one.
Oh, absolutely, it's absolutely a colourful field out there, isn't it? These mini tin tops, and they put on some great action yesterday, and yeah, I love all the new wraps that you can do nowadays. It's a real expression of the driver and the team, what you're able to put out there, and for sponsors opportunities, and they obviously on our live broadcast they get to parade their wares and show what they're capable of, and the racing action that we get is fantastic.
Well, let us hope that we have some fantastic racing action once again here. So this is the Z Cars and Production TK Couplings GTI Championship. This is the 2nd race for this category over the course of this weekend, the first time that we have seen them in action here today, Sunday, at the Croft circuit in the north of Yorkshire. Last time around was a very entertaining race indeed, clean but aggressive, and I think we're going to get more again this time around.
We've seen an amp up in the racing that we've seen today already. I wonder whether we're going to see it also in this race. Again, we said yesterday they were kind of learning some of this, and I don't know how familiar some of the drivers will be with the Croft circuit, but we've learned that this weekend in particular there's some places you can overtake, there's places you can't, and today we've seen more imaginative ways of overtaking. Let's see how imaginative these GTI and Z car drivers can be.
Yep, absolutely. So I can just see the cars now are starting to wind their way through the complex into the final hairpin, and they'll be taking their position up on the grid. And there is the bright blue machine of Verco, who's our pole sitter in the production GTI category. As I say, the VWs, the production GTI cars, will start at the front of the field. There'll be a small gap. The Audi will also, the Audi TT, the sole Audi TT, will be in that grid as well, and then the BMWs will be a little bit further adrift in a race of their own 10 seconds further down the road.
Yep, Christopher Jackson in a class of his own, but enjoying his time out here at the Croft circuit, and why wouldn't you on such a spectacular day? Wind slightly up again, and a little bit more headwind down the start-finish straight now. It's swung around a little bit, so they will be facing a headwind as they go down into turn 1.
Yeah, but these little things, when you're racing a car that's so solid and large, like the VW Golf, the wind direction does make a big, surprisingly big difference. And we'll worry about that one though in a little while, because just looking out of my window I can see a green flag is about to be waved by the marshal at the end of the pit road, and we will be going racing in a few seconds time. So let's keep an eye off the lights. Here we go, it's green flag for the Z Cars and GTI Production Championship. Hill has a good start in the red machine to the outside of Verco. Verco to the inside of the run down in a Clervo for the first time. Verco early on the brakes, great start, great manoeuvre by Hill, laid on the brakes, keeps the car nice and stable through the corner, takes the race lead for his advantage. In third position, Colborne just about holding on from Sayer in the black car, and Hans in the white machine, as you were in first, second, third, fourth and fifth, but a change for the lead.
Yeah, Hill absolutely flying off that lead, and it's but yeah, Verco losing out, but Hill in the lead as they head down, but behind them Colborne and Sayer absolutely even. There's the start for the second, the Z cars.
Yep, so Giddings double champion, starting on pole position, winner last time out, gets a good start for the run down into Clervo and retains that race lead. Meanwhile, at the front of the field in the GTI pack, it is Hill under pressure now from Verco. Verco dominant last time out in the blue car. He's looking to try and recapture that race lead and take a double victory here from Croft, but he's got work to do. He's got a car to overtake, and Hill is not an easy man to find a way past.
No, it was absolutely nose to tail between those two, and while Verco did then pull away towards the middle of the race, and we saw the sort of balance of the cars sort of come back together, it is Colburn at the moment having to defend from Sayer, and Sayer was the one pushing forward towards the end of the last race, so he's looking to see whether he can consolidate.
Yep, Sayer had a good start, as you say, held position in terms of his qualifying grid, but he's got a good start. He's very firmly in this battle pack at the front of the field, 2 by 2 at the moment. Verco and Hill joined together as one, Colborne and Sayer joined together as one. Hans a little bit detached on his own as well, and then the two Beals, J and S, a little bit further air drift as well in 46 and 64 as we cross the line and break the timing beam for the first time here at the Cross circuit in this second race of the weekend for the Z Cars Production GTI. It is still Hill at the front of the field, Verco marking every single opportunity to follow in the wheel tracks.
Yeah, let's see the progress of the BMWs who are just coming across the line as well. We saw them briefly on our track, and it is Giddings still in front, I believe, of Dance in those two Z Production cars as they head around the hairpin and onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, so the production cars, as you say, coming on the start-finish straight already. They're starting to close the gap to to Jones, who's the last of the runners in the production GTI. Car number 119, the old black Golf of Jones, is currently in last position just behind the Jackson Audi TT, so they'll be very shortly, the first of the BMWs will be harassing the rear of that car with a view to getting past. But remember, Chris, of course, not blue flags, they're racing for position, so there's no actual need for the GTIs to give way. You've got to race for this.
No, at Club Motorsport level, the blue flags are advisory, so it's up to the drivers to manage that situation. However, it is normally in the best interest of the slower car to get out of the way of the faster car, and actually because they can get dragged along by it for one, and secondly, if you let them go at the right point, you lose far less time in your own battle. So there's definitely a skill to that, and drivers they'll be used to that with these sort of mixed class races. But Hill continues to head Verco, and they're pulling nicely away from Colborne and Sayer at this point, who are also having their own little in battle, and Hanson Beale behind them just sort of watching brief. They're not really battling each other as hard as these two, but there's the Giddings and Dance sort of battle going through Sunny Inn as well.
Well, once again, these two are separated by absolutely nothing. Of course, Giddins is a double winner of this championship, 2021 and 2022. He took away the trophy of the overall champion for the BMW Z Cars category. A championship, of course, open to any Z classification BMW. So we've got 1.9 Z3s, the 2.2 Z4s, and mostly what we're seeing here, the newer 3-litre Z4 cars as well. There's an E96 as well, I believe, eligible to race in this one, with balance of performance down to the Z4 level, but that's not sadly present here today as the fight at the front of the field continues. Hill and Verco breaking away slightly from the Colborne Sayer charge behind.
And Colborne's actually broken Sayer just a touch, hasn't he? So again, we saw as the race and temperature developed through the race yesterday, those battles kind of ebbed and flowed, and it looks like we might get more of the same. Again, we're coming up to that 10-minute mark in this, or 10 minutes to go mark in this race, but there goes the lead in the GTI. So yeah, definitely Colborne has broken Sayer for the time being, but let's see whether Sayer can pull back towards the tail end of this race.
And you're absolutely right, Chris, as well. I do believe these are cars that are relatively prone to track condition changes that make the balance of the car very, very different. So of course, if you've got your car set up, if the weather conditions suit your driving style, the way that your car behaves, the handling and the whole process, then you're in a lot stronger position than some of your rivals. But Verco's been a little bit quieter than we'd expected at the start of this race, but now it seems like it is attack time as we come through the complex. Verco won't go for the inside. Will he? Surely not. Hard on the brakes is Verco, runs alongside. They both get out cleanly on corner exit as they drag now down the start finish straight. There's a slightly better exit for Hill, so I think it's advantage Hill, but Verco marking his intention to make a move for the front of this race.
Yeah, that was a very determined move. Again, we didn't see many moves into the hairpin yesterday, but today they seem to have wised up and thinking that I've got to take the opportunities when they arrive them safe. That was a really last minute dive, but the hairpin is so tight here that it's really difficult to get alongside and then have the exit, and you saw that the wider exit the Hill was able to generate just gave him that momentum as they went down the straight.
I mean, I'm going to be perfectly honest, Chris, I kind of didn't think he'd have enough lock in one of these to be up the inside into the hairpin and still be able to make it through without running out onto the grass. So obviously Verco's done his homework and knows exactly what the limits of this car are, but that was a very brave manoeuvre, and it just goes to show Verco is not satisfied to settle for second position. He wants the win and wants to make it a double from this weekend at Croft.
Yeah, absolutely. He moved away into a kind of confident lead yesterday, so he'd be looking to do the same, but I'm sure he was using angles of steering that he hadn't yet used this weekend just to get that turned around, and then a bit of torque steer as he went down the start finish straight as they all both scrambled to get the tyres to grip out of the hairpin.
Yeah, these are cars that you can also manipulate, should I say, very much on the brake and the accelerator as well. So you use the wheel in your hands, but also the feet as well can help you get the car rotated into the corner, and Verco very much on the lock stops on that occasion to the hairpin, but he'll learn his lesson from that one. He'll recognise what's happened, he'll understand if that's viable to do it again as we come down to the hairpin, but this time Hill is wise to that one and covers the inside line, but this might be advantage Verco on corner exit.
Is that Sayer ahead of Colborne behind as well? Have they made the swap? Anyway, let's keep an eye out for that, but it is the red car of Hill and Colborne and Verco that are still leading this pack through, and it is Sayer ahead now of Colborne for that third and fourth place. So somewhere that looked like it was spreading out, that battle, but they've got it together, and Sayer has managed to make his way through. I wonder whether there was a mistake from Colborne somewhere.
Yeah, that just suggests, though, so you say the gap was reasonable between the two of them, but that's now been swapped around. Meanwhile, the BMW class, Jackson is the next car in the list. The Audi of Jackson is the next car in the list to be caught and passed by Gideon, and there we go, as we speak, that is done. So the BMW's starting to close up to the rear of the GTI pack.
Yep, already happening. They're 4 laps of this race complete. They're on to their 5th now, and it is still the head of Hill who took that lead from the start and hasn't relented yet, but Verco is trying every single angle possible to try and get through, and at the moment hasn't come to anything, but it was close out there. Hairpin. It is now Sayer pulling clear of Colborne. I wonder whether Colborne's having some issues there. We did see a couple of issues yesterday for drivers, and I wonder whether that's seeing it absolutely nose to tail as they head into the sunny complex. Hill taking a slightly narrow line there to sort of defend off any possible attempt, but that is giving Verco the run, and Will he have any opportunity on into this complex?
Yeah, Verco applying all the pressure now. Simon Hill soaking it up like a sponge, which is great to see. So Hill not really snatching any brakes, not looking particularly ragged in the car at this stage, but it does have an air of inevitability about it. Does Verco's performance at this moment in time. Now look again, trying to take the wide line into the hairpin to get the launch through the corner, get the car straightened up as early as possible. The earlier you straighten, the harder you can get on the gas. The harder you can get on the gas, the faster you can close the gap in front of you. And Verco now has a great run coming off the back straight. I don't think there's quite enough overlap for the run down into Clervaux to make the deal stick as further down the running order. Giddon and Dance still 1-2 in the BMW Z4 class. They come through the hairpin, so that's exactly how close we are at the front of the GTI pack to the front of the BMW pack behind.
These straights here at Croft just aren't quite long enough, are they? They absolutely got a firing line outside there. He was catching and closing all the way, but the toe and his right foot wasn't quite enough to get alongside by the time we get into the braking zone. So it is a great defensive effort by Hill. Another sort of sneaky half look, just to manoeuvre your car out to see whether you get any reaction from the car in front. But Hill is absorbing everything that Verco has come throw at him at the moment.
He is indeed, but Hill's just not got the pace at this stage. So while Hill and Verco are running nose to tail, that's really opening an opportunity up for Sayer to bring himself into contention. Just 1.2 seconds is Sayer behind this lead little battle. So if I'm Verco, if I'm behind the wheel of that number 11 blue car, I'm going to start getting a little bit panicky that Simon Hill is just not quick enough to withstand the charge from Sayer behind at this stage in the race. And this has got 5 minutes 32 seconds worth of drama written all over it.
We saw it yesterday from Sayer as well. He came good late in the race. I wonder whether his setup is designed for when his tyres are fully up to temperature and up going, and that's when you want your car to be fast at the end of a race, as long as you don't lose out too much. And he certainly didn't lose out too much. As again, are we going to see a last minute dive? He thought about it, but Hill again is wise to that manoeuvre. It is affecting Hill's line into that corner, but he still seems to have just the exit. In fact, he's gone off to the grass there, so he did understeer. That tighter entrance did push him onto the grass. That's going to affect his route all the way down here. Verco is going to result in moving up, and in fact we are going to see Sayer go into second place. So a bit of a disaster there for Hill after absorbing all that pressure so long.
Yeah, that's exactly what Simon Verco wanted to happen. If you can force your rival into making the mistake, it takes away the risk factor. It takes away the possibility of you having to go side by side, attract some damage, or maybe even end up in the barrier. And Simon Verco applied the pressure expertly to Simon Hill. But good news is, Hill is not very far detached from this one, so he's back on the racetrack again really quickly, and he's still very much in contention for this podium fight.
He found a good lot of grip on that grass, didn't he, on the exit there. It wasn't enough to defend from first and second, but nevertheless he didn't lose out too much, and he's still comfortably in that third place, ready to clean off his tyres and rejoin the battle, which is now headed by Verco, with Sayer the car on the move in that second place. Can he make it past Verco, or was Verco, now he's been released, be able to sort of show the pace he showed at the end of the last race?
So the $1 million question now, I think, is for Simon Hill, is has that lit the red mist? Is that now, as we go side by side through the chicane, actually, so there's a good bit of driving there from, I think it was Beale and Abbott, 64.88, but we'll have a look at that one again in a moment's time. As we're looking now, car number 46 is on our screen. That is J. Beale, currently in 5th position, but here is the fight now. Verco, Sayer, Hill, all as fast as you can say it, separated by the gaps. Sayer, as Chris said, was quick towards the end of the race, and maybe actually got a little bit more pace than Simon Verco in front, which will be a turn up for the books.
Verco just outbraked himself into the hairpin that time. He went right to the outside of the hairpin. It allowed him to take a nice run back on, which has carried momentum down here, but Sayer will be keen to see that continue. So obviously there's not too much more braking opportunity into that hairpin left. These drivers are maximising that this time out, and again, if as soon as you push it too far, you will go wide, and that will affect you more. But Giddings is still ahead of Dance in the battle of the Z cars.
Yes, the Z cars have had a more fortunate rub of the dice, shall we say, as Verco makes a mistake there. So Verco very slow off the corner. Not sure what happened there. That looks like a mechanical issue. That is not driver error. That is a problem for Verco, going very slow indeed. So Sayer now will be saying thank you indeed, as that is an inherited race lead for the 61. And all of a sudden, from being off on the grass and looking like a day at the park, Simon Hill is in a fighting chance of the race victory.
Yeah, Verco's still circulating, but very slowly. So Hill is now inherited back into that second place, and Sayer's taken the lead, having moved through from his grid position. So good. I'm sure he was, not pleased to see that happen, but he would have been like, oh, that was an easy path than I was expecting it to be. But there he is, Sayer in the lead of this race, ahead of Hill. Then Verco is going to likely come into the pits. It did look rather terminal, with just an immediate loss of power and nowhere to go. So they've got a really comfortable gap now, haven't they, over the top of Hans and Beale, who we saw having a battle behind.
So now it's very much a case of, does Ryan Sayer have what it takes to keep Simon Hill behind? There is the Audi TT that we spoke about a little bit earlier on. That's the one, the 888 machine, the guest machine run by Jackson in a class all of its own. So having a nice day out in his TT at a beautiful Croft circuit, and currently running around first in class. Obviously, the only car in class, but let's worry about this fight. This is where the actions are. Simon Hill is now in our race lead. So, no, tell a lie, that is not the Sayer and Hill fight at all. That's a little bit further down the running order. My apologies, as the BMW closes in to make its way through the field.
Yep, so still Sayer and Hill and Hans and Beale over the line. That almost rhymes, doesn't it? And then Howlerson and the other Beale is in at the sixth place. They've all made that place up after Verco's lost 9 places on his way back to the pits. There he is, heading into the pit lane. A really sad end to this event. He'll lick his wounds and be back for the next one, no doubt.
Yeah, real shame for Simon Verco. Was great in the last race, of course, won an Canter, I think it's fair to say, in the first race of the weekend, and was very much in the conversation to fight for race victory. But down pit road is a sad way to end your day, as Jackson gets passed by Mercer. Mercer now third in class for the Z4s, and Giddings up to Beale in 6th position in the overall field. 1.5 seconds to make up, Ron, pretty much near enough the final lap, as Sayer is our race leader. And Chris, as the damaged Verco drives past, there's a smell of mechanical burning.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't smell like a happy engine, does it? Or happy car in general. But there goes Sayer, and he has sprung a little bit of a gap over Hill at the moment, back to the Audi TT there, as he goes through on his merry way. But the lead group coming through the complex, and again, yes, the wafts of car and smells of car come up through the commentary box.
So Sayer now will be coming up to cross the line for the final lap. I think it's going to be, there's no checkered flag falling, so this is now the last lap of the race by a mere few seconds, and Hill doesn't seem to be quite close enough yet. He set a faster lap time, but it's only 0.2 of a second faster than Ryan Sayer ahead. So this one is all about who makes the least mistakes over the course of this lap, because it's going to be difficult to close up and find a way past at this stage of proceedings.
Yeah, it doesn't look likely, does it? So Sayer's definitely had the pace of the end of this race, and Verco looked under threat until he had an unfortunate mechanical. So Sayer definitely having the head of steam, and looks like he's got the business done, as long as he, as you say, keeps clean and tidy for the second half of this Croft, this 2-mile track around Croft.
Yep, so it is Ryan Sayer from Simon Hill at the front of the field, with Hans on the bottom step of the podium currently in the TK Couplings GTI classification of this field. In the BMW Z Cars Series, it is our reigning champion Gidding is currently the race leader from Dance. In first and second position, Mercer on the podium, and Wood, bit attached, down in 4th position. But let's focus now on Ryan Sayer. Car number 61 came good towards the end of the first race and was a little bit quiet at the start of this one, but courtesy of the drama between Sayer and Hill ahead in the mechanical, unfortunate for Sayer to come down pit lane. Hill to come start again for Verco to come down pit lane. Sayer is our race leader heading on to the final lap.
Yep, a good tidy race from Sayer, and I'd be pleased with that. It would have been good to see how Verco could have injected himself into this battle and maintained in this battle, and seen whether he could have held on. But it is going to be Sayer coming out the last corner in the lead, and he will maintain that over the line ahead of Hill. And they've got a nice comfortable 7.5 seconds back to the 3rd place position, which will due to be Hans, and then followed by Dance and Howlington.
And there's a big fight coming into the hairpin between the BMWs for race victory. We have Gidding on the inside, on the outside we have Dance. Who's going to cross the line? Somebody runs onto the grass as well. I do believe that was Hans. So Dance, so Gidding crosses the line right at the very death. A great little fight coming through the hairpin, but it is Gidding that takes the victory in the Z-Cars Championship from Dance in position number 2.
Yeah, they were running nose to tail out throughout the whole of that field, but neither Dance just couldn't seem to get by it anywhere, so Giddings had that all covered off nicely. A well-controlled race for those two, and as we still wait for the final few drivers coming through, including the other BMW class and Jackson in his Audi TT. So we're just waiting for them to come across the line here at Croft. But what a race, and good couple of fun races for the GTIs here at Croft over the course of the weekend. Enjoyed having them on the bill.
Yeah, absolutely. Fabulous stuff. They've acquitted themselves really, really nice. Very different kind of racing than we're used to in the world of Caterham, but variety is the spice of life, as they say, and I think the championship and the drivers and the cars have all very, very much covered themselves in glory this weekend. Thoroughly enjoyed that one, and congratulations to Sayer and Gideon, who win their respective classes to take the checkered flag.
Fastest lap was Dance in his BMW 136.318, and in the let's see who were the fastest in the Volkswagen, if I can work it out in quick start time, but it looks like a 37.587 was the fastest lap for Hill in that race, so on his way to second place.
So we enjoyed ourselves a great deal in that one, and the BMW's not quite as quick this time, is making their way through the field. I think 7th was Gideon at the checkered flag in race 1, but not quite as sharp this time around, so a little bit harder work making their way through that pack.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the final results then for this, and Ryan Sayer taking that win then ahead of Simon Hill. Adam Hartz in a 3rd place, well done on that podium. John Beale just behind him on the track. James Howison, Spencer Beale taking the top 6. Ed Giddings, he comes home first, and then the BMW Z4 ahead of Matthew Dance. Darren Abbott in still in the GTI category got overtaken right at the end there. Paul Mercer, Christopher Jackson in his TT on his solo effort, Steve Wood in the final of the BMWs out there, Daniel Jones, Simon Verco in the 9th place in their class.
And of course, fastest lap for the Z car, BMW, Steve Dance, 136.31. So again, showing that car is very, very quick, but it just wasn't quite. In fact, I said actually, Chris, that he made it up to 7th last time. It's exactly the same this time, so shows how much I know, doesn't it?
We didn't see them in the middle of that pack, did we? But I can see. Yeah, so we can see the drivers going down there. We're waiting to see whether they're going to jump out, and we can have a speak with them as the top 3 of each one go through. But yeah, resplendent sight, so it does look like we can go down to our pit lane. So, next up we're going to be having Roadsport, so stick around for Caterham actions. But we can go down, we can now go down to our pit lane, so let's go over to Ian and hear from our drivers.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the pit lane here. Oh my word, every time I'm down here, it's always been a dramatic race, hasn't it? Let's grab a quick word with Simon Hill. Simon, I'll let you, actually, I'll tell you what, let's have a quick chat before you take your helmet off, because it was full of drama out there, wasn't it? You ended up going a little bit wide, dropped you down a little bit, and then Simon Verco ended up retiring.
Yeah, I mean, I think during that race I was 1st, 2nd and 3rd at some point, so, yeah, just lucky start, just managed just to get nipped in, and really I knew Simon was going to keep me honest for the entire race. It was just about not making a mistake, and that's exactly what I went and did. So just ran wide onto the start, finished straight onto the grass, airborne. I went from 1st to 3rd. Then, you know, a portion of luck, got gifted 2nd when Simon obviously pulled to the side with one problem, and then Ryan was just steadily eking out after that, and you know, but as I said yesterday, 2nd place isn't a too bad a place to
I was going to say, it's still been a pretty solid weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's still shiny side up, it's not on its roof, and it's not on fire, so it's a good weekend for me.
Fantastic, thanks Simon. Let's grab a quick word of Ed Giddings. We will grab Ryan in a minute. Oh, he's right here actually. Sorry, Ryan. Sorry, mate, I thought you were still chatting to Andy over there. Right, that's a prime example of just being right place, right time, stay there. Right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, right place, right time, and just bring it home, basically. Yeah, it was great, yeah.
What does it mean to get the win?
Oh, it means so much. We didn't think we'd be here this weekend, so this one's definitely the missus at home, so if she's watching, this one's for you.
She'll be... Oh, you are romantic, you.
Oh, yes, definitely, definitely.
Right, congratulations, you must be delighted. Go enjoy the rest of the day, won't you? I did want to find Ed as well. Yeah, it's been a pretty perfect weekend for you, isn't it?
Yeah, Matt's kept me honest all weekend. That was a tough one. That really was. That took everything to keep him behind me then.
It was a bit of a case of deja vu actually again, wasn't it? Because again, yesterday, tiny gap between you, but you've just got to measure on.
Yeah, that was close. Yeah, it's not usually that close. That's been the closest all year, so it's good fun, but again at the same time it's very stressful. It was yeah, no, it was brilliant. I can't fault it at all. So
I've got some good news for you. It's all over.
Yeah.
Now you can go relax. Go on, go enjoy the sun and get a tan. There we go. That's it for the Z Cars and the Production GTI Championship. That was an absolute corker, wasn't it? Don't go anywhere though, because there's still a lot more Caterham races coming up. Gentlemen in the comms box, back to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yep, we are ready to go with the Caterham Roadsport Race. So here is the starting order. We've got Caterham's from here to the end of today. Ben Timmons starting on pole position. Alongside him, Toby Ballard in a great race he had this morning. Tom McEwing in third place alongside Ryan Wilby. Harvey Lawrence comes up next alongside Lionel Tolmarsh, who came back through the field. See what he can do. Daniel Hope is in that third. It is ahead of Nick Bryant. And then Rob Kennelly comes alongside Robert Lowe to complete the row 5. And then we have Henry Littlejohn and James Empson. Sol Rogers and Edward Cosey come behind him, coming to row 7. Zach Lower alongside Simon Sabin, Richard Harris, Darren Butler, Craig Boyle, Oliver Kibblewhite rounds out the top row 10. And we've got Alistair Davidson in row 11, ahead of Mark Soden. James McCullough, Gary Cross lines out row 12. Hazelwood, Finlayson and Andrew Bailey rounds out the field here in the number 31.
Another stacked grid full of talent, and I believe we've got to go down the pit lane and have a word with a few more of these drivers.
I've got Richard Harris here down in the assembly area, about to do his Roadsport race. You've had one race already today. How did that go?
Yeah, it was fine. Not quite to plan. Went backwards versus forwards, but no, really good race. Nice close racing. So just got to build up my bottle and get a bit closer through the fast bits, and then hopefully we can start going forwards again.
How are you finding the Roadsport Championship?
Yeah, no, really enjoying it. I mean, it's great to be with the same pack of guys last year. Got some really good bonds and things going on in the paddock. So no, it's really nice. Got some tyres that actually grip this year, which is nice. So when we turn in, it goes the right way. So no, really enjoying the progression.
Because as your experience grows, the car grows with you, and it gets quicker and quicker. So it's have you found it much of a step up from Academy?
Yeah, I mean, just totally different experience. So a lot more progressive, a lot easier to sort of control where the car's at and what it's going to do. So no, definitely a really good way of doing it. Academy tyres helped us learn at relatively low speeds, and now we can start to build it up. So no, really enjoying it.
Well, I wish you all the best for this race. Cheers. Thank you. So I'm here with Zach Lower. Zach, how's your weekend going so far?
Yeah, great fun. I mean, amazing weather, and this is my second race in the championship. Actually just needed to bag signatures so I can come to Zandvoort next week with Caterham. So yeah, clean races, which has been good. Well, a clean race, hoping for another clean race. Yeah, having great fun. Starting kind of mid-pack, which does terrify me into turn 1 here, but after that and everyone kind of slots in, it's quite an enjoyable race.
And do you how are you finding the tyres in the heat?
Yeah, it's tricky. It's kind of we did 2 days testing before, and it feels like everything I learnt then doesn't really apply in the race. Now it's that much hotter. Everything's a bit more loose and wiggly.
The weather was quite different in testing, wasn't it? It was like quite drizzly and much cooler.
Yeah, so actually, we started off the day driving in rain, ended off driving in like blistering heat, really. So yeah, had it all, which has been great for learning for me. I need as much knowledge as possible at this point.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best for this coming race. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you very much, Sam. Great timing as the cars are just about to head out onto their formation lap. So they're going to be taking, in fact it's the green flag lap is this one, yes. So they're taking off to prepare for their first, second encounter on this racetrack. And Chris, last time around, again, very, very nice race from the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship. Final race of the day for these drivers.
Yep, the second of their 2 races. They didn't have any racing yesterday to get some practice in. Wind's back up again, so that was always a good sign for racing in Caterham's this morning, wasn't it? So let's see whether it carries on going late into the afternoon. But Timmons came home early, came with the win last time out, ahead of Toby Ballard. Great move in the end there. Ahead of Tom McEwing, Ryan Wilby, Harvey Lawrence, and Lionel Tolmarsh making his way all the way through the field. So watch out for him again in their second race. 2 times 20 minutes for the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Racing. And like I say, we saw drivers learning from yesterday's events as they came into today, but these Roadsports have only raced a couple of hours ago. What lessons can they put into action?
Yeah, exactly that one. Track time in any racing series, regardless of the experience level, regardless of the the professionalism or not of the drivers is always absolutely vital. And they've done their own race, but they've also seen the other events on the card, and that gives you an opportunity to understand there's a bit more grip on the outside of that corner than I thought. It's possible to go wide, too wide here, or as we saw in the last race, the grass is quite grippy. That opens up another
it's
opportunity.
It's always good knowledge to have, isn't it, to know that just dropping your wheel onto the gravel is not necessarily going to be the end of your race. And like you say, they will have been watching the broadcast and would have been seeing how the other drivers have manoeuvred and manufactured effort and opportunity. But this is a road sport, so this is their second season of motorsport. They're the graduates of the Caterham Academy from last year, and Timmins and McEwing, or it's McEwing who actually came home white group champion ahead of Timmins last year. Toby Ballard was always up there and thereabouts, but he has got, I think that was his best result in that second place for the road sports there. Ryan Wilby was always in the battle, as was Harvey Lawrence, the young charger, ahead of Lionel Tolmarsh coming through the field to finish 6th. So can he then inject himself? He has got his first ever win last time out. Can he do that again? Daniel Hope, Nick Bryant, Rob Kennelly, all making up towards the end of the top 10. We can see this lovely colourful grid of Caterham Roadsport, 125 horsepower in these still road legal cars. They've got the lights, the windscreens, you'll see them, they've even got horns, and I could hear a couple of those being blasted just then. So yeah, many of these drivers do drive out on the public highway, and they're entitled to do so. They've got their everything they need to do that. Some of them even drive to these events in an amazing way. But it's looking forward then to this, their final event, final race of this weekend here at the Croft circuit.
Well, I've got my live timing back up and running, Chris. That was causing me somewhat of a panic, I must admit, for the last few moments while I've been wrestling with the laptop, but we're back up and running again, which is good news. And I see the final cars just about coming into position, so we're getting ready to go racing.
Let's get this racing up and running then. So we've seen the Caterhams all through once, then we've got them all to go again once. Starting with this, the road sport then, the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship, second race for them, 20 minutes long. Who's going to make the best start off the lights? The lights are on, the lights go out now, and away we go. Timmins does make a good start, but it looks like we had a bit of a stalled start from Ballard. He didn't completely stall the car, but he lost out on the way down there. McEwing's going to be interested to see whether he can get involved. McEwing in that green car is looking to see whether he can shove it down the inside of Ballard, but I don't think he will do so. Timmins does hold on as they exit through turn 1. The rest of the field filter on through. A great sight that makes, and they've all made it through that complicated Clervaux, and it gets compressed as they go through here at Hawthorne. So well done to the road sports for all making it through so far. There is Timmins in his purple machine out in front, ahead of Ballard in that second place, and McEwing. So it's stations as they were, one person having to make the cut through on the chicane. That's fine as long as they don't make any places up.
Yeah, great start at the front of the field, as you say. A few cars running a little bit wide further down the running order, but nothing too dramatic to worry about at this stage. And at the moment in time, it is at the front of the field. We've got the race leader, which is Ben Timmins, currently one of the stars of this weekend. I think it's fair to say, to the sharp end of the grid in every single time these cars have hit the racetrack. He'll be looking to take home the winner's trophy at the end of this one, if at all possible. But I reckon there's 20 something drivers behind him that will be pretty keen on making that go away, not least of which is the chasing pack behind car number 28 that you see there, just flashed through our screen. Nick Bryant having a bit of a spiddly time of it, but keeping it on the grey stuff.
Ben Timmins has won 2 of the 3 races we've had so far, so definitely the man on form. Yeah. McEwing's been up there on those podiums. Ben Timmins comes in here as the championship leader, and after his win yesterday, that's going to be thing. That's Ryan Wilby in that second place actually. Is it Toby Ballard in that second place? Let's keep an eye out. It looks like Ryan Wilby's car. Anyway, let's keep Tom McEwing is definitely in that third place. Harvey Lawrence had moved up but is moved back again, but let's have a look when the live timings come over and just confirm places. It is indeed Ryan Wilby who made 2 places up off that start, so a misidentification by me early on there, but Timmins leads ahead of Wilby, then it's McEwing. Tolmarsh is already up another couple of places into 4th place. Harvey Lawrence did make up a place but has gone back down into 5th, and Ballard is the big loser there, so that bad start continued to be a problem, and he's down into 6th place.
But we've seen many times already this weekend, and in particular from this race earlier on today, that overtaking is very much an opportunity for these drivers to excel. And Ballard, car number 72, as you say, down in 6th position, but he's got all the tools available to make his way back up again as Wilby looks to the outside. His line has been covered, there's no real room to find his way past, but what's the rotation like on that car is quite strong, as a couple of drivers run a little bit wide, headed up by McEwing in 3rd position. Tolmarsh not finding a way past, and that opens the door for Ballard to make a move.
Yeah, but Tolmarsh, what a over, from the back of the grid virtually in race 1 all the way through to then coming up here into 4th place. He's certainly the man of the threat. He's got the run of form, but Timmins still defending heavily from Ryan Wilby, who made a great start, with McEwing then having to let him go. But there is that Ballard car, and he's dropped just a little bit back behind Harvey Lawrence now as well, so not having the best opening to this Roadsport race.
Yeah, bit of dirt kicked up further up the field as somebody runs a little bit wide onto the rough stuff. I think that might even have been Tolmarsh running onto the grass, so Ballard sight unseen, but he's okay there. Is McEwing now on the defensive as well. The green car is so just to the inside line, that compromises him on corner exit, allows Tolmarsh an opportunity to find a way past, but not quite enough to get it done this time around. And Timmins at the front of the field is under pressure again as Wilby finds plenty of pace out of the hairpin. Not quite enough, I don't think, to get alongside for the run down in a Clervaux, but he's going to be looking and thinking where the opportunities will present themselves over the course of the next few corners.
Not enough to get through in turn one, but enough to pull away from Tom McEwing, who is not slow in that third place car. So certainly these two lead two are looking to see whether they can break the back of Tom McEwing. I don't think that's going to happen at this point. Tolmarsh still absolutely running line astern with Tom in front of him, and then Lawrence and Ballard still watching that watching brief as we go sort of 2 by 2 by 2 as the field comes down here into Tower. Remember, today we've seen there are overtaking opportunities into Tower, and Tolmarsh moves to the inside. He's going to have a late break, and he has managed to get it into the apex. And is he going to hold on, or has Tom McEwing got the room round the outside? They do leave each other room. Harvey Lawrence is going to see whether he's got an opportunity to make a place up while they squabble. They're going side by side through the Jim Clark S's. Normally one of the cars will have a bit of momentum, but they still maintain that. Tom McEwing having to give way then. Tolmarsh absolutely clicking with this Roadsport and the new Avon ZZS tyre he's running this weekend.
Yep, sensational stuff from Tolmarsh. We didn't see much of him on camera in the last race because he was charging his way through the lower reaches of the pack, but now that pace he's using it to great advantage in this second and final race of the weekend. Again, a little dip of the wheel onto the dirty stuff on the corner exit. Nothing we need to be concerned about in any way, shape or form, but Tolmarsh now, for his troubles, is up at the bottom step of the podium, although there's a little bit of drama as he gets himself offline further back. But Tolmarsh now, he's in contention for a race win here if he continues this kind of pace.
Yes, certainly with 15 minutes left to go. Absolutely. Tom McEwing though got back through in that complex, and we say there's not too much worry about dropping you in onto the gravel as far as performance goes, but there is as far as the stewards go, and if they see you do it too many times, that will be a track limits. Harvey Lawrence now having to protect from Hope and Ballard a little bit behind them, but it's still Timmins who heads this field, and he'll be quite happy to see Brian Wilby is the only other driver that's going with him right now. Those who will look to see whether they can solidify this, and Tom McEwing now in a sort of little bit of no man's land. Tolmarsh, whatever that was happening in that complex, unfortunately Tolmarsh lost that place again, and he moves into the fourth place.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing when you've got 100 drivers like this, when you get the deal done, but you need to be very, very cautious for the next few corners, maybe even a lap or so, for the counter attack from the driver that you just found his way past. And McEwing very, very keen to get that third position back, and that's lost both of those drivers a good second and a half from the chase at the front of the field. So McEwing now in third position, Tolmarsh in fourth, Lawrence keeping his eye very firmly on what's happening in front in fifth position, just ahead of Hope.
Yeah, to McEwing, our white Caterham Academy champion from last year, Rog Patke, who went up into the 270s. We saw him racing a little bit earlier, but McEwing, so our champion here, currently in that third place, and he had third place yesterday as well, so he's not going to be too happy with sitting down there. He wants to be up and winning the big points, especially when he sees his big rival from last year, Ben Timmins, scoring so well out of the opening rounds. And Ben Timmins has currently got the fastest lap of this race with 35.46 in the early stages. There is our Ryan Wilby though, again another driver last year who kind of ebbed and flowed in his pressure at front, and it's good to see him in this Roadsport spec. He's all pulling it together and finding the consistency.
Yeah, very, very nice driving from those two a little bit further down the running order. We've got side by side as well coming out of the hairpin. Is that one going to continue all the way for the run down in a Clervaux? There we go, just going through your screen now, so we'll keep our eye on that one to see if anybody can make it through. Hopefully we all make it through this first complex, and then it's done and done before we get into the braking zone. So that's a good bit of news further down the running order. Any big movers and shakers at this early stage? Doesn't really look like it. There's nobody making big inroads, Chris, at the moment, so this is becoming this has started a little bit calmer than we saw last time.
Yeah, it's Hope and Ballard that we saw running sort of side by side as they went down the start finish straight that time, and Ballard managed to maintain his position over Hope on that occasion, so he's back up into that sixth place from last time out. But this lead group, they're sort of stringing out just a touch, aren't they? But there's there's an absolute pack of them, and they're, like we saw earlier, it only takes one pack in front sort of trying to then attack each other, and then they all come back together again. So Tom McEwen will be concerned to see his rivals disappearing up the road, but nevertheless he's still got a lot to pay attention to in the rearview mirror with Tolmarsh.
And as you say, as soon as they start squabbling amongst each other, Timmins and Wilby maybe pulling away, but if Wilby makes a move or tries to find his way past, they'll very quickly fall back into the chasing pack currently headed by McEwen, as saying, car number 89, third position, on track at this moment in time, but under pressure from Tolmarsh once again, who himself is under pressure from Lawrence behind.
Yeah, Lawrence looked like he was putting the pressure and actually going alongside, but he didn't manage to make it stick at this point. But they're going to go back into that hairpin, the lead group, and then this chase group of 3. And Harvey Lawrence definitely coming back in with an attitude in that car. Looks like he's keen to get in front of Tolmarsh. Tolmarsh has sort of had his momentum stalled, hasn't he, after that early sort of good movement forward. He's stuck around in that 4th place. He'd temporarily had a go in 3rd, but then a mistake cost him again.
And this is the thing, isn't it? As you get towards the sharper end of the grid, you get the naturally quicker cars, the quicker drivers, people that are more accustomed to running at the front. They've got the car in a better window, and it becomes so much more difficult to move forward through that pack. And you know yourself, Chris, from your racing, if you don't make a move very, very quickly on the car in front, it's very easy to fall into their pace and kind of follow the leader along, isn't it? And then it's breaking out of that cycling routine.
Well, it often comes down to, if you give away too many of where your car is strong and weak, then the driver can adapt their own line or their own defensive manoeuvres to make sure that they scupper any opportunity you've got to overtake. Like I say, in Caterhams we normally can't stop and overtake in certain places on the track due to the tow we get, and Roadsport's here in this second race, they're struggling a little bit more. Maybe they've actually learned from this morning how to defend, and again the wind sort of swapped to a crosswind again, so it was briefly a headwind earlier on today, but it's coming across the track now a little bit more consistently. So again, that all affects how much tow you have in these cars. They haven't got a great deal of power, but they only weigh half a tonne, these Caterhams, all the way through the field. A little bit more than that once you put the driver in it, but we run to minimum weight limits and all sorts to make things as even as we can. As McEwen, I think, may have lost the place out there to Tolmarsh again. It looked like Tolmarsh was ahead of the green car. Let's see if they come in. Indeed he is. So out of Sunny and into the complex, he is now the car in front as they head into the hairpin.
Yeah, so the McEwen-Tolmarsh fight continues, although McEwen now has a good run using that slipstream, as you mentioned, to great effect. Will he show his nose to the inside? Will he be forced to go around the outside? We'll find out in a minute. No, McEwen gets the inside line. That's the ideal opportunity, gets the deal done on the break. Tolmarsh gives him racing room, doesn't fight it too hard in the run down into the apex. He knows that there'll be other opportunities. Just Tolmarsh from the 22 slots back in temporarily, I'm sure, to that 4th position.
Yeah, I think that just the compromised line out of the hairpin slightly just meant that actually there was no point fighting that one. It was the momentum which has carried McEwen a bit like DRS around the outside, but Tolmarsh is looking again as they come down towards Tower, but you can see McEwen saying, I'm not going to let you have the inside here, it's going to have to go around the outside. McEwen compresses his line just slightly, but is going to be able to hold it within the race limits. Yep, so absolutely, though, he just compromised his line a little bit, and there is an opportunity up here into Jim Clark S's. They are going to go side by side, so Tolmarsh is not willing to give it up. Is he going to have the momentum around the outside? He's going to have to use a bit of that runoff, but I think he has slipped now back behind McEwen.
Can I open my eyes, please? Because that was very, very intense indeed, and great bravery and great respect from both drivers there to make sure that everybody got through that corner, and the fight continues. McEwen still the man with the advantage in the green car. Tolmarsh now taking another look to the inside, shows his nose nice and early. That will be the outside line as we head into the complex, but it's open and switching back to get up the inside of Tolmarsh, which no, he doesn't. McEwen just holds on to position, so Tolmarsh tried the double move, so to speak, there, but didn't have quite enough real estate to get it back up the inside. So McEwen survives, but that has invigorated Lawrence behind, I think, a little bit now, and that car's looking very twitchy indeed as Lawrence and Ballard see if they can get stuck into this rip-roaring fight that we've got going on.
Yeah, Ballard right in the battle again, isn't he, now, with having all this little battle going on here. Has brought him right back into the action after a disappointing start for him. McEwen, though, does hold on. It gets very dusty on the outside of that complex area, and therefore if you get pushed out there, as we saw Tolmarsh trying, or he's trying to throw an overtake, it just gets dusty, and it means that you have to press brakes harder, and the momentum around the outside carried McEwen back into that 3rd place. So they swapped it a couple of times, but it is now Lawrence and Ballard looking to see whether they can do anything about it, and it's not too far behind. We've got Bryant, Hope and Kennelly Rogers as well. There's Tom McEwen still having to defend. Tolmarsh has definitely got some speed in that car, but he's leaving the line open for Lawrence to potentially put his car in there and make up a position. So again, do you attack and risk losing that position?
Yeah, and that, funnily enough, is exactly what I was going to say. While he's looking all over the rear of McEwen, he is opening himself up, he's making himself vulnerable to an overtake from behind his Tollmarsh, so he needs to be very, very careful of that one. But he's not afraid to use the outside line. He's got some confidence on that outside line as Tollmarsh at this moment in time, and that could be helpful to him as the race progresses, because any opportunity you've got to put your car in an unexpected position is a good one, as he now fights again coming into the complex, but McEwen again has the line, holds the advantage for now.
Line astern this time, but it gave us also an opportunity to see that Timmins has pulled to a 1.7 second lead over top. He's 34.68 is his fastest lap. Remember, another point for that, so you get a couple of extra points because you've won the race than your rival, and then another point for fastest lap. So Timmins breaking Wilby a little bit. Wilby's in the middle ground, and then it's the McEwen, Tollmarsh and Lawrence Ballard battle, followed then by this one of Bryant, Hope, Kennelly, Little John, Rogers and Empson.
Yeah, and then, like I say, Wilby's in that boring area now, isn't he? Well, there's no one to fight in front, no one to defend from behind, so it's just a case of bringing the car home as smoothly as possible, making no mistakes. Don't stress the machinery, don't stress yourself, don't clout the curbs too hard, and just get everything across the line and score those points for that second position. Not a luxury that McEwen has available to him at this stage, because he's very much been monstered by Tollmarsh and Lawrence behind.
Yeah, so third place is the best for Ryan Wilby so far this year. He comes in fourth place in the championship, and so he'll be keen to take that second place. So he'll be relatively happy, I mentioned, with the good points. But obviously, again, Timmins is maximising opportunities right now as we see this battle continuing on. But Timmins is going to be happy up there. This is going to be 3 from 4 if he can convert this last 6 minutes, and that's a pretty good record given that the other position he's been in is second. So he's not been off the top 2 steps of the podium so far this year.
And I just say points make prizes, so you need to keep banking those good points, keep banking those results. If there's Andy Prio always used to say in the world of world touring cars, every single point that's on the table, snap it up no matter what, because you don't know what difference it will make at the end of the season. And these drivers, of course, are racing for the trophies and individual glory, but they're also racing for their championship as well, and it's very, very important to keep up good solid results for your momentum, for your career progression, for your championship as well.
Yep, the chase group here excitingly are catching up with Ryan Wilby, so he looked like he was comfortable there, but he's lost about over half a second in that last lap to this chase group. Tom McEwen bringing this group of 4 cars up to Ryan Wilby therefore, and they've still got 5 minutes left, so there's a good chance that he will close that gap, which is now only 1.6 seconds. So if he continues to close a half a second lap, we should well see them on the rear. So he will definitely be looking in his rear view as they go along this start straight.
And that must be a horrible feeling for Ryan Wilby. A couple of laps ago, he'll be looking around, seeing he's got comfortable gaps, thinking about maybe what am I going to have for tea tonight, take home the second place trophy, and then you look in your mirror and it's like, oh, there's a car, oh, there's 2 cars, 3, 4, oh no, now the game's on.
And they know that the bright green car is the Tom McEwen machine, obviously absolutely rapid last year and throughout the beginning part of this year as well, but finding himself in that 3rd place, so he's got a lot of pace in that car, and Wilby will be willing that that doesn't get too much closer, but you can see even visibly, I think on screen, that gap is coming down as we progress through this lap.
I will say, it's fair to say as well that I think Ryan Wilby just, the car, the body language of the car just doesn't look quite as confident as the chasing pack, so Wilby doesn't look like he's a little bit out of sorts at this moment in time in the 88. Seesaw at the wheel as he comes through the complex, looks a little bit tentative on the brakes, a little bit nervous on turning as well, so that car's not working quite as well as he would like it to at this. He's very vulnerable to this pack now.
He might well be looking in his mirror a little bit too much, but remember, we talk about the toe, and it's effective from a good distance back in a Caterham, so McEwen's definitely got all the tools in his box to try and be able to catch up. Wilby's not getting any toe now from Timmins, who's a little bit too far ahead. You can see he's not even on our screen, he's already round Hawthorne and heading up through the chicane, so as what was 1.6 seconds last time through was only 0.7 of a second this time, and really they are nose to tail. There is Timmins sailing on his way to a victory at the moment.
And Wilby was very much out of the ideal racing line as we came through the Exeter Clervaux and into the chicane. So Wilby, my mistake, is really struggling at this point now, whether that's pressure, whether that's car balance, and who knows, but McEwen recognises that one and immediately pulls the trigger, no delay whatsoever, see, pass, done.
We are deep into this race. I wonder whether Ryan Wilby's tyres are just showing signs of this heat out there, and everyone else have just managed to sort of cling on. Again, there's minor setup changes you can do on the car, and maybe making it so it protects the tyres a little bit earlier on, and then later in the race, Ryan Wilby's tyres have just maybe become too angry, and the balance maybe is off in that car. But McEwen made that move look easy. Now he sits in that second place. Ryan Wilby sits in third, with now the Tolmarsh still in that consistent fourth place. And will he be able to get past Ryan?
Yeah, that was handy for McEwen. That gives him a buffer between himself and the pack that's chasing behind. Can Wilby get himself back into contention again? Can he hold on to that third position that it is now? I don't think he's going to have the chops to try and get alongside McEwen, as we see a side by side move down to the hairpin. That's as close as you can get without making contact in that 3 wide, Chris.
Oh, Lawrence, that was a great move on Tolmarsh from Lawrence there. Absolutely, sort of all 4 tyres I think was slightly locked up, but he did not lose his line, and that's obviously what we want to see in racing. If you can make a last minute late break, and even if you do lock up, as long as you don't drift away from the apex, that's absolutely perfect. So he has made that position up. Tolmarsh is now having to defend heavily from Ballard. In fact, he did lose out over the line, so Ballard is in front of Tolmarsh, who lost out 2 places because of that dive bomb. We'll call it a dive bomb, but it was a controlled overtake, and nothing wrong with that. There goes McEwen in that second place then, ahead of Wilby and Lawrence and Ballard and Tolmarsh.
And this is interesting. So the overtake by McEwen seems to have lit a bit of a fire under Wilby now. That car looks a little bit more aggressive in its stance. It looks like he's a little bit more in tune with what's happening around, and now he's realised there's a race on your hands, and that second position is almost within touching distance. So Wilby finding a little bit of juice that he needs to bring this car through to the line.
Again, well, 1 minute 30 left, so we can keep an eye on when the leader goes across, but I think we're probably going into it. This is our penultimate lap, isn't it? But yeah, he's now in the tow, don't forget. So again, his car's now benefiting from the hole that Tom McEwen, and that, like I say, in these back straights, you'll often find that drivers are running with half throttle just to keep. They don't want to be able to. They don't want to overtake. There's no opportunity to, so they have to go half throttle just to stay as close as they can before the next overtaking opportunity. And that is what we're seeing with Wilby now. He's sat there waiting for McEwen and seeing whether he can find a way back past in what will have to be the right time to make sure that he's not leaving himself open for a counter attack on the final lap.
Yep, absolutely stuff, and you're right, as you say, we're crossing the line to mark off the final lap now. Timmins, that we kind of forgotten about the number 8 at the front of the field, is 6.5 seconds to the good as we enter this final lap. McEwen from Wilby, from Lawrence, from Ballard, from Tolmarsh, who dropped down to 6th position. So Tolmarsh, an early mover, is not quite making the progress that we expected at this stage, and he'll be hoping to pull something out of the bag in this final lap as well.
Absolutely, McEwen's got a little bit of a comfort with that gap, but there is Timmins. He's actually just over 7 seconds ahead now, so really is sailing on as these cars continue to fight and battle. There is McEwen in that second place. Can he hold off then? This is one of the best overtaking opportunities we've got left on this lap, as then the final battle pack you can see is just as intense. Harvey Lawrence down the inside of Wilby then later on. Another great braking manoeuvre. He has got the brakes sorted in this late part of the race. Wilby losing. He's going to be sore that he's lost out a couple of places in these last 2, so he's now lost the podium position. We said second was or third was his best so far. Well, he's drifted to 4th now. He's not even going to get a trophy, as we see McEwen, then Lawrence, then it's Wilby.
Credit where credit due. That is an outstanding overtaking manoeuvre from Harvey Lawrence there in the 77 machine. Really, absolutely nothing that Wilby could have done about that one. So great pass from the bottom step of the podium is the reward at this moment in time. With just Chris, a few corners left to go.
Yeah, no more opportunities really, unless there's a mistake made in the dive bomb at the end. But there is Timmins coming through then onto his final corner of the lap. Timmins going round the hairpin to take his 3rd win from 4. There is the checkered flag being shown for him, as the rest of the pack will also follow him through. But there is Timmins taking the win.
So just showed off screen, I was looking at the entrance to the complex, looking out of the rear window of the commentary box. Chris brought us to the line, and Tony Ballard in contact with another car, left a bit of his car on the racetrack as well. Let's see where he crosses the line to eventually get over and end this race, but he's going to drop down from his 5th position that he was, I'm sure. In fact, now he's crossing the line in 6th, but Ballard was facing the wrong way momentarily.
Tolmarsh, though, did take that 5th place, so over the line it was McEwen, then Lawrence, so they do take the 2nd and 3rd. Wilby was in that 4th place. Tolmarsh made ahead of Ballard, so maybe there was some contact there. We saw Bryant Hope low, Littlejohn Colonel low at Emerson, and then we saw Sol Rogers grass tracking on the exit of the chicane, the exit the hairpin, to drop down to 12th just at the end there. Then it's Emerson, Rogers and Sabin.
I must say Ballard was a very lucky boy indeed to be facing the wrong way in the penultimate corner, last couple of corners, and still get over the line in 6th position. So good result for the 72 in order to bank those points that it needs to bank. Again, another great race and a dominant victory at the front of the field for Timmins. There's 2 more cars in strife here, Chris.
Yeah, we've got number 63, and they look like they've had contact front to rear there, don't they? So we'll see who those drivers were as we come out. I'm not sure exactly where this going.
Hazelwood is one of the drivers.
And McCullough as well.
Not quite sure where they are, right towards the bottom of the field. So a little bit of drama at the end. It's never over until you cross the flag. It's never over to the fat lady sings, as they say. And sadly for those two, that is an early end to the day, right at the very death.
Yep, they will have to get their cars fixed up by Caterham or their respective teams before they come back for their next round, which for the Roadsport is going to be in Zandvoort only in a couple of weekends' time. So what a great location for the next race in their career. So this is new for them this year, to go abroad. So once a year, once you've got your upgraded licence, you can go abroad, and they're going to go to Zandvoort on the F1 circuit.
An incredible track indeed. So Ben Timmins is your race winner from this Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship, ahead of Tom McEwen in second position. Harvey Lawrence steps on to the bottom step of the podium just ahead of Ryan Wilby. Held those podium positions so late in the race, but just faded towards the end. Lionel Tolmarsh is in 5th place from Tony Ballard. In 7th, Nick Bryan from Daniel Hope. Robert Lowe and Henry Littlejohn round out the top 10. Rob Kennelly in 11th place from Zach Lower. James Empson in 13th place, and Solomon Rogers is in 14th position. Timmins as well has the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 34.65, a little bit slower than the pace that we saw in race 1 earlier today, but still incredible turn of pace for these Roadsport Championship cars.
You can see the drivers sort of heading down towards the assembly area. So we'll see whether we can go down and have a word with our drivers. But yeah, it's what a fantastic race for the Roadsport. So that's their weekend done. So we'll see them next at Zandvoort in a couple of weekends' time, and then further into the Silverstone Grand Prix. But at the moment, what a fantastic race.
Well, what great cars, Chris. Absolutely beautiful cars. And I'm just looking at them coming down pit lane as you were talking, and many of the drivers have got a number plate with their name on the back of it, or their road number plate, and one of them, a little playful gravel expert, written on the back, and it's great to see a little bit of character and personality coming through on these drivers as well.
Yeah, absolutely, as we've got a bit of tidy up to do, haven't we, to get those two drivers back into the paddock area. Hopefully, yeah, looking to see whether we can go and hear from our top 3. So remember, Timmins winning this one, McEwen, and then Lawrence. It'd be great to hear from Lawrence. We've not heard him here. He's not been on the podium this year, so it'd be good to see whether he's got that back on there. And yeah, we'll have to catch up in between with Wilby, Tolmarsh and Ballard to see how they found that race. Just waiting to find our drivers down there. But yep, got plenty more action to go. Next up is the 7 Championship UK. But let's go down and hear from our Roadsport drivers, who'd Sam's with them, and it's a great race for them.
And here we are with our top 3. What another fantastic race for these guys. Ben, I mean, that was a easy 7-second lead you had there. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It feels like I've had a couple of times I've had the opportunity to drive away, and every time there's been a safety car, so third time's the charm. But yeah, no, please, I was just focusing on trying to be in qualifying mode, make no mistakes, but keep trying to build the gap. So yeah, really pleased with that. It's 2 out of 2, so helps for the championship, that's for sure.
Certainly does, and you got fastest lap.
Really? Okay, so that's 2 wins and 2 fastest laps. Perfect, absolutely brilliant. So yeah, extra cherry on top.
Got the full shebang this weekend.
Absolutely. Didn't put it on pole though, so there's work to be done still, that's for sure. Exactly.
You have to work on perfecting that for the next round. Right, well, thank you and congratulations. Where's Tom gone to? Ah, he's over there just seeing his family. Tom, come on over. Congratulations. You had a battle on your hands there, didn't you?
Ooh, yeah. That's up there in terms of the races I've had so far, in terms of hard fought. Yeah, kind of delighted with P2 in those circumstances. Could have been worse, and it was difficult for it to be any better really once Ben had broken the toe. He was gone, to be honest. Ryan, I think, probably started to struggle with his tyres. His pace dropped off, luckily, which allowed me to catch him in his toe, because Lionel behind me was giving me all sorts of bother, and I kind of dropped out of the toe of the front too, so that helped a lot. And I got past Ryan. Nice move outside of town, I was happy with that. And then, to be honest, even then it was tough to break from the pack behind me, and obviously Harvey did really well to come and grab P3 off Ryan. looks like on that final lap on the in lap there was a bit of debris around, so I don't know what else was going on in the rest of the pack, but yeah, it's pretty clean and fair up front, and yeah, good racing again.
It's great for us to watch, so thank you. Congratulations. Right, let's go and find Harvey. I think he's over here, isn't he? Harvey, let's have a word. First podium from Fantastic Drive. Well done.
Great race, but that's too close. Risky moves, but paid off.
Seems like you did.
Yeah.
That's good. Well done. Glad to see you on the podium. Yeah. Right, that's it for our top three, and we'll be on to the next Caterham race. Back to you guys in the commentary box.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. As always, it's not easy down there in the paddocks trying to capture all these drivers after the races in these incredibly warm conditions. So, folks at home, this is a little schedule of what we've got going on for the remainder of today. And the next race is going to be the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. Another 20-minute race, the third and final championship race of the weekend of the top tier of the Caterham Championship calendar. And then at 16:35 the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship, another 20-minute round. And last but by absolutely no means least, at 5:10 Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. But be warned, we often run a little ahead of schedule, so don't rely on those times too much and stay tuned to the box, because Chris, it's been a monster day of racing, and I can't believe actually we've got to 4 o'clock already. It's gone ridiculously quickly.
We got to 4 o'clock, but we've still got 3 exciting Caterham races to go, and actually we are running just about on time here, aren't we? We've got a bit of a tidy up to do from the Roadsport race we've just seen to get a couple of those cars back down the pit lane. But yeah, we've got the 7 Championship UK for the third of their races, and their final one for this one before we see them at Zandvoort, where they're actually going to have 4 rounds because they missed a race at Alton Park, so it's great to see that.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. Zandvoort, of course, is an absolutely fabulous racetrack and a thoroughly enjoyable way to go motor racing. These cars will be great around the newly reprofiled Zandvoort Grand Prix circuit. But let's have a look at the grid for the final race for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. That's about to start. Lewis Thompson is on pole position with James Murphy alongside him in position 2. The second row of the grid, Mike Evans and Gordon Sawyer are lining up in 93 and 77. Paul Donkin is the leader of the ARM category and will be on row 3. Alongside him, keeping him company, is Shane Byrne. On row 4, Stephen Lyle had a exciting race, it has to be said, in car number 43 last time around. He will line up at the front of row 4 alongside Jake Swan. On row 5, Carl Jones is in 9th position, car number 11, and Angus McLean, car number 61, the second of the ARM category runners on this grid. While row number 6, Finley Cooper in car 5 is alongside Andy Lees with Oliver Smith and Gary Lapidus, 4 and 16, Gary Curtis, car 22, and Tom Eden, car number 99.
Great stuff, and it's I think we've got some interviews from our drivers lined up, so I think we can head and hear from those from now.
So I'm here with Mike Evans, who finished third in this morning's race. Got one more race to go, and you're saying you've peaked. I don't think so. I think have a bit more faith.
Well, we'll see what happens, but the boys around me are just so quick and they're so switched on from the get-go. It's something I've never done before. So, I mean, that was my first podium in 4 years, I think. So just to be up sort of next to them is a privilege, but we'll see what happens in race 3.
So you've come all the way from Academy through the whole Caterham ladder. So this is like the ultimate, to get to this level. And how have you found your journey with Caterham?
The best thing I've ever done. We started, it was me and my dad in 2012, so actually I'm one of the most seasoned here. You wouldn't think that, but we built the car in the garage in 2012. I was 18 back then, just a kid, and turned up to sprint number 1. I think I was 8 seconds off the nearest guy, finished dead last. Next sprint, finished last again. First race, qualified last, and it was the kind of, it was how do I get quicker? And we put a bit of time in, went up to Roadsport, did a lot of winter testing, managed to put it on, I think, P3, Brands Hatch, absolutely race of my life, loved it, and went up the ladder till Super Sport when, I won the championship, which was quite good.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So it's been very successful for you.
Yeah, so far. Well, I say very successful. It's been okay. It could be better.
Well, wish you all the best for this next race and hopefully another podium.
Thanks.
Fantastic, and we are about to go racing once again in the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. This is the third and final round of the weekend for these cars. Lewis Thompson started from pole position alongside James Murphy, Mike Evans in third and Gordon Sawyer in position 4. Car number 77 is of course competed by Gordon Sawyer on that 4th position. Paul Duncan, the leader of the AMCAS classification, is 5th on the grid, car number 24, and Sean Byrne is 6th position, car number 18. Stephen Lyle, who we mentioned earlier, has had plenty of drama so far this weekend, will line up in 9th position, and on we go. And Chris, it's fair to say that they've been increasingly dramatic in this championship, so this one's got to be the crescendo, surely.
Yeah, so each race they go, this is their final race of the weekend. They've got to make sure that they're not causing themselves problems in the first 2 races, because it's just going to shove them down the order. They're going to lose out on places and times. I think we're just waiting for the green flag. Maybe the tidy up is still going. We've definitely had a green flag at the back here of these drivers, so I think we're just waiting to release them onto their green flag formation lap. But there may be some vehicles manoeuvring around the back of the circuit which can hold this up, so they're just waiting to do that. But yeah, third race, they've got to make sure that they keep it all tidy in these first 2, and they've learnt how to do some overtaking manoeuvres. We saw even James Murphy pushed Lewis Thompson down as a second for half a lap, I believe, in the last race. And remember that Stephen Lyle lost most of those places. He was second over the line, but he lost the places due to the track limits infringement. So we've not seen too many of those this weekend, but we do see drivers dropping their wheel into the gravel, and that is causing them to fade back in the results when they get given their 5-second time penalty. And when you're racing this close and the pack is this close, you do lose all those positions. Remember, this top flight of Caterham Motorsport, plenty of Caterham champions here on show. They know how to pedal these cars and how to make the most of them. This is a national level championship. Slicks on these cars, 180 horsepower under their right foot. Really are race focused machinery with dedicated Bilstein dampers, and everything is incredibly stiff on this car, and it really is a race focused machine. We circulate tracks at about the same speed as a GT4 machine. Getting their 1 minute board, but it will happen quicker than that, but they are now ready to start the procedure to release them onto their green flag lap. So we'll see the 30-second board, and then they'll get released. The drivers will then, we'll see them all having to weave their cars frantically left to right to get the heat into these slicks. They are the third race for these slick tyres today. And this will be probably the last outing competitively, because they'll be put on the shelf and saved for testing. But yeah, they get 1 new set of Avon slicks per race weekend, and this is you heard Lewis Thompson in the last event last race saying his tyres had started to go off a little bit towards the end of the race. That was when Murphy overtook him, so Murphy might be confident here that his tyres are in slightly better nick than Thompson's. That gives him a little sniff of hope.
It's all about building the tension, that little delay. The driver sat on the grid, just letting the temperatures literally inside the car raise, the temperatures inside the helmets raise a little bit. But conversely, as you say, the tyres getting colder, the tyres getting older as well. So this is going to be a real challenge on these first couple of laps for these Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK drivers. Going to make sure they stay nice and clean, nice and consistent. But we've seen already, Chris, it's very difficult to pass, and it's very easy to lose position. So judging the amount of aggression that you need to apply into lap 1 is going to be critical.
Can any of the drivers do anything about Lewis Thompson? He has gone 4 from 4 so far this year in a field that is not short of talent. As you heard from James Murphy, he's saying he's not lost any of his speed and ability after his multiple Caterham champions, and Lewis Thompson has just found something in the consistency and the ability to control the car on the absolute limit. We see a grass cutting car there. I think that's Carl Jones just losing the rear. The temperature in his tyres are clearly not quite up there, as he lost the control of the car just as he was trying to weave so violently that it pinged him onto the grass. There is Gary Curtis, our Monaco resident. He comes in here and he's been racing with us in the championships for a little while. Decided to take the step up into the 420 and really enjoying the prospect of this really race focused car as they head around the back of the circuit.
Well, that's exactly what we're saying about the tyres being cold and old, isn't it? Even on the formation lap, it can catch you out. So it's who it's almost a bit like rallying into this turn 1, isn't it? Who judges where the grip is going to be the best will be the one that gets away the strongest at the start of this race. So fascinating times.
Certainly got to make sure the temperature's there, but you don't want to use up any more of them. I remember I raced these cars in 21 on these slick tyres, and really the first lap is probably the most exhausting of them all. You have to really work the car fully before you actually get up into the race, and see Mike Evans there just going on the start-finish straight, just warming his. What a great podium for him. Like you said, it's been a while, 4 years since he's been last on the podium, and to do it in this top flight is a fantastic fantastic result for him, and he's really looking to do more of the same. But it's going to be Lewis Thompson in that green car with the sort of lime yellow wording on it, James Murphy in the black car with the orange roll cage, and then we've got Mike Evans, he's in the grey car with the red roll cage, and Gordon Sawyer behind him in the yellow car with the black, sort of yellow and black car, we'll call it that. Paul Duncan in that red and white car, dropping back a little bit in that one, a little bit too patient, I think, and then Sean Byrne in the in the green car with the black roll cage. So plenty of colours for you to keep an eye on, but it's Lewis Thompson on the left of your screen as you see it, alongside James Murphy in the black. Can Murphy do anything more than half a lap to hold on? We're getting ready for the third event for the Caterham 7 Championship UK cars here at the Croft circuit, so we'll be looking for that 5-second board. There is the car just pulling up onto their position and ready to start this race. That is Gary Curtis there in his car.
Seem to have a little bit of grid confusion as well. There's somebody stalled as well. I think the number 16's waving his arms around, so one of the marshals is going to have a quick word with him. I think he's gesticulating actually about the grid positioning of the cars further up. So not just the academy drivers that suffer from these kind of problems,
It really is tricky to find your position. Like Gary Lapidus telling Andy Lees that he's not in the right place, and therefore all of them are out of position. An out of position start means that you get a 10-second penalty, so he's keen not to see that happen. We have got the green flag at the back of the field there. We are going racing. There is Andy Lees in his machine, but we've got the green flag. We get the 5-second board, and it won't be long before the lights are on. Lights are going to be coming on in a few seconds time, and here we go then for the third race for the 7 Championship UK. Can Lewis Thompson make this 5 from 5? Thompson makes a good getaway. James Murphy may have got a slightly advantage on, but it'll still be Thompson on the inside as they head into Clervaux, turn 1. Can they make this through this time through? Murphy does have an overlap. Murphy leads going through turn 1, then over Thompson, and then in third place that looks like the Gordon Sawyer has made a position over Mike Evans. Donkin follows him through, and then we've got the other cars. There's Sean Byrne going side by side with Jake Swan. We saw Jake Swan coming all the way through the field, so can he do anything? Remember, he's going to have slightly newer tyres than everyone else because he's only done 2 races, but it's Murphy who heads this field going into Tower for the first time.
Fantastic start from Murphy, but Thompson immediately on the attack once again. He wants to get that position back if he possibly can, but Murphy currently holds on to the race lead just about from Thompson. Evans as well in the mix. Donkin we're seeing just sneaking in and around the 4th, 5th position range as well, so Donkin maybe didn't show quite enough aggression in the last race. He'll hoping to learn from that one and push further forward, but of course is still the leader of the AM classification. The leader of our race at this moment in time is Murphy.
There you go, so definitely held on it for longer than half a lap. That's Lyle up the inside of Mike Evans there. Mike Evans drifting onto the gravel just a bit pushed out there. Lyle, opportunistic move as they go through Sunny out there, as we see this field flowing through the complex then for the first time. Sean Byrne having to sort of slip back into line there, but it is Murphy's going to lead us into the hairpin, and Thompson is going to have a quick look down the inside there, but there was nothing coming of it. Murphy held him off, but it's Sawyer now in that 3rd place ahead of Lyle, who's making good progress from his 9th place where he ended up after having that penalty for the track limits. A little bit of weaving down the straight to try and throw the toe, but it's not going to happen, and there is Byrne, Donkin and Jake Swan.
Yeah, good start from Sawyer as well, as you say, up in a 3rd position courtesy of the difficult first lap for Evans. Evans starting the race in 3rd position, dropping down to 5th in the early stage of this running. Donkin's been swallowed up by the pike as well, so he's 7th overall now, been elbowed around a little bit in the first lap, but pretty much the entirety of the field have got through the first tour of this cross circuit cleanly and in one piece, which is what we like to see at the start of these races. And Murphy at the front of the field now, massive pressure from Thompson. Thompson's looking to the outside. Murphy will hold his line, running out of racing track. There you go, that's perfectly within his right. That brings Sawyer into the equation now with the yellow highlights on the car to the outside through the chicane. Sawyer, can he stay too wide with Thompson all the way through? Not quite enough to do, drops back into 3rd position. So the drama at the front of the field is not quite position changed, but there's certainly plenty of aggression on show at the early stage of this race, and Sawyer is the man that's trying to make his way through the pack.
Yeah, maybe those tyres off Thompson's car aren't giving him what he had before, because he wasn't able to make the outside line stick that time, but James Murphy has learned his mistake there and not giving him any inch, and did show him the edge of the track, which is, like you say, perfectly acceptable. His car was still well ahead at that point, but there we have not the change for the lead into the complex then, and can Gordon Sawyer make Murphy's problems even worse? He's going to look around the outside. He's not going to make that happen, but Lyle could also then benefit down the inside. Everyone drops back into line, but there will be different speeds and momentums as they head on down the straight into turn 1 this time.
Yeah, so Thompson's obviously losing his touch because it took him just a lap to get back in front rather than 3 corners. But there we go, Murphy on the attack again. So Thompson takes the race lead for all of about 100 yards, and Murphy slides down the the number 3 in the race lead. Thompson back in the 2nd position. Sawyer still in 3rd. Lyle keeping a very, very cautious eye on what's happening in front, and Donkin still our race leader in the AM category and 7th overall on track.
We're not done yet though. Thompson comes to the outside once more of James Murphy into Tower. He's got a bit more momentum this time. He's got his car slightly ahead. Is he going to be given any room this time? Is it side by side for the lead? Side by side for 2nd and 3rd. Gordon Sawyer around the outside of Stephen Lyle at the same time that James Murphy's trying to hold on from Thompson, but I think Thompson is going to get into that lead. So Thompson and Murphy each willing, desperate to go it, and Lyle did get ahead of Sawyer that time through as well.
Very, very nice manoeuvre there at the front of the field. Murphy now has it all to do again in 2nd position. Lyle, as you say, in 3rd place, now starting to stalk down and charge at the cars in front. Sawyer 3rd position, 4th position. He'll be quite satisfied at this stage of the race. Just let things unfold in front of him in the number 77, still very much in contention, as well as further down the running order. We've got a few cars side by side, but they're all sorted themselves out for the run into the complex. It's Thompson who's our race leader, and Sawyer in 4th position, just having a quick nibble at the rear of Lyle, but nothing doing. In fact, he's compromised himself, Chris, and now he's under pressure from those behind.
He got actually a little clip from Mike Evans there, who also blocked Sean Byrne behind him, so it's all a bit of a gaggle of cars here. Jake Swan seeing if he can make the most of that, but it is Thompson out front of Murphy. I don't think Gordon Sawyer's had a chance to see what he feels like at the moment. He's right in the middle of this pack and therefore not really getting any respite at the moment, but it is Sean Byrne and Donkin who've made it past Mike Evans. So Mike Evans tried to go up the inside of Sawyer into the hairpin. It didn't work out, and he's cost himself 2 places.
Yeah, and that's the drama when the field is as tightly compacted as this in the early stages of a race. Any kind of transgression or engagement with another car could potentially lead to losing multiple places, or at the very least a little bit of real estate, and that allows Lyle now to break clear a little bit from Sawyer in 4th position. Byrne in 5th place, just ahead of our AM leader Donkin in 6th position, but that's a battle pack that's very tight indeed as they come through the chicane, headed by Sawyer, the yellow car, the green car of Byrne behind, and then Donkin trying to keep pace with the red and white machine.
Lewis Thompson, the front right wheel arch is hanging loose. It's again a common thing that you see in Caterham racing, and as long as it's not rubbing the tyre, that won't really cost him anything other than a bit of distraction. It might well detach itself, and there's another wing getting pinged off there, so someone else left a rear arch there on the track, and that's been ceremonially discarded to the edge of the track. But yeah, that wheel arch shouldn't do anything. In fact, there it departs the car. We are seeing plenty of body parts, and it's not that unusual to see that in a Caterham event. We don't actually stick them on that hard to make sure that when they do become loose, they do depart. Thompson, though, having to balance the rear end of that car, he was sliding it all around that hairpin. That's not going to be good for the temperature of his tyres. He is definitely struggling with grip more than Murphy is struggling behind him. Murphy pulling to the inside then of turn 1 to see whether he can make that move stick and get back in front. This is the most that Thompson has not been in the lead of the race here since he's turned up at Croft.
Yeah, absolutely. Murphy gets the deal done into turn 1, hits the curb on the inside quite hard. That unsettles the car on corner exit, but lightning reflexes from Murphy to gather all that back up again. But of course the run down the following straight is going to be compromised courtesy of that one. Thompson looks to the outside, and Lyle thinks I'll have a piece of this action as well. So Lyle tries to make it 3 into space where only realistically 2 may go, and he gets the job done. So Lyle up in his 2nd position, Murphy down to 3rd, and Thompson's our race leader.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Murphy out that chicane. It looked like he just lost a bit of momentum. I don't know whether there was a slipped gear or anything. We've got a sequential box, which means it's not possible to miss a gear, but it can sometimes not stick in correctly. So it looked like it's an unusual thing to see, the car losing speed there, but Lyle made the most of it. Thompson still managed to make sure he made it out in front, but Murphy also, there's a little bit of smoke there maybe. I don't know if I was imagining that. We'll keep an eye on that, but it's still behind them. There's Gordon Sawyer running wide, Sean Byrne pressuring him as they go to the complex of the green car on the outside of the yellow car. Can he make that stick? It gets dusty out there, and those slick tyres won't like that.
Yeah, it really does. Sawyer just about holding on at this moment in time, but Byrne now looking to the outside into the hairpin. That's not a great place to be, but if you can cut it back up again and get the nip onto the corner, then it will work out nice for you. Sean Byrne not quite able to stay alongside. In fact, if anything, Byrne is now under more pressure from Evans behind than he's applying to Sawyer in front, so that's going to be a fight that continues as Thompson is still leading from Lyle.
It's Jake Swan just behind Sean Byrne in that white car. Remember, he came through from the back of the field, and he's got a slightly newer set of tyres. Didn't do the racing yesterday. Whether that's going to become an advantage as this race goes on. Stephen Lyle looks like he's broken the back of James Murphy. I'm still maybe seeing a bit of tyre rub there, so maybe some contact or something. It's hard to see with our screen with the sunlight streaming in here at the sunny Croft circuit, but Sean Byrne is now ahead of Gordon Sawyer. I think I saw the green machine, yes indeed, ahead of that, but Gordon Sawyer is going to look to see if he can get down the inside again, but it's Thompson out in the lead ahead of Lyle and then Murphy.
Yep, and in fact there's a little bit of contact between Sawyer and Swan, I think it is. I'm just looking out the window at that one unfolding. Nothing major, both cars continue nicely, but there is a little bit of rubbing and racing that's going on out there. And interestingly as well, Chris, that Duncan and Cooper are close together now in the AM category. So that's the closest that Duncan's been to being dethroned as the champion of the AM category this weekend.
Yes, he slipped to 8th position on track, and Cooper is right up with him in that second place, but 9th place on track as we're watching it. In fact, this whole midfield have stayed together a lot longer than they did in the earlier races we've had. You can see that battle pack just behind this front three, all absolutely like a buzzing swarm of wasps, and you can hear the aggression of this 2-litre Duratec engine in this 180 horsepower under their right foot.
Yep, so Thompson, Lyle and Murphy now breaking away a little bit at the front of the field. The second part of the race is headed by, so in fact Byrne gets past Sawyer, so Byrne has found a way past, the green car's found a way past the yellow car as we run down into Clervaux, and in fact I think Sawyer's lost another position as well to Swan, so not been a good start to the lap for Sawyer, down into 6th position in this last second portion almost of the race here as the front three break away a little bit, and it'll be interesting now to see Sawyer's got what it takes to get back alongside Swan and start charging back up.
Swan and Byrne absolutely experienced racers as well. Swan been in this championship for quite a few years now, and yeah, absolutely wily. Him and Sawyer have had a few comings together in the past, so hopefully that won't come to play again today. But yeah, Sawyer won't be happy that he's lost out those places in this middle phase of the race. Maybe he's had a chance now to capitulate and say, actually, I prefer being in 3rd place.
Yeah, well, maybe there is a little bit of that as well. He's still 10 minutes, but not even half distance. We're 26 seconds away from half distance, so there's plenty of racing, there's plenty of drama still to unfold. We're looking at Murphy now. Calm down a little bit, Chris, at the front of the field.
Yeah, the front three have settled in, and Jake Swan drops his wheel onto the dust again on the exit of Sunny Out. But yeah, definitely settled into that top three again. Into that consistent phase where Thompson puts on all the pressure as far as consistency, but Lyle is right there. He's made it all the way through the field, and there we've got Murphy in that 3rd place, sort of settled in after that little being shuffled back in that 3-wide manoeuvre, and now we're looking to see whether he can get that back up in front.
I think Duncan's under a little bit of pressure at the moment of Southern, whip past our windows. Let's have a look now. They're on screen just at the back of your shot. There is Duncan going too wide in a Clervaux and settles back in behind again. So that's Evans taking the position away. Duncan still the leader of the AM category, but still very firmly in the conversation for a good overall result as well, but just needs to keep himself out of trouble and keep an eye on Cooper in car 5 behind as well.
This is about the time of the race where the newer tyres on Jake Swan's car may well actually assist him, and he's pulling alongside Sean Byrne into Tower this time. Is he going to have any grip running outside? Sean's definitely going to shove him onto the edge of the track, and he only just had enough room to get his car around. That means Gordon Sawyer, who's lost a bit of his bodywork. I can see his rear left wheel arch is a bit cracked there, so someone's run into the back of that at some point. But it's Sean Byrne who does lead Jake Swan, and Jake Swan on those one race newer tyres may well find he's got a benefit. But we're watching this lead group, which is actually all compressing back together again. Thompson, Lyle and Murphy. Then we've got Byrne heading this second battle pack with Swan there, Sawyer and Duncan in absolutely close contention. In fact, Sawyer may have gone onto the grass again there, and that may have led Duncan with a bit of momentum into the complex.
Yep, so do those new tyres give up more grip on tarmac? Yes, they do. Do they give up more grip on grass? Well, ask him after the race, because he's trying every little bit of the racetrack and a bit more as well to find his way through this pack. It's been a ding-dong race, 8.5 minutes left to go, and there's still plenty of opportunity for drivers to move forwards, backwards, or worse still, if they're not careful. Swan and Byrne now almost side by side through Clervaux, but I think just about that's held on to by Sean Byrne.
There we go, Thompson and Lyle and Murphy, I guess lead trio. They're going to be happy enough that they're in that lead trio with a big gap behind them, but Lyle again pulling out the slipstream. We've seen that a number of times in that car this weekend, and whether is that front nose cone of Sean Byrne also wobbling around. Let's see whether that is. Sometimes in the wind you can see it slightly askew, and I wonder whether that's something. Sawyer losing the rear end of the car under braking. He's spun out. That's Sawyer. That's a sorry end to his race. He was really late on the brakes, just trying to overtake down the inside of Byrne, and the rear of the car just stepped out, and he wasn't able to pull it back. So Sean Byrne carries on, but Sawyer is facing the wrong way and losing places.
Yeah, real shame. Sawyer, of course, was running in 6th position at that moment in time before the little incident. There was some damage to the rear of that Caterham as well that you'll have noticed from earlier conversations with their fellow rivals on racetrack, shall we say. But sadly, Sawyer is around now. If he gets the car started again and back into the race, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. So we'll have a look, see where he washes out when the cars cross over the line. But that frees up the Swan and Byrne and Donkin fight that you see on the screen here to get a little bit more spice in the last 7 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like we might have lost Andy Lees at some point. He's showing as not showing on the timing board. But yeah, Gordon Sawyer, I'm sure he'll get going. He didn't make any contact, didn't have any issues, as long as he can get his engine turned over again. But it's certainly going to be out of the contention, and long time ago dreaming that he was in that top 3 of this race.
Yeah, real shame for Sawyer. So let's have a look where he crosses the line. In fact, there he is, actually 8th in class, and much further down the running order overall when you include Aram drivers. But again, they'll bring the car over to check the line, score some points, and in fact, no, he's going down pit lane, Chris. So whether that's into retirement or whether that's just to check everything over, we'll keep our eye on that one as the race unfolds. We'll get a little bit of a ding dong at the front of the field once again.
He may have felt some sort of braking problem then, instead of having it being it may be a mechanical, just having it checked over, like you say. But I think I saw Swan. Yeah, Swan is ahead of Byrne now into that 4th place. So he's come from the back of the field at the first race this morning, and now he's made his way all into 4th place. Just the next car up after this lead trio of cars, who again have sort of stayed stationary. It's ebbed and flowed a little bit, but Jake Swan is taking Byrne with him. Donkin in the lead of the AM class. Again, he's got a comfortable gap with Mike Evans in between him and McLean, who's showed a lot of speed in qualifying, and he was in our top 5 shootout for the Super Pole, but he's dropped back in race 1 and came back to a reasonable result in race 2, but it looks like he's now within sight at least of Donkin this time.
And this little fight at the front of the field is starting to hop back up again. So Lyle looking for a bit of redemption following the 5-second penalty applied to his time and 7th classification in the last race. Is looking for a bit of redemption. He'll be disappointed to have lost that podium. Will be hungry to try and convert one of the many second places he's collected over the course of this weekend into an overall win, if at all possible. With 5 minutes 16 seconds left on the clock, Thompson, Lyle and Murphy are all very, very close together, within striking distance of each other. So it is not deal done for Thompson at the front of the field just yet, as Lyle gets a little bit too spicy on the rear of Thompson, and that puts him under pressure from Murphy behind.
It does. Murphy's got the head of steam now. It does go backwards and forwards. It was Lyle seeing where he was on the brakes there, and seeing just how good Thompson is on the brakes at this stage of the race. At the moment, Lyle is it looked like he was stronger on the brakes than Thompson, so he will take some heart from that, but it is all about trying to get the momentum. Again, you can see Thompson's car, the rear of the car, stepping out just as he doesn't want it, just as he's leaning heavily on it. It just lets go on him, so he's definitely struggling a little bit more than the cars around him with his tyres.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Thompson's using a lot of his mental faculty to exert some lap time out of this car at this moment in time. It's not a case of just staying at the front and managing the pace. This is a genuine race for the victory that we're watching here, as Lyle once again gives himself as much opportunity as he can to get a good launch off the hairpin, to use that very potent slipstream here in Caterham. Byrne and Donkin, by the way, are also having a bit of a race down into T1 as well. Donkin being the attacker, Byrne being the defender, and Swan in the mix as well for good measure.
As Thompson's tyres are going off, I'm seeing he's actually sort of sliding more through the corners, but also flinging the car in. That will actually cause the temperature of the tyres to go up, and it's a sort of so it kind of supports it, so it makes it worse and worse as you go. So he is doing a great job to hold that car all together and still maintaining that lead. But I would suggest that he needs to get that back in a little bit more in a straight line. But what do I know? He's won 5. He's on his way to 5 from 5. So I should be taking lessons from him, I guess.
And it seems we'd have seen it off camera, but once again Lyle went to the outside and just didn't quite have enough room to get past Thompson. But looking at this fight now, this is Swan that is very firmly in the mix as well. Grabern, you can see in the green car, Donkin in the red and white, the leader of the AM category, and Evans for good measure. And this is the battle pack at the front of the field once again. Murphy strikes me as someone that's deliberately staying in third position at this moment in time, just to see how things unfold. He's not showing his nose, he's not snapping at the heels, he's just holding station and watching, waiting and considering his options.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether that is the case. 3 minutes to go. I would say he needs to start moving forward now if he's going to battle then for the lead into the hairpin. Thompson had to go very defensive that time through. Lyle therefore has got a bit of a run on him, but also Murphy should have a run on them both, but Lyle is the one looking in the good seats at the moment to see whether he can make a most into it. So Thompson isn't defending the inside there. Lyle has got a bit of a run and a bit of an overlap. He's Slater on the brakes. Like I said, he had more braking capacity. He takes the lead of the race then for the first time from where he started on the grid after his penalty from race 1. What a great manoeuvre for him. Thompson just let that one go. He didn't defend the inside at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Thompson's very much thinking big picture here at this moment in time. There's no point defending fresh air. He'll be aware that the little battle pack behind as well, led by Swan, is not very far away. It's not going to take much squabbling for these front three drivers to get us into a little bit of strife, and Thompson retakes the race lead from Lyle once again up the road. As we're looking now still at Donkin, watching the rear of Sean Byrne ahead, and Swan leading that pack in fourth position. So chopping and changing as they were. 1 minute 58 seconds left on the clock, 2 laps to go.
Yeah, absolutely chopping and changing, but it is that Thompson car back in the lead again. He did let it go quite easily, but he got it back quite easily again, didn't he? So Lyle in that second place, still watching the back end of that car, and Murphy then watching the rear end of Lyle. Still Swan ahead of Byrne there, but it's Byrne looking like he's got the speed in that car, but Swan just, I think these late laps, he's getting a little bit more grip out of his tyres, and Byrne just having to hold on in the slipstream there. I think this time Thompson does defend again down the inside. This time last lap Lyle was able to get through, and Murphy is even closer this time through as well. Let's see what happens into turn 1 this time.
Yeah, so this is a good opportunity now for Murphy. I think double slipstream from the 2 cars ahead. He's going to keep in the wheel tracks of these 2. Thompson, let's see if he's as willing to let it go in the T1 as he was last time. Yes, he is. So he's very confident in his own ability in his car and the circumstance to allow Lyle to take the advantage through T1. He'll get the slipstream again as we come down this back straight, and this will be a mirror image manoeuvre of what we saw on the previous lap. Goes to the outside, does Thompson. He'll get the deal done relatively early, I think. Can Lyle hold it? Can he pin it to the inside? Just about, but I think Thompson's got enough to get it finished with. It stays within the track limits. There you go, and that's Murphy making it 3 wide, where there's only really room for 1. That'll be interesting.
This is absolutely crucial. We're on the last lap now, so Murphy trying to get this position on that last lap as the chase pack come through. They had to settle into the same positions they went as they came out of Tower, but it was all getting a bit squirrely there. We've only got 27 seconds of the clock left, so when they get back to the timing screens, they will be a checkered flag for them this time through. Lyle threw everything at that. He was absolutely late on the brakes into the Tower hairpin, and you saw that Thompson was a little bit offline, and that cost him time. Swan's pinged off the front of Byrne, so Byrne's now having to look behind. So it is definitely all about who's going to take what order of these top podiums. It is Thompson as they come into the hairpin. Then they've got 6 seconds on the clock. It is going to run out, I believe, by the time they get round this hairpin. So there goes Thompson. He defended to the inside. Lyle looking to see whether he can make the run as they go down it. So it looks like it's going to be Thompson 5 from 5 then in this Caterham 7 Championship UK race. What an epic event for Thompson. It is Lyle takes that second place and James Murphy in third. Swan wasn't that far behind in fourth place there with Byrne, and then Donkin taking that lead in the AM class as well. McLean second in the AM, and Smith was third in the AM.
And that, Chris, is a man with so much confidence, with Thompson willing to allow the overtaking of the first corner, knowing that he's got the opportunity to get that position back again, and that's a very, very brave strategy, which worked out incredibly well as Thompson takes, as you say, his 5th victory, which is, I'd say it's dominance, but when you look how close the race is and how up in the air the end result was, it's not dominance as such. It's just somebody performing at the top of their game in a championship that anyone could win.
It's such a it's hard to put into words what an impressive start to the season that has been for Thompson. But yeah, these other drivers, like I say, they're far from slow. Multiple champions in this grid, and Thompson is just somehow able to do it, even in a car there that looked like it was struggling with grip. At least Lyle, when he went over across the line, didn't see his name tumbling down the order with the track limits infringement from the time before, so he'll be pleased, and in fact had a great weekend for 3 effectively over the line second places, although the results sheets won't show that. But Swan, again from the back of the field all the way to 4th, he's proving that he, regardless of where he qualifies or gets into the races, he has got all the race nous to move up there, and ahead of Byrne, Donkin, Evans, McLean, Smith, Jones, Lapidus, Curtis, and Sawyer is still showing, I think, in the pits. And so, yeah, disappointing end to his race weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was 3 races in each event that we've had in the top tier championship. Seems to have increased a little bit the drama, increased a little bit the excitement, and then we've ended on a very high note indeed for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, and this is the provisional race results after 14 laps of competition. It's Lewis Thompson that takes the victory, just ahead of Stephen Lyle and James Murphy. Put on a great show, the top 3 did, throughout the course of the race. Jake Swan crosses the line 4th, only a second in arrears come the checkered flag ahead of Sean Bird, and then the winner from the AM categories, Paul Donkin, who is 6th on track. Mike Evans 6th in class, just ahead of Angus McLean. Oliver Smith is 3rd in category from Carl Jones. Gary Lapidus is 4th in the AM class, ahead of Gary Curtis. Gordon Sawyer is a retiree, unfortunately, courtesy of the drama that we saw earlier in the race, as is Finley Cooper, who doesn't make it, sadly, to the checkered flag and will be marked down as a retirement from this race.
We'll see those drivers out at Zandvoort in a couple of weekends' time. Drivers, I'm sure, will be all looking forward to that, as I can see them going down into assembly area then. So again, we'll see whether we can get those interviews with our drivers. Plenty of action still to come. 2 more races for the 310 and the 270s. So let's head down to our Parc Fermé, and Sam's got our drivers, and let's hear how they fared that time out.
Yes, well, what a lovely race that was. Very exciting and thrilling for us to watch. I'll just wait for Lewis to get out of the car, because I'm sure he's dying to get out now after that.
You gave me more than enough out the back then.
Congratulations, Lewis. Another win. That's fantastic for you.
Yeah, it's brilliant. 5 on the bounce, yeah. Couldn't have started the season any better. Yeah, just that race was definitely a lot harder. You know, I had Steve and James just giving me a battle the whole time, and I just knew that. I think on the second to last lap, Steve overtook me down the start-finish straight, and I got him back into Tower, and he did the same on the last lap into Clairvaux, and just saw me an opportunity. But Steve definitely made it hard. He broke later than I did, so I had to come off the brakes and brake even harder. And yeah, I don't know how he didn't touch, but yeah, it was good. Good fair race as well. Well done, mate.
It was. We'll come straight to you then, James, in 3rd place. You almost had it, didn't you?
Yeah, I was waiting for them to do exactly that, and they did it, and they just both held it. They just drove brilliantly. I mean, I was waiting for that for the last few laps. Managing the car a bit, the temps were really high, the tyres were going off, and I thought I'd done the right thing and just underestimated their talent for keeping up on the grey stuff. Yeah, it was great. I mean, a lovely weekend. Brilliantly organised. Family were here. It's brilliant. They've come up so far, and for those watching at home, you know who you are. So I'm all good, Sam. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Right, let's find Stephen Lyle. There he is by his car. Stephen, that was a great race, wasn't it? You had the lead at one moment and thought you'd had it.
Yeah, briefly. I think about probably a whole lap in total. But yeah, Lewis was, again, we were following. Our engines were hot, so that Lewis, with a cool engine, the minute he got in our slipstream, he could pull out past me and pretty much pull back in. I could just about get alongside, but it's temperature related. He plays it well. So you get to the front, you keep your car cool.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And right, let's go and find my other drivers. There's Paul Donkin. Let's see if we can have a word with him. Sorry to interrupt, chaps. Paul, I missed you on the last podium. I couldn't find you, but well done on the win in the AM class.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's 3 out of 3 for the weekend. So, I mean, I think there was more on the table, but I wasn't up to the job. So, AM win times 3, we'll take that, and we'll move to Zandvoort next week.
Exactly. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, and let's find Angus. Where might Angus be? There he is. Angus. Congratulations, another podium. That was a good race.
A 3rd second, yeah, great race. A better start, which made it a bit easier. And a little bit of luck. I think Finley broke a drive shaft or something. I was pulling off. So, but all in all, a good result. So I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, excellent. Rounded off a good day, isn't it? Thank you very much. Right, I'm not sure where Oliver Smith is. So I think we'll hand back to you guys for the next race. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. The next race that we've got, the penultimate race of the weekend, is the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship, and this is our starting grid. Jack Sales is on pole position, just ahead of Harry Cook in car number 9. David Yates and Lars Alexander Hoffman make up row 2 in 3rd and 4th positions. in row 3. In position 5, car number 22 is Hugo Bush, and Taylor O'Flanagan is in 6th place, car number 11. Alan Cooper leads row 4 in the number 71, just ahead of Graham McDonald, car number 19. In 9th place, rocking car number 50, is Wesley Payne. Alongside him will be Ben Lopez Appleton in car number 5. He'll be 10th on the grid, courtesy of his 10th place finish last time out earlier on today. In 11th place, which is row 6 of the grid, Alan Curtis, car number 43, is alongside Darrell Cresswell, car number 8. In row 7, Jeff Price is just ahead of Steve Metcalf, cars 38 and 16. Row number 8, Ryan Lovett just in front of Harry Eyre, and then row 9 is shared by Peter Wales and Harry Landy, cars number 52 and 21. Row 10, 19th position, is Tim Steele in car number 53, and car number 98 belongs to James Hall. He'll be starting this race in 20th position at the back of the 10th row of the grid. Moving down to row number 11, Chris Fraser, car number 10, will be starting alongside Robert Bullen, car number 85. Row 12 is Paul Herndon alongside Michael Curley. Row 13 is Ron Mounsey in car 12 with John Cox, and then the final two drivers on the grid, car number 92 Philippe Bianchi alongside car number 77, which is competed by Kevin Cooper this weekend.
I think we've been speaking to some drivers ahead of this race, and I think we can go down and can listen to those now.
The weekend been for you so far in the 310 Championship?
Yeah, pretty good. Qualifying not brilliant, but started sort of mid to back of the pack. Did okay first race, kept it on track, main thing. Second race, moved up 5 places, so in the middle now, which is about my level. And this race, hopefully, try and latch onto the main group and try and squeeze a 10th if possible. Give it a go.
Well, hopefully you'll move up a little bit. So you've got, some good teammates with Oakmere Motorsport, haven't you? Do you all help each other and give each other pointers?
We've got an interesting group this year, and we're all 4 of us are in 310. We've got the owner of Oakmere, Johnny, who's not here at this meet, but he leads the group. GMAC, Graham McDonald, has come back from doing 420s. Doing 310s, he's going really well. I think he was 8th, maybe 7th in that last race, so he's pushing on, considering he's had 1 or 2 seasons out. And then we've got the young lad behind you, James Hall, who's he's the one with all the bravery. So but it's good team.
Yeah, brilliant, excellent. Well, wish you all the best in this next coming race.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks.
I've got Rob Bullen here, so new to Caterham Motorsport this year, so this is just a second outing out. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, been good. A few challenges on the way so far, but come off a couple of times, so all learning.
And so what's your racing background?
Never done anything in a car before. I've done a little bit of motocross as a kid. Just fancied something a bit less easy, a bit easier on the bones, falling off, not as much as that with this. So.
And you picked the 310R Championship. What made you pick this one?
A good challenge. Yeah, just a good challenge.
Definitely, it's a nice competitive grid, isn't it? Lots of cars in this grid as well.
Yeah, they're all good drivers, to be honest. They're all, even if you're at the back, they're all quick. So yeah, it's a good challenge.
All right, lovely. Well, wish you all the best for this race. Thank you.
Superb stuff. The green flag lap is already in action, so our drivers are going round warming the cars, warming the tyres, warming themselves as they prepare to line up on the grid and participate in another 20 minutes of Caterham racing for the Motorsport Caterham 7 310R Championship. And Chris, this has proven to be where a lot of the drama has landed so far this weekend, so this should be a great race, penultimate race of the weekend, last race for these chaps out on track.
28 cars out there on track, as we heard from the drivers, absolutely fast all the way from the front of the field to the back. We saw Jack Sales only come in 6th place in qualifying, but he has had the perfect race weekend, making his way all the way to the win in the first event, and he solidified that with a dominant performance in race 2. Can he make this 3 from 3? But Harry Cook was there or thereabouts, wasn't he? David Yates has been on the podium, threatened and he did to take the 3rd place in that last race, so great result for him already. Now what they're going to do, Hoffman came in here after a back of 3 wins, and and still consistently up there at the front, isn't he? He's got a good turn of pace. Hugo Bush was there or thereabouts. Taylor Flanagan slipped down to a 6th place towards the end. Alan Cooper fighting his way back into the 7th place after having maladies. He fought his way into the sort of top 4 and then spun, went back to about 10th and came back up to 7th by the flag. But we can see the cars all now approaching and coming out of the hairpin to line themselves up. A little bit of a kerfuffle in the 7th Championship UK, wasn't there, to try and get the correct group positions. The marshals confirmed that everyone was in their correct positions. They again, you do have nice lines here at Croft which allow you to line up pretty well, but it is a tricky thing to do, especially when you've been directed there by marshals. You've got to work out where your frame of reference is. But yeah, getting ready for the 3rd 20-minute race, the final action for the 7 Championship, for the 310R Championship, Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship, 20-minute race for them here at Croft. And you can see the drivers then back end of this field, this long 28 car field, all just about getting themselves in the right place. We had a couple of non-finishes last time and they'll be looking to come through as well.
Yeah, great field of drivers and cars. The last couple are rounding the hairpin to get their position on the racetrack. And as you say, it's not the easiest task in the whole world to find out exactly where you need to be on the grid, but it seems like out of the commentary box window everybody seems to have achieved their task of getting the car lined up relatively successfully. But the man at the front of the field, as you say, is Sales on pole position. Is a dominant race winner from last time out, but it is a small task of getting through Clervaux and the opening laps cleanly ahead of the rest of the field between himself and being able to take this performance forward again for the final time. But here we are, the green flag waves, the cars are about to go and they will launch him from the line. Good start from Sales at the front of the field, and alongside him we have got a little bit of excitement as well. Sales not quite as fast off the line as he would like to be. He's got the inside line of 3 cars. Is that going to be enough? No, he gets on the brakes nice and early. A little bit of a locked tyre further down the running order as well, but everybody looks like they've just about made it through. A bit of grass track in there, but nothing too dramatic, and we've got a full field of cars made it through the first corner in one piece.
Yeah, Jack Sales dropping to 3rd place. It looked like Hoffman, up into 2nd. Cook's made the best of that. Late on the brakes, one driver making it way through the escape route, and that's one of the green cars. I think that might have been ex-Caterham CEO Graham McDonald. But there we go. Cook is actually protected his lead there. Hoffman, Jack Sales, like you say, slow off the line, was down the inside, but Hoffman had enough momentum to take him off and through the opening laps. Yates is still there. Taylor Flanagan right at his back, and Hugo Bush following on through.
Very sensible from Sales there. Once he got the initial launch that wasn't as strong as he would hope before, he's on the inside of the 3 cars going in the first corner. Very sensible. Come on the brakes a little bit earlier, ease off the brakes a little bit later on, and just slip into 3rd position and live to continue fighting into another part of the race. But the upshot is Cook is our new race leader, which is a good start for Cook, and he'll be hoping to turn that track position into an advantage as the race progresses. But as you said, Chris, Hoffman has come in a rich vein of form into this weekend, hasn't managed to convert into a win, but it's certainly been good value for money entertainment wise, and they'll be hoping that Motul sponsored car can work some magic over the course of the next 18 minutes 28 seconds.
Is there anything Cook and Hoffman can do about the rapid car of Jack Sales? David Yates clinging on there as well in there, but you can see the order of your left tower just readjusting as everything sorts itself out from that start, and this glorious field of 310R cars, 155 horsepower they have here, and the main difference other than the increase in power and a few more revs than the 270 is a limited slip differential, and they run on the ZZR race tyres, which give them an extra about depends on the track, but at least another second or 2 in speed. As you see them coming down into tower then for the 2nd time, with Cook having to defend heavily. Let's see whether Hoffman's got a bit of momentum around the outside. It doesn't look like he's going to carry that through. He's going to persist with it, and I think he's going to be shown the edge of the track. He does get a bit of a bumpy ride over there. Jack Sales looking to see whether he can do anything about that, and David Yates watching on just in case anything happens.
And good to see Hoffman keeping the foot planted firmly to the floor. Even though he's going to get run out of racetrack, he's certainly not going to run out of bravery. Hoffman is still very much in that fight with Cook for the front of the field. Sales can't quite find a way past, or certainly can't find a comfortable way past at this stage, so he's just backing out of the throttle and letting our front 2 continue squabbling very hard indeed at the front of the field. And Yates there in the blue and white car a little bit further behind as well, just keeping a watching brief on what's going on in front of us. There we go, that is Sales now pulling the trigger around the inside of the corner. No, Hoffman just about holds it into the complex, so Sales showing his intention, but also showing that he's smart enough to know that it's not worth forcing the issue straight away. There's still plenty of racing to do.
He's going to have to defend now from David Yates. There's also side by side for Bush versus O'Flanagan. That's an old battle that's being reignited in this race, and it looked like O'Flanagan is just holding on. In fact, it's a McDonald now putting pressure on Bush as they go into turn 1, but Cook maintains it over the line ahead of Hoff, and then Yates was showing in a third place as they went across the line, so he was clearly side by side as they went into turn 1. It is indeed the blue car of Yates who's displaced Sales into 4th.
Yeah, an opportunistic move there from Yates, and very well done indeed. Managed to make his way past Sales. Will Sales be willing to allow that to happen at this stage, or is he going to attack and respond immediately? I don't think it's quite close enough. In fact, he's going to look to the inside, I think, as we're going up the semi-straight at the back end of the circuit. But Sales is I'm looking at my window, actually. I think he's got the job done, so he's not quite on the camera, but I think Sales is back into 3rd position.
Yeah, he will want that place back, and I can see the blue car is the white car in front. Yes, the white car is just... In fact, no, the blue car, in fact, Jack Sales lost out another position to Taylor O'Flanagan by the time we caught up with them as they're going through the thing. So he has gone back down to his qualifying position now of about 6th place on the grid. We saw him clinically coming through the field, but it's not an ideal start to his race after the couple of dominant races, and sometimes you can get used to having that dominance, and it's a bit of a shock when you get into the actual fight, and you really have to get your elbows out and make sure you're insistent when you're out on track.
Yeah, Jack Sales will feel like he's playing rugby with a bar of soap at this moment in time, because it's in his grasp, but then it's sliding away oh so quickly, and from what we're looking like, hoping to be another commanding victory, is currently 6th on the racetrack as O'Flanagan gets a little bit flavoursome in the rear of the car ahead as well, but just about avoid any kind of significant damage. And this is going to be a terrifying moment for Sales now, isn't it? Because he's got some feisty cars in front of him as O'Flanagan goes for the late braking manoeuvre down into the first corner, holds it too wide, and then gets the deal done and makes the move on the 15 of Yates in front. And Yates back at him.
Yates hasn't given up yet. He threads the needle back through, and just about in time to get through the chicane. But yes, Jack Sales definitely doesn't want to lose that anymore. We definitely saw O'Flanagan hit the rear end of David Yates as well, and remember not only is the radiator right at the front of these cars, and that will, the first thing if that gets popped is a retirement, but equally if you can dislodge one of those Z clips, and it would cause the nose to flick up like we've seen already a couple of times. But at the moment he's holding firm in that 4th place after what was a very assertive move into turn 1. David Yates had to let him go initially, but then David Yates came back underneath him for the end of tower. He found himself back behind, so they're swapping places pretty much every corner. Jack Sales down the inside of Sunny Inn. That's a very unusual place, so he must have had a run out of Croft to make that happen. David Yates is slipping down the order. Bush is next on the menu.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. So Sales using the aggression there, now starting to get a bit fed up and working his way backwards, and needs to start working his way forward to get as the cars come through into the complex. Cook is still the leader from Hoffman. There is Hoffman trying to find a little kink in the armour, a little opportunity to navigate his way through. O'Flanagan in 3rd position in the bright yellow car. We love that car because it's easy to spot on the racetrack, and there is Sales right behind trying to get involved as well. So plenty of racing on the racetrack at this moment in time at the front of the field. Cook is still 4 tenths of a second to the good from O'Flanagan, Sales and Yates.
Sales didn't sit directly in the toe that time, as if he was just trying to line up for the tower move rather than the move into turn 1. Yates is still having to protect a little bit there from Hugo Bush behind him. We've still got Cook out front ahead of Hoffman. Hoffman clinging on in there well. Taylor Flanagan's let that gap go just a little as he's having to battle Sales, and Sales is going to try the outside line round the left-hand kink of the straight, but that turns into the inside line as they go into tower. He's got an overlap and he's going to be late on the brakes. Taylor Flanagan, though, is a bit of a lock-up there from Jack Sales, so how can Taylor Flanagan get his car stopped? I don't know how he did it, but he managed it. Jack Sales then, the mover didn't happen quite as he imagined it.
Yeah, really clever actually that O'Flanagan used a little bit of bravery and relied on Sales to come out of that manoeuvre, otherwise they were both going to have themselves an accident, and O'Flanagan was the one that managed to get the deal done and keeps that position at the moment in time. But Sales still showing that pace, still showing a bit of racecraft as well, not to force the issue too hard when it's not necessary. I don't think this is at all story over in terms of a potential race victory charge for Sales at this moment in time, but 12 minutes 37 seconds left on the clock. He needs to think about starting to be a bit more authoritative in those moves forward if he wants to not get too disconnected from the front runners.
We started together in 2013, so this is a decade of racing as Hugo Bush throws out the inside of David Yates, shoulder barges David Yates out of the way. That is not going to please David Yates at all, and Hugo Bush might well be going to see a clerk of the course about that. There was definite movement off of his line there, but David Yates manoeuvred back and he's lost a couple of places. We've still got this battle then for the third place. So Tony Flanagan currently holding it over Jack Sales. We know Jack Sales' car is quick, and Hugo Bush having to defend now from McDonald as they went into turn 1 that time through. So it's in McDonald that's ahead. Where is Hugo Bush? He's kind of been shuffled down the order there, so he's been unceremoniously shoved into the gravel, I believe, at that point as well. See the big gap now, and then the next car up I think is McDonald in the green car. There is Alan Cooper having to make his way through the escape route. It's all kicked off in this following pack.
Yep, elbows firmly out and quite sharp as well for good measure, and there's been plenty of drama all the way up and down the running order at this moment in time. We're looking at the car 71, that is Cooper on screen at this moment, under pressure from the car behind as well. We saw strategy, we've seen drama, but now this just seems like everybody's going as hard as they possibly can, and in the last 10 minutes see what happens and see where you are based on what your strategy is going to be, and it makes for great television.
Caterham racers learn very quickly out there, and I think they learned in race 1 that they couldn't just do what they normally rely on, which is get a good run out and get the toe to sort of, and then have the game of chess about what position do you want to be in. They've realised that they've really got to throw it down the inside and make a positive move, and that's what they're doing now. They're actually leaning on the corner entries a lot more than they maybe normally would do. There's different techniques to win different races, and at the moment they just happen to get their elbows out. But I think Sales is ahead of O'Flanagan now into that 3rd position. Let's just check that. I am right. Just Sales is now ahead of O'Flanagan, so he's made that. He moved down to 6th place, and he's just step by step moving back up through the order again.
Yeah, exactly. Meticulous in the overtaking manoeuvres, keeping the car clean, keeping the car without any damage, not losing much time on the passes if at all possible. And this is now the beginning of the charge for car number 35, Sales, currently 7/10 away from Hoffman, ahead of him. Hoffman in the Motul sponsored car, and there we go, almost immediately launching his attack. His Sales looks to the outside down the kink, which will become the inside for the next corner. Sales, has he got the job done? Yes, he has got the job done further down the running order. That is car number 15, that is Yates, looking to be and being passed by Cooper ahead. So Cooper gets the deal done, as well as Sales, and now Yates back on the attack again for the run through the chicane. Can the blue and white car stay alongside? No, it can't. It slots back in behind, and that is another move to make further down the road.
Sales has managed to get back his lap record that he achieved in the first event. It got taken away from him briefly by Alan Cooper, but now Jack Sales has got that lap record. Remember, they're going to be setting that lap record with the new Avon ZZR tyres they're running on, but he has quickly dispatched with O'Flanagan, like you say, and moved into the Hoffman battle. And Cook and Hoffman are they're right at the front there. Hoffman's still in that 2nd place, but it's looking like it's threatening. So Hoffman has now got the Jack Sales TN accountancy cars right in his mirror again, and seeing whether he can do anything to defend that. He's certainly going to want to move forward rather than backwards at the moment.
Yeah, so Sales was very temporarily up in a 2nd position, then back down in a 3rd place again. So Hoffman immediately recovering, and now Hoffman realises this is an opportunity to get the skates on as well. So the number 70 getting very hard on the attack for Cook in front. Hoffman, can he make his way past? No, he can't. That brings Sales back up in contention. O'Flanagan just behind as well. So these 4 cars are separated by absolutely nothing, and O'Flanagan at the back of the field reckons that this is a great opportunity to fight for the win.
And they're letting Harry Cook just ping a little bit off the front, aren't they? And we saw what happened with Jack Sales earlier on when he was allowed a little bit of a gap. He managed to make that go, but it's side by side again, or it was going to be side by side. Jack Sales just backed away from that at the moment, but Hoffman's still in that 2nd place, like you say, temporarily losing it to Sales. Jack Sales back on the grass. That's, again, it must be grippy out there. It's bumpy and uncomfortable, but somehow they're able to keep the momentum as they head on round. And again, that toe will make sure that he can be back up with Hoffman. He did try that inside move down to Sonny in on David Yates earlier. I wonder whether he'll try that again, because it's clearly caught David Yates by surprise, but at the moment there's no opportunity to do that.
And this is great driving from Cook, by the way, the number 9 at the front of the field, really keeping it nice and calm and serene while everybody else behind is squabbling for track position. And Cook just focusing on the job in hand, which is critical in these scenarios. Focus on the track in front of you, don't worry about what's happening behind, and just keep it neat, keep it clean. And Cook, for now, and I don't think this is going to last very long, but for now looks relatively comfortable, or as comfortable as you can, with 3 very hungry Caterham drivers behind you.
Yeah, I mean, you can never you can see his seatbelt just flapping away in the wind there, looking like like an old-fashioned scarf around the neck. But Cook is still maintaining that lead with Hoffman. We've got a spinner out our window. You can see in the background there of I think that's Hugo Bush, who's moving down through the field. He's made his way all the way out there. Not sure what caused that. That's quite a long way out from the. I want to say that must have been contact or some problem. The car looks all fine as he rejoins the race, so it does look like he would have had contact to spin him out into that part of the track.
Yeah, that's literally in front of my commentary box, but I managed to miss it until I heard a screech of tyres in front of me, so that'll be interesting to see what happens there. But let's go back to this fight now. Hoffman is in the attacking position, so I was saying Cook looks moderately comfortable. Well, Hoffman throws the car to the outside, then back to the inside, and then Sales thinks he'll get involved in this one as well, while O'Flanagan is keeping a watching brief in 4th position just behind Sales and Hoffman side by side, but Hoffman gets the position back again, holds on a 2nd position, and O'Flanagan keeping his options open to see if an opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, those 4 cars were absolutely as close as you can get them as they went through there. There's our 5th place, Graham McDonald, making good steady progress, and he's got an opportunity if they keep squabbling to try and catch up that lead pack and make it a pack of 5. But here are that lead 4. It is still Cook, Hoffman, Sales and O'Flanagan in that order, but they are as close as you can get, Caterham's, and then absolutely no tell. Jack Sales has been threatening a move up the inside of this hairpin a couple of times. He's certainly making sure Hoffman doesn't have it comfortable there and can't rest on his laurels, but Hoffman there a little bit compressed on the outside as he got a bit of an overlap there from Jack Sales have probably got a good run down the inside with the toe from Cook in front of him, and he is side by side. Cook's not leaving them any room. They're going to be absolutely compressed as they go into turn 1 this time. Jack Sales trying to get down the inside, Cook protecting off the inside, and Hoffman does manage to protect that 2nd place as well, so it's all evens, but crikey, that was close.
Yeah, that is, I would have bet anything that I have that that's not going to end up the same 1, 2, 3, 4 through that complex of corners as it started, but absolutely it did, and great driving from all of the drivers involved in that fight, knowing when the fight is and isn't on the case. As once again, Hoffman looking to the outside of Cook. Does he have enough racing room to find his way past? Sales breathing off the throttle a little bit, doesn't want to get too involved at this stage because it's a little bit risky, and O'Flanagan behind, having probably the best seats in the house for a ding-dong battle at the front of the field.
Jack Sales has got momentum around the outside of this first part. It's going to be inside of this next part. Is that going to give him the manoeuvre over Hoffman? I think it is. So Jack Sales made the manoeuvre by making sure Hoffman was offline where he was trying to overtake round the outside. It wasn't really on that manoeuvre. Trying to hold on again round the outside of Sunny is not going to work. So Jack Sales has fought for that position and somehow manages to come out in 2nd place. Great manoeuvre for him, taking that opportunity. So Hoffman tried to go round Cook, and that cost him the position.
Absolutely, bravo for that bit of racing from those 4 drivers. Great pass by Jack Sales, really worked hard for that one. Next on the list now is Cook in front, and Cook is, of course, our race leader. So Jack Sales is far from it being a canter to the front of the field. It's been a real challenge for Sales, and now he has got 4 minutes and 45 seconds to see if he can dispatch with Cook and get himself a comfortable lead.
He's not relaxing from the cars behind, but his car is going to catch up with Cook pretty quickly. He's going to move to the outside. He's got momentum around the outside. We've seen that work. He's late on the brakes. He's made the move happen before turn 1. He dropped down to 6th place again, just like he was in qualifying, just to prove he could do it once again. He's hit the front of this field, and the last 2 times he's done that, he's pulled away from everybody else. Let's see whether he can do it once more. But Cook has now got a car in front of him for the first time this whole race since turn 1, and it's Hoffman still behind him with O'Flanagan trailing on.
That was a very assured overtake there from Sales. Not even need to worry about the braking zone, getting it all done in a straight line. But have a look here, Cook's decided, yeah, you can have that one, but not for very long. Sideways as he bounces over the curb on the inside. That compromises Cook now and opens the door for Hoffman. Hoffman decides he wants to buy into this fight as well. Cook to the inside, Hoffman to the outside as they go through the chicane. Will they stay too wide? Yes, pretty much. O'Flanagan now in the back of the shot as well, trying to buy in the bright yellow car. O'Flanagan, can he make it? 3 cars on the same piece of tarmac. Hoffman holding on a 2nd position, Sales still in the lead, and O'Flanagan pops up in 3rd position, so Cook's gone from race leader to 4th. That's not worked out very well at all.
Cook's not done anything wrong though. It's just how circumstances has worked against him with Sales able to get that toe in the right places. And whilst he did try and go around the outside of Sales into that corner, it just didn't quite work out. And again, you've seen that. If you're going to make that move for that position, you've got to make sure it sticks. Otherwise, you're going to lose out a position, especially in a battle pack like this. So Jack Sales does take the lead of this race for a complete lap. Hoffman, though, is in that 2nd place now. Is Hoffman going to be able to use that toe, that stronger toe that we've got, with a little bit more of a headwind as we head into turn 1 this time? You can see the flags up there on the right of our screen flapping down the straight this time, so that does give a stronger toe, and indeed Hoffman is able to make most of that toe. Jack Sales has to be down into 2nd place, so that's a little bit different for Jack Sales. The last 2 times he's been in the lead, he's disappeared off down the road, and I think even a little bit of a love tap from O'Flanagan there as they headed through Hawthorne that time.
Yeah, you really would not want to make any predictions of how this one's going to end in 2 minutes 45 seconds as Sales now very much on the attack against Hoffman to the inside. Sales one side, Flanagan the other, and Hoffman has to slot back down into second position, but this has been incredible, and we've still got 2.5 minutes to go.
3 wide into Tower is definitely not a comfortable place to be, but somehow they all managed to sort it all out by the time they got to the apex, and they are flowing on through the Jim Clark S's. What a sight these 4 cars make. Graham McDonald's just not able to, even while they're scrobbling, to kind of keep up, but any chance opportunity to get alongside, they're doing it. They're putting each other offline. Hoffman trying to hang Jack Sales onto the inside of that, but Jack Sales is going to win that. O'Flanagan and Hoffman sort themselves out by the time. There's no room between those 2 corners, and somehow they sorted it all out by the time they got to Sunny Out. Excellent demonstration of racing here, but Jack Sales still somehow managed to keep it. Now Harry Cook around the outside of Taylor O'Flanagan, the inside corner of this, but that's going to be the outside then of the hairpin, so O'Flanagan I think is going to win that war.
Yeah, so O'Flanagan to the inside line has the advantage, and Cook breaks a little bit earlier as well to give him that racing run, to get a run from the exit of the corner, to get the slipstream down the following straight as we go down now in the Clervaux. 1 minute 36 seconds left on the clock. This is probably going to be the penultimate lap of this race. Sales defensive to the inside. Hoffman looking to the outside. Will he sneak it back to the inside line again? He will, but doesn't have quite enough rotation in that car to keep the car to the inside line. And O'Flanagan now trying to buy into this one as well, and Cook still a little bit mesmerised, I think, about how he's found himself down in 4th position. He's hanging gamely on to the tail of this little triple 4-car fight for the lead.
Sometimes as a driver you want to give the toe to the guy that's trying to fight the person you're trying to defend from, and I think that's almost what Jack Sales did that time, and indeed it makes them go side by side as they go through Tower. That's only going to help Jack Sales' race at that point. So we've got Cook still hanging on in that 4th place. He's going to be sore from losing all those places a couple of laps back. Like you say, probably penultimate lap, as there was more than 1 minute 30, which is where the lap record currently stands. I think it's 1 minute 35 as they went across the line, so this should be the penultimate lap, but always keep an eye out for the flag just in case they do put it out early. But Jack Sales has got that little comfort zone again, hasn't he, compared to a couple of laps back that he didn't see. Hoffman having to fight with Taylor O'Flanagan as they went into Tower.
Yeah, really good racing now as we're heading through into the complex once again. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars, all separated by absolutely nothing, led by Jack Sales at this moment in time. Hoffman 2nd position, O'Flanagan 3rd, Cook in 4th place, but Cook now is a few further car lengths away than he has been up to this point. Will that help him with the slipstream down the straight? Look at the clock on the top as he passes the line there. So we are now on our final pretty much tour of this circuit, and the mechanics on the pit wall encouraging their drivers on. They don't need no encouraging, Chris, because this is all the encouragement they need is their rival in front.
Yeah, Jack Sales, his dad Bob and mum Marion here always supporting Jack in his racing all the way through the last 10 years, and they'll be pretty pleased to see his car right out there in front again as they head onto the Tower Straight for the last time, heading into this main overtaking opportunity before the end of the lap. And at the moment Jack Sales got a bit of a gap, but I imagine that's going to disappear slightly. He's got the full width of the track though to brake and turn in. That's going to be a little bit more of another tick in the box on the way to this, potentially a 3rd victory from 3, but it's by no means assured, with Hoffman trying to get alongside at any opportunity he can. Taylor O'Flanagan ready to pick up the pieces, and Cook looking to see what he can do still.
Yep, fantastic racing. Let's see if there's one final opportunity to try and influence this race result from the field. Sales will be desperately keen to hold on. Hoffman will desperately keen to use the slipstream. He shows the car to the inside. He's very powerful, very committed through the right-hander, but not quite enough to stay close enough. O'Flanagan now buying into this one as well. A bit dip as the car compresses under the curb, but not close enough. And this is going to be down to the final corners, Chris.
Who's going to do it? Hoffman down the inside, Jack Sales protecting the outside, but that gets a bit dusty. He is going to be able to turn into the right-hander. Is anyone going to try the dive bomb? Hoffman and O'Flanagan side by side. Cook going to look to see whether he can go down the inside of both of them. Jack Sales a little bit of a lock up there in protecting. Looks like he's got it all under control though as they head out of the hairpin, and it is going to be Jack Sales coming down for the victory. And there's a bit of contact there between Hoffman and Cook as they head up towards the line. Are they going to be able to get it all together? They do, and they are in a straight line as they cross the line, but that got exciting really quick. A little bit of contact there. McDonald does take that 5th place. David Yates takes 6th place over the line.
That could have been a very nasty end to the race indeed, but good cat-like reflexes from Hoffman to keep the car out of the wall, and that's 2 cars squabbling for the race to the line. So one of those unfortunate racing incidents, but hey ho, but Sales is our race winner is the end result. And can you breathe for a minute now, please, Chris, because that was rather exciting.
I can nearly breathe as this long field all make their way over to Curtis with 7th. Then we've got Payne, Landy, Lovett, Bianchi, Fraser, Cresswell, Metcalf, Hall, Eyre, Price, Steele and Herndy's next across the line. But what a fantastic way to end the 310R Championship in this 3 from 3 from Jack Sales. But the results will show that sounds easy, but it really wasn't in this last event. A bit like Thompson and his protection of those races, Jack Sales had to work so hard today for that one.
And I think you've hit the money on the head, haven't you? think the history books will say 3 from 3 at Croft, and that sounds like it's been a particularly exciting, easy victories for the race winner, but they were all real knife-edge stuff, and that's some of the best racing that you could possibly wish to cast your eyes on, as my love affair with the 310R Championship continues to get stronger and stronger every time I see them on track.
Each Caterham race we've been watching this weekend has just got stronger and stronger, hasn't it? It's been absolutely epic, and we're not done yet. We have got one more race, so do stick around. We want to hear from these drivers for one thing, but also, yeah, we've got another 270R Championship to go before we call it a day today. But I mean, if they can top that, then we're in for a treat, because I was absolutely enthralled by that, and even I'm used to racing these cars, and I had to close my eyes occasionally. That was getting sketchy, but but they all managed to do that so well, and here's a confirmation of that result then.
Absolutely superb stuff, and Jack Sayles, after a very difficult fight indeed, wins the race by 0.8 of a second from Taylor O'Flanagan. In position 2, Lars Alexander Hoffman. A little bit of contact on the run to the flag, but he survives that one to finish on the bottom step of the podium from the aggressor Harry Cook, an early race leader, a leader for much of the race, but 4th at the checkered flag is his reward, ahead of Graham McDonald. David Yates, car number 15, is in 6th position from Wesley Payne. Alan Curtis in 8th position. Harry Landy crosses the flag in position 9 from Ryan Lovett. Philip Bianchi in 11th place from Chris Fraser. Darrell Cresswell crosses the line and scores a 13th place result, and in the fastest lap of the time as race as well, just flashed up on your screen, but I didn't quite have a chance to take note of it, in what has been a race that pretty much I haven't had a chance to take a breath during. It was that intense, as the cars come back down pit lane now and head to Parc Fermé.
Not only 3 wins, he's also got that lap record, so he got the fastest lap in 2 of those races. So the drivers are coming down into Parc Fermé then. I'm going to enjoy hearing what they've got to say. Let's head down to Sam.
That was quite an eventful race, wasn't it? That kept us all on our toes with the 4 at the top battling away. It was great racing to watch. So I'll just wait for Jack to get out the car, and then we can go and have a word. Congratulations, Jack. Wow, that one wasn't so simple, was it?
No, much tougher that time. Yeah, I don't know where. I think I dropped back to 4th or 5th. And yeah, it's the middle part of the race. I thought, oh, this isn't looking so good. I had a bit of a tap up the back at the hairpin and then lost a few places. But yeah, just sort of picked back through, and then yeah, the end was just trying to hold on, cling on for dear life. Really good.
And you got fastest lap as well.
Oh, brilliant! Fantastic.
There we go. What a great way to end the day.
What a lovely day in the sunshine.
Thank you very much, Jack. Right, where's Taylor? I think he's seeing his family that have all come to congratulate him. Team Taylor. Let's go and have a wander and speak to Lars in a moment. Let's have a word. Oh, congratulations, Taylor. It's good to see you on the second step of the podium.
Yes, one more. Just need one more to go now next weekend. But yeah, absolutely super tough for that. Tough race again. Good balance of when to attack and when to just sit, bide my time. But yeah, super happy. 2 podiums, wicked weekend. Sun is shining. Amazing fan crew. Super happy. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, that's Team Taylor in the background. He's designated supporters. Oh, Lars is over here. Let's go and have a word with Lars. Lars, that was a bit of a close call on the last corner there, wasn't it?
A bit too close, yeah, in my opinion, yeah. But it was tough racing, good racing. How it be, yeah.
The 4 of you were having such a tight battle throughout the whole race. It was
over the whole weekend, yeah. Tough racing here. Like Caterham Racing is, yeah. That's why I'm here.
Excellent. Well, I'll let you move over for the podium, but that's it from our top 3, so we'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Sam. And then this is the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, our final race of the weekend. And Charlie Lower will start this one from pole position with Freddie Chiddicks alongside a ding-dong race we saw earlier on. Expect that to be repeated once again. Car number 35 is 3rd on the grid, Mark Kendall, just ahead of 17, Alex Vincent. Gareth Lucas and Matt Larby are in cars 10 and 73 on row 3. Row 4, Theo Theato. Car number 72 from Stephen Lancaster. James Cook and Alex Venters are our 9th and 10th place starter in this race. Row number 6 is made up of Ruti Bakte and Joe Pride. Giles Perre and Chris Ephraimidis are in 71 and 27 on row 7. Row 8 is Peter Mott and Mark Jones. Row 9, Alan Bateman and Louise Deason. And then row 10, Andy Palmer and David Rook. David Rook, expect him to move forward very rapidly indeed from 20th position on the start grid. And I believe we've got some more interviews down on pit lane before we start this race, so let's head down and have a word with some drivers.
Assembly area with Team Paddle Up boys, Mark Jones and Joe Pride. So, how's your weekend been so far?
It started average and it's got a little bit less average, is fair to say. Yeah, we sort of got caught out with pressures a little bit, and track was a lot hotter from Friday testing, and it does make a big difference.
All the excuses this weekend. All of the excuses. I had an average quali.
Yeah.
First race was okay, and then got hit in the second race, put me back to 16th, so starting 16th for this one. So,
but it could have been worse because I almost hit him when he got hit. So, yeah, it could have been worse.
Don't want teammates to hit each other.
Never.
Nah, never, exactly.
No, but you enjoying the 270s?
Yeah, brilliant. And it is a big step up. You know, people are spending a lot of money on weekends, and you know, it's people take their choice, don't they? But it's it's definitely a lot more serious than it was.
It's a lot closer than Roadsport and Academy, so it's tougher, a lot tougher.
A good challenge for you.
Yeah, we'll do as good as well as we can. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, guys. I will see you after the race. Thank you.
So the cars are on their formation lap now. They've already been round to the grid once. This is the formation lap, the proper formation lap before we go racing once again. And this is, of course, the Mission Motorsports Caterham 7 270R Championship. And Chris, real quick before we get to the grid, the 270 is the difference between the cars that we've just seen in these?
So these are slightly less power, so they're 135 horsepower rather than 155, and they've also not got the limited slip rear differential, and they run the Avon ZZS tyre. So 3 differences that sort of make them about 2 seconds a lap per lap slower, if not a few more actually now we're strapped on the new tyres. But it's another race where we've got a driver going 2 from 2. Charlie Lower comes in here having won the opening round and the second one. So let's see whether he can make it 3 from 3 and make that 3 of those going around, which is a pretty impressive sight nonetheless. But it's always been Charlie Lower, Chiddick's up front, hasn't it? Mark Kendall disappeared in race 1 a little bit as he had a problem and spun with Theo Theato, but he was right back up there on the podium for race 2. So let's see what Kendall can do now. He's going to be starting from right near the pointy end of the grid. Alex Vincent coming through nicely into 4th place. Gareth Lucas, Matt Larby also coming through with Theo Theato recovering from his spin as well. So looking forward to seeing what these drivers get up to this time out.
And quite how Freddie Cheddick has not come away without a victory so far this weekend is beyond me. So this could be, and I'm sure that weighs very heavily on his mind as well. So this is going to be his last final chance to go home with the big trophy.
We've seen a few hiccupy gear changes, haven't we? And I think that's probably been the difference between the two of them as they head onto the grid then. But they have been absolutely nose to tail for that entirety of this race meeting. And as we see this again, really colourful 20 car grid as they head here for the Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship. The third race for them this weekend, 20 minutes long, and the final Caterham action, the final action from us here at Croft. It's been a brilliant second day's action, and we had a nice build up to it yesterday, but today has really delivered some fantastic Caterham racing, and let's hope that the 270s can bring their best form as well, as we're starting to see the drivers nearly lining up just the last few rows, sort of positioning themselves for this, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship.
So folks at home, for the final time today we are going to go racing at Croft at this Caterham Motorsports event. It is the Mission Motorsports Caterham 7 270R Championship. The cars are on the grid, the green flag has been waved, and we're about to go racing for the final time today at Croft. We are go, and it is a great start from a little bit further down the field. We've got to be very, very careful for the rundown for the final time. Into the first corner there is an early race leader trying to pick out who it is that's at the front of the field, actually, because the sun is very much shining on the track. Everybody makes it through the first corner, a little bit of a lock-up to the inside for the second part of the long swooping right-hander, but luckily everyone is through pretty much unscathed, and there is an early race lead.
It is Charlie Lower in the lead ahead of Kendall and then Chiddick. So Kendall was the car that you saw coming through there in that
That's
green
the one.
machine. We said that he was going to be focused, and from third place he's managed to make it up to second. That's the first time Chiddick, I think, has seen the third place for a little while. Matt Larby up the inside of John Lancaster there. So as they go up into the chicane there, and Thea Theato again, they were making progress in that last race, but just couldn't make it to that front group. Now they've been brought back for the start of this race. They're able to do that, but Gareth Lucas a little bit of a gap over Larby as the rest of the field flow through.
And that is the one I couldn't quite make out, is Kendall. That's the interloper in this Chiddick's Lower fight that we've had at the front of the field. I'm so used to seeing those two together. It's a little bit unusual to see the green car mixing in there as well, so Chiddick's will be furious that he's not managed to convert that second on the grid into a potential race lead. We've seen a little bit of grass tracking further down the field, but again we've seen plenty of that this weekend. No real drama. The track is quite dry, the grass is quite dry here at Croft, so there's no real dramas as we come into the hairpin for the first time. There is Chiddick's in third position, there's Lower at the front, and there is Kendall in the middle.
There was a big lock up there. I think it might be Thea Theato. I'd be surprised if he didn't make a contact. He's got some, I think he might have got radiator damage, and there maybe will be some fluid going down on the track up there. He absolutely locked up into the chicane, and I can see some fluid coming out the bottom, I think, of that car, so he may well have to pull away, because that won't be the end of his radiator. I think it was Matt Larby who hit in the rear then, and there may have been another car involved, so he's lucky to not cause that issue. But there's someone off is all into gravel in turn one, and might well be on that fluid, and that is the orange car of Thea Theato. He spun on his own fluid. We're going to have quite an exciting time out of the hairpin the next time through, as long as they get hopefully they'll get the flags out there. But out front it is still now, it looks like it's Chiddick's trying to take over. It is indeed Chiddick's going side by side with Lower as they head into Tower this time through. Kendall now down into third place, and let's hope for the best when they get to the hairpin this time, that they don't all go spearing off onto the grass.
Yeah, absolutely great move there by Chiddick's. Third position coming into the start. This lap manages to dispatch both Kendall and Lower at the same time to get into a provisional race lead. I'm not seeing any signs for the safety car out this moment in time. The orange car is still down in the gravel at Clairvaux, so double waved yellows at this moment in time. You were absolutely right, Chris. There was some sort of smoke or moisture or something emitting from that car, so it could well be the radiator. And let's check now as they come into the complex. Is there any wet stuff? I see no warning flags out from the Marshall team, so they feel quite confident that it is dry, as we see Lower now back in the race lead, and Chiddick's back down into second position. Is anybody going to lose any kind of grip or concern? No, it looks pretty good so far.
This is the point at which the fluid started going down. Luckily it's mostly in a straight line then as they're heading out here. They own the snatch vehicle. They're going to cover this under double waved yellows then. The drivers will really have to pay attention. If the drivers do start misbehaving, then they will put the safety car out, but obviously the marshals put themselves at risk, and they can see a catch car down there trying to retrieve that car. They all do line and stern really well behaved through that turn one that time through, so really well done by all our marshals. They get a green flag as they go through the Hawthorns here, threading through the chicane again, and they can get back up and racing again. Perfect for our drivers. Good representation.
Yeah, great stuff there. Safety, of course, is paramount importance in racing, but as soon as we've got green flag racing, that is another opportunity for Freddie Chiddick to have a look to the outside. Can he get that done for the run down the corner? Yes, he can. Thank you very much. So Chiddick takes over the race lead from Lower 1 and 2. We've said this one before, and I reckon we're going to have another repeat performance here for the final race of the week and the final race of the day and the final race for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 Championship.
Yep, they've got a lot to live up to after our last race, but so far they are delivering. They've had action in every single corner that we've got. Gareth Lucas there. Roger Patke is also coming through in his pink car, so that's great news. Can see in the background that they're nearly clearing car out of turn one, so great effort by all the marshals. Thank you so much for keeping this race going. We didn't have the safety car, and the drivers did exactly what's expected of them. But it's Kendall in that third place now, looking like the again trying to disrupt the Lower Chiddick's powerhouse that we've had all day.
Yep, absolutely, and Kendall's doing great work at this moment in time. I just say he was a little bit disappointed last time out to end the race nice and early, so Kendall staying very much in contention. Got a good start initially to pump himself up to confuse me considerably coming into first corner, but now dropping back to third, but not losing too much pace, keeping Vincent behind, keeping these two of Chiddick's and Lower very, very honest indeed, as Lower once again tries to go to the outside. Chiddick's tries to stay on the inside. Will they swap positions? Yes, they will. Thank you very much. Lower takes that one, but it's green flags, you'll notice, because awesome work by the marshals. That car is out of the way and safe to resume racing.
Amazing. And also Lower, did you see they had to take a double chase there on the toe, and that was again because of that slow gear change that Chiddick's is obviously having to suffer out of the hairpin. So he actually almost crashed into the back of him just as they went down down the straight, but they are side by side as they come down into Tower again. Of course they are. Chiddick's well in front again as this wind direction just keeps swinging and swaying, and it depends where it's giving these cars a sort of super boost of the tow. But at the moment, this front group, rather than disappearing off down the road, it's closing up again with Vincent not that far behind, making good progress through the field. Vincent to be there in that 4th place.
I really hope when this weekend's over and done with, these two buy each other a drink, because they have been glued together. So entertaining, the racing between these two, so respectful, so well behaved. I know I'm risking it saying that with 14 minutes left on the clock, but so far so good, and Freddie Chiddick is the man that leads us round once again. Charlie Lower behind in 2nd position, car number 21, and we've got Kendall in 3rd position just ahead of Vincent. The two green cars keeping a watching brief of our two race leaders, but Chiddick is currently the man in front. Will he stay the man in front? No, he won't, because Charlie Lower's now the man in front, and Chiddick is on the defensive coming into the hairpin, and Kendall just behind trying to find a way around as well.
Alex Vincent, oh, go down the inside. Larby on the inside of Vincent. Great move if he made that stick, and he looks like he does. I was just about to say that Vincent, I've probably got the commentator's curse before I even opened my mouth. He qualified at 8th. He then finished the first race in 8th. Second race he finished in 4th, and we were seeing him running really strongly in that 4th place here. I was going to say maybe he could move forward, but that's Matt Larby put an end to that. He's taken that 4th place away from him.
Yeah, great stuff there at all for everybody in the front of the field, and Lower is still the man in the race lead from Freddie Chiddick in 2nd position, 21 place 66. We've been here before, and I'm sure we'll be here a few more times again before we say goodbye. As we see now, Chiddick looking to the outside. Larby will recognise the threat, will probably lift slightly off of the throttle to allow Chiddick. Yes, he does. Thank you very much. Chiddick's back into the race lead for probably 2 or 3 corners, and then I'm sure they'll do a little swaps around again, and Kendall will sit there thinking, boys, that looks like a lot of fun, can I play? And try and get involved as well.
Matt Larby, another person who was right at the lead battle all the way through Walton Park, but yesterday he qualified in 10th place and he struggled to move forward, but now we're seeing him in that 4th place, so suddenly everything's clicking with him. Just as he's about to leave Croft, he suddenly got it all dialed in, but it is Chiddick's in that red nose cone, or red, I call it red lipstick on the front of his car there, but Lower absolutely with him. Kendall just happy at the moment to get dragged along. He did move up into that 2nd place, didn't he? But equally he can see that those two are pulling him away from the chase pack of Larby, so that's useful for him right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good tactic from Kendall there. Just keep an eye on what's happening, allow these two to do what they've done previously this weekend and just lift and elevate them above the rest of the field. Now we can think about what we're going to do about that in the last 4, 5, 6 minutes of the race, but I'm saying all this one, Kendall's proven me immediately a liar to be absolutely glued to the rear of Chiddick's machine. So does Kendall have enough of a run down in a Clervo? I don't think he will do, and no, he sticks in the wheel tracks of the red accents, red lipstick car of Freddie Chiddick's ahead.
Yeah, he definitely did. He gave up that move. He was decided that he was going to follow in through turn 1. I think that's right. That's where we've always seen through these 3 races that Chiddick's is weak out of the hairpin, and you can see Kendall was right on his tail, but by the time they got down to turn 1 he realised if he tried that move they were just going to let Charlie Lower springboard away, and it is still Larby in that 4th place, but he's side by side with the leaders. Chiddick goes through and past Lower there, sorry, and then Kendall in that 2nd place. So it's like a Groundhog Day, isn't it? They keep doing the same things time and time again.
Yeah, at this moment in time Kendall feels like the new kid in school, doesn't he? So Lower and Chiddick are the best friends that play the football together, and Kendall's the one that really wants to play but doesn't quite know where he fits into that equation as these two continue to squabble at the front of the field. And will he become a star striker, or will he be the third wheel that causes inconvenience? We'll find out in 11 minutes time when this one comes to its conclusion.
And certainly they'll have their eyes, the two in front will try to work out where do they fit in with that order as well. Matt Larby starting to lose a rear wheel arch, but we've seen that before, and it's not an issue. It's just flapping slightly at the rear, as long as again it doesn't touch the tyre at all. There won't be any issue there. And yeah, but it is now Chiddick's in that natural lead as he comes around. In fact, he's normally sort of lost it again by the time they get into turn 1, so let's see what position. Again, you can see how much more speed Charlie Lower carries out of that hairpin. He's alongside before they even get to the start finish straight. He does pull back in just to get in that tow again, but Kendall's following along, watching patiently behind.
I think looking at Lower, I kind of watched that through the commentary box window. I think he made a conscious decision not to take that race lead from Chiddick there. I think he's quite comfortable at this moment in time. Just follow, because as you say, they tend to swap in the same places lap after lap, so maybe Lower's played a bit of a mind game here now and let Chiddick have the lead for a little while, as Lower actually saying that one's coming under pressure from Kendall behind. So all about mixing things up a little bit and taking Chiddick outside of his comfort zone, I think now.
Chiddick's trying to throw the tow as well. You saw him jinking across the track a couple of times just to see whether he could slow the progress of Lower. Lower, and he certainly managed to stay ahead as they went into that corner. So it's kind of on as even. It's the kind of same position we're normally in at this point. So Lower didn't get by at the end of Tower. Like you said, he had to protect from Kendall behind him, and that meant that as Chiddix tried to throw the toe, it wasn't able to immediately follow, because otherwise Kendall would have just shoved it down the inside of him. So there goes Chiddix in that common placer down the south side of the track, being in lead and ahead of Lower.
Yeah, great little bit of racing as always from these two. Over Kendall in there for good measure as well at this moment in time. Chiddix is still the race leader. Lower now having a little look as well, so we're coming through into the complex. Lower gets the deal done, so he's now our new race leader, but don't get too excited about that, because it'll change in about 30 seconds time, I'm absolutely sure. And can Kendall get the run out of the hairpin now? Is Chiddix still struggling with that upshift problem? Not quite as fast as he would like to be off the hairpin, but I think he's got enough of a safety net at this moment in time from Kendall to not have to worry too deeply about that one, as the rest of the buzzing pack of Hornets fly past our commentary box window in the squabble for the minor positions.
He nailed the gear change that time, no issues at all. Kendall not able to do anything. And Charlie Lowe, again, we spoke about it a little earlier in the weekend, that sometimes you do want to just try and experiment where your car is strong, and that was an unusual place to overtake Freddie Chiddix. He had not done it there before, so again, it's just another bit of learning there. Also, he's giving stuff away from Chiddix, but Chiddix, as soon as his car's in the tow behind on this main straight, he's certainly got a nice bit of pace in that car, and he is going to take the lead as they go into Tower once more. Kendall again watching on. Kendall's shown a couple of times though that he is able to just shove his nose cone right on the rear of the panel of these other drivers, at will almost. So he's certainly got the pace there, and I wouldn't be surprised if he is still fairly comfortable and just fairly saving himself. But as we've got 8 minutes to go, I think we've seen that you start need to move forward at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we've had a bit of a change of position at the front of Chiddix in the race lead. Lower in second place, and Kendall, as you say, I do think he's just keeping his powder dry a little bit at this stage in the race. Doesn't really want to get too heavily involved, because we see there's 4 or 5 passes per lap. If you get the race lead now, you're only going to shuffle yourself back down again. So just keep watching these two doing their business, and wait a little while to strike, because Larby's leading the pack in 4th position for those that are the pretenders for the podium, ahead of Lucas, Cook, Vincent, Pacte, Lancaster and Ventus. So there's still an opportunity to slide down the running order if you're not too careful. So it's going to be a very strategic manoeuvre that whoever goes for the strike for the win will have to play.
I've certainly tried before to keep my powder dry, but unfortunately I realised it had a leak, and when I went to try and find the extra pace, it wasn't there. So Kendall, he certainly knows a bit more about where he's strong and weak as they go through this part of the lap, that compared to the other two, which he's been following around. But again, unless when you go for that extra speed, unless it's there, you're just wishful thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll find out anyway in 6 minutes and 56 seconds exactly what the aspect is. And there is that Kendall making a move there, just getting out into fresh air, just keeping the car nice and cool as Lower looks to put the car to the inside. Chiddix decides he doesn't really want to let him past on this occasion at that corner, so firmly closes the door to Lower there, and Kendall will be taking note of that one, that maybe there's a little bit of needle starting to fit into the racing strategy of these two at the front.
Behind them, Gareth Lucas has moved in front of, in fact Larby's lost a couple of places there, so it's Lucas, then Cook and then Larby, I think, so in the battle behind this front three, so that's all shuffling its order as well. We'll wait for them to next go over, but I can definitely see, Theato was the driver we saw in the driver, he's now with the unclassified, but I have also seen a couple of others sort of struggling with a bit of bodywork, so we keep an eye out for that. But this lead group, this lead trio continues. Who's going to be on what step of the podium? It doesn't look like the chase pack is going to be able to catch up, but I think we'll see the order shuffling as they go over the line this time, with Lucas dropping behind Lucas, Larby dropping behind Lucas and Cook this time.
So Lower is now once again on the attack from Chiddix. He's running down into Clervaux, looks to the outside, then switches back to the inside. Chiddix has the outside line, has a bit of the overlap. Can Lower find his way up the inside? No, he can't. He decides to back out. And why has Kendall dropped so far back? What happened there?
Could easily be another gear change. So again, we talk about that second to third gear change. It's tricky, and that's about the effect it would have. But behind, it did all shuffle up. We've got Cook coming back up into 4th place all the way through. Lucas, Patke came through as well. Larby's dropped all the way down to 7th. So really is shuffling in that following pack. You can see they're all coming together. But yes, Kendall's got a bit of work to do now to catch up again.
Yeah, so that's a real shame. And that's also why H-Pack gearboxes are quite good fun, actually, because it's more down to the driver. Small mistakes or small advantages can give or lose race position. So interesting to see that one. Shame for Kendall though, he was very much in a watching, listening, waiting mode as these two go front to back, Chiddix and Lower.
interesting, the stresses and strains of these little cars, these little pocket rockets, as they flex and move over the bumps and changes, the actual gearbox sort of slightly shifts around as well. So actually, it is definitely a skill to know where you need to be for each gear change on these things. And like I say, second to third, notorious in the paddock for being quite tricky to get in every single time reliably. It's not often we actually get down into second gear in a Caterham. Most of the time, a lot of the corners are third gear, but the tightest corner in motorsport is definitely one of those occasions where we do go down into that second gear.
Right, so here's something unusual. Get this written down in your diary, Chris. We've gone for almost a lap without changing the positions for these two, so quite what's happening. I don't think that's going to last very long because Lower seems to have a very nice run indeed, as we've seen many a time before for the run down in the Clervaux. He's down the inside. Chiddix sees his rival, gets off the brakes, a little bit earlier, allows Lower past and again into the wheel tracks with 4 minutes left on the clock. It is now Lower as our race leader, but for how long? That's the question.
But they're getting to play with their football all alone again, aren't they? That third annoying character, Kendall, has drifted away after that, what I'm assuming is a gear change, but it could easily have been dropping a wheel onto the grass or similar. So he's in a bit of no man's land, but here's that battle pack behind, as fierce as ever. Lucas Packy's making his way through over Cook, so Lucas Cook's lost out a couple of places on that lap, but Packy was making it more, but Larby would have made all the way up to 4th place. We've been pretty pleased with that, I think, but now it's going to be a disappointing end at the moment, but we've still got 3.5 minutes left and plenty of opportunities for things to shake up again.
Yeah, when you think about 3.5 minutes, that's enough time to make a good cup of tea, because you have to leave it to stand for 2 minutes before you put your milk in, of course. It's enough time to grab a little snack from the things. In this 3.5 minutes, it's a lifetime for these drivers, isn't it? So much can still happen. Dreams can be made or tears can be shed in 3 minutes plus.
Absolutely, as we come into the complex again this time through, and it is again Chiddix slightly ahead. We're really tight there, but Lower's looking back down the inside, didn't make it stick, so it is going to be Chiddix taking his car into the lead hairpin. Again, Lower I think is playing around and experimenting, but obviously you don't want to just give up those positions. He will be doing it sort of in a tactical way, and I might speak to him afterwards and find out that's complete nonsense. He was just trying as hard as he could at all times, and the same with Kendall. Now he's lost the toe of those cars. Maybe he really was clinging in there rather than being comfortable. He isn't able to make it back up, even though they are still squabbling out front.
Yep, and Chiddix just about holds on through Clervaux, so Lower didn't quite have enough of an overlap on that occasion. 2 minutes 28 seconds left on the clock, so a couple of laps still in the books to complete this weekend, to complete this Mission Motorsports Caterham 7 270R Championship. Coming into the final lap, do you want to be the leader or the attacker? What's your preference of position?
100% leader, but they are swapping places into tower this time, so they were contact in the backpack. There's lots of cars going scattered. That's Cook facing backwards. We've got one off deep into that, can we recover back? That's Vincent, who was having that good run. Matt Larby's lost his front wheel, and so other people. So whether someone actually clipped the tyre stack there coming out of the chicane, that's a common thing that can happen. Got a lot of cars scattered all over the place. This may well be a safety car, and that's why you want to be out front. Chiddix is currently out front, because if they do throw the safety car, that is going to be race over for this. And they say yellow flags, they may well try and end it under waved yellows, but I think there's just too many cars in too many different positions for that to happen. Let's keep an eye out for what's going to go on.
Yeah, we've got 2 or 3 damaged stranded cars on there now, so as you say, double wave yellows received from the marshal. Does that indicate just local double wave yellows, or are we going to go on a safety car and, as you say, basically game over conditions? Who's leading at this moment in time? I'll try and have a look at the screen to make the colours out. Can't quite do that. Chiddix, yes. Chiddix is the race leader as we head down into the hairpin. Lower makes contact, in fact, on the exit of the hairpin. I'm getting too excited. I'm looking out the window and not the screen, but there is a light bit of contact between the two of them as they're racing now to the line. We're staying under green flag conditions, thankfully, so Lower off the outside line for the run down in the Clervaux. Chiddix has the inside line. It's still green on the entry in the Clervaux as we come round there, so Chiddix remains in prime position, but that was very, very close indeed between these two drivers.
Double wave yellows, I think, have they been cleared, or are they going to be shown at the next marshal point? So there is going to be a point at which they can't overtake, but at the moment it looks like they're all clear. So the officials taking the decision to actually let them race through this last thing. You've got the car stranded on the outside there. Kendall is coming back into this, but it is Chiddix at the head of this straight. There was a little hand signal there from Lower. I don't know if he's saying sorry for that contact as they came out of the hairpin, but nonetheless, this is normal positions here for Chiddix, but that does mean that Lower's got to make this move like maybe in the complex like we saw before. He's not got very many opportunities to get back in front again.
Yeah, this is the big danger zone now for Chiddix. Does he keep hold of this position through the complex section? Is he going to become vulnerable to an overtake from Charlie Lower? We'll find out in a few moments' time. The clock is ticking down at the top of your screen, so we'll be hitting 0 very, very shortly indeed. Chiddix is still our race leader. Lower sideways as well as Chiddix touches the grass on the outside. It's going to be a race right to the very flag.
yeah, who is going to do this? He's absolutely nose to tail. He's gone to the outside. That's not worked very well on earlier points of this race, but he's going to see what he can do as they go through the chicane. He hasn't got that done. Chiddix has got the line covered at the moment, but Lower is still pressuring him. What is he going to do into the final hairpin? There was contact here last time. Is he going for it again? He's not going to be able to. Can he make the run with Chiddix's slightly dodgy gear changes that we've seen, or is Chiddix going to break the run of Charlie Lower? Is absolutely nose to tail as they come towards the line. I think Chiddix is going to make it a first win for him this weekend. They are side by side, but Chiddix crosses the line ahead of Charlie Lower. Mark Kendall is in that third place, and we're just waiting for this following group to come through, and it is going to be Lucas and Pat Key who take that fourth and fifth after all that drama a little bit further down. Venters and Lancaster, I think I renamed Steve Lancaster John Lancaster earlier, so apologies for that, but yeah, Vincent and Jones crossing the line as well. So a bit of a shake-up late in that race. Well done to all the marshals and the drivers for respecting flags and getting that race completed under green flag.
Yep, absolutely. And after all of the back and forth across all of the races that Chiddix and Lower have done, it was at the end by less than a car length Freddie Chiddix took that race victory. So incredible racing and racecraft from those two. A light bit of contact on the exit of the hairpin on the penultimate lap, which unfortunately sometimes these things do happen. But as you said in the live comms, Chris, a little wave of the arm to apologise for that one. And side by side, those two boys know they've had themselves a real good Sunday afternoon.
I did note he sort of waved sorry, but he didn't ease up on the throttle, did he? So no, he wasn't worth that. But I mean, considering that they have literally been nose to tail for the last 3 events, 60 minutes of absolute nose to tail racing. What a show these guys have put on, and today the absolute best of best from Caterham. It was fantastic to see. Sorry for all the drivers caught up in those last minute. Again, sometimes when you race that close, you do have a bit of contact, and I'm not sure whether someone did hit the tyre barrier, but Matt Larby losing that tyre on the outside is a bit disappointing for him, and to say a sad end to Vincent and Lucas's race there as well.
Yeah, you often get a little bit of shenanigans, unfortunately, when, as you say, the packs are so close. But these are the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 Championship final results, and it is at long last this weekend Freddie Chiddix who crosses the line in first place by 0.04 seconds ahead of Charlie Lower. Mark Kendall rounds out the podium positions despite the bit of dramas that we saw earlier on. Gareth Lucas is in 4th position with Arthur Pate in position 5. Alan Venters is in 6th ahead of Stephen Lancaster. Alex Vincent crosses the line in 8th place, just ahead of Mark Jones and David Rook. Good result for David to recover into the final top 10 positions. Peter Mark, Joe Priddy, Chris Ephemidis and Jal Perre are our 11, 12, 13 and 14th place finishers, and Pat Kay is the man with the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 33.06, showing great pace and a good result as well for good measure, up there in 5th position at the checkered flag. The real story though, of course, is the dramas at the front of the field, and another great display of racecraft from those two.
Yep, action's over for today, but don't forget we've got plenty of more racing action throughout the rest of this season, and we'll see the Academy guys next time out at Alton Park on the 8th of July. But really round the corner is the Zandvoort event for all the Road Sports 270s, 310s and Championship UK cars. They'll be at Zandvoort on 3rd, 4th of June, and what an opportunity for all those guys to drive around that Formula 1 track. We've been there a few times before, but not in this latest Formula 1 spec, so it's going to be exciting for everybody. And rest of the motorsport season, including Silverstone Grand Prix, Portimao for the 7 Championship UKs. We're going to the Truxton, Snetterton, Donington for our 50th birthday celebrations for Caterham, and then the 7 Championship UKs are going to end on the touring car package and Silverstone on the 23rd and 24th of September. So we'll keep you abreast of all that action as we go, but a fantastic time. We'll see all the drivers getting back into Parc Fermé, and it looks like we're nearly ready to go down to them. But what a racing day, and we're going to go down to speak to Sam and our drivers after another fantastic race.
Gosh, that was a hair-raising race, wasn't it? Very exciting. I'm going to move down to Freddie. Freddie, I feel like that was well deserved for you. That was a great battle for you and Charlie.
Yeah, finally we got there. Another, exactly the same as the 2 races before. 20 minutes of Charlie and I, nose to tail. Nice when we got a bit of a gap behind. We know that we can just have a bit of a play with each other, and yeah, finally I crossed the line first, so really happy with that. And I think we've got a full season ahead of Charlie and I, and maybe some others, but yeah, really good.
Excellent. Well, it was great to watch. Thank you. I'll move over to Charlie now. Charlie, congratulations. I was just saying to Freddie, it was a great battle with you two, and it's great for us to watch.
Yeah, honestly, it was a tit for tat for all of us for that whole time. So to get 2 over 1 of his is pretty good for me this weekend. But no, incredible race, and he fought really hard, and it was really fair. So no, good job to him.
Excellent. Nice weekend for you.
Yeah, and thank you so much to the team for getting the car so good. The car's the best it's ever been. So big shout out to Dan at Hardline.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Right, let's move on to Mark. Mark, congratulations on the podium. That was awesome driving and great race, great for us to watch. And you were just hanging on there, weren't you? Like, I'm going to get you two.
Yeah, I played the game this time, managed to hold on to them. Took us a while to gap the people behind, I think, but yeah, got away with them. But then missed a gear coming out of the hairpin, and that was it. They got away. But I started to catch them towards the end, but I'm happy with that. So, yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Right, that's it for our Caterham Racing today. I'll say goodbye from myself and thank you for watching, and I'll hand back to the guys in the commentary box.
Super stuff. Thank you very much, Sam, for today and for this weekend, and for getting out there and having a quick chat to all of the drivers and bringing us all the stories and the emotion from down on pit lane. And thank you, of course, to everybody here at Croft, to all the marshals, to the race organisers, to the event organisers themselves, and to the drivers that have put on such a sensational show. The BARC Caterham Motorsports weekend featuring Z cars and the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup promised much and delivered even more. So I'm going to say goodbye and hand over to Chris in a moment to say goodbye. So from me, Paul Jeffrey, thank you very much for being with us this weekend. I thoroughly enjoyed my weekend of racing, and I hope to see you all again very, very soon. And I'll hand over to Chris now to say his goodbyes, and we'll let you get on with the rest of your day.
Absolutely, a little bit of a journey back, so thank you again. Reiterate all those thanks to BARC, all the officials, marshals, Caterham, everyone that makes this possible. Thanks to Paul, to Sam and to Ian for all their efforts this weekend, and we can't wait to bring you the next event, and we'll see you on the streams again very shortly. Keep an eye out on all your socials for that. I'm going to sign off now, and I look forward to the next time we meet.